Mic check, 1 2 1 2. I guess I'm live. All right, now let's get viewers. I guess I've got viewers. All right, hello everybody. So today is a super important day for Bitcoin. Bitcoin's job is to provide censorship resistance and a reasonable rate of inflation, which is consistently decreasing, to compete against worse fiat currencies and a bunch of middlemen, which add friction and cost and misinvestment and malinvestment due to the boom and bust cycle of artificially low interest rates. Now, during that path, nation states had two options. They either could, one, become friends, legalize it, make everything easy. And some countries actually did that. So in the United States, we had a license, such as the New York license, which allows large multi-million-dollar entities, I guess a billion-dollar entity now, such as Coinbase, to easily onboard millions of new people into the system. So the United States made a great choice there. China, however, was much slower. They didn't create a special legislation for Bitcoin entities, and therefore their ecosystem was somewhat crippled because it led to regulatory uncertainty, and as you've seen, regulatory turning off. So now the question becomes, when a nation state turns off something that its citizens want, does the price of Bitcoin go up or does the price of Bitcoin go down? And the good news is that after all the FUD, all the Jamie Dimon, all the China shutting off everything they can, staggering their news, the price of Bitcoin went to 3,000, which it does on its own normally, just a random volatility of a new crazy thing, okay? So a thing that just drops 40% normally, that only goes to the 40% point for a couple minutes and then shoots all the way up 25%. We bounced in 3 hours from 3,000 to 3,800. Then they staggered out some more crap news. We went from 3,800 to about 3,600, and now we're going up again. I think we're at about 3,750 now. Well, let's check the chat, check the charts. About 3,700. Well, yeah, 3,700. So if every ban that they can do and all of the FUD that could exist and all of the forks and all of the Bcash and all of that garbage has already happened, it could only get the price to 3,700. You couldn't possibly be more bullish. And when the government decides that they're going to screw their citizens over and trample their rights to conduct commerce with their fellow man, to conduct commerce internationally, to turn them into wage slaves or fiat slaves or interest slaves or debt slaves, whatever you want to call it, when they find out that doing that makes the price of the Bitcoin go up, it's like prohibition for alcohol. Some goody two-shoes decided that they were going to make alcohol illegal in the United States. And what they got was a lot more people, a lot more violence, a lot more poisoning. They poisoned the alcohol so that people wouldn't drink it. And then the people drank the poison alcohol and they died. So China's trying to poison the fun drinking of Bitcoin alcohol that people are currently enjoying, getting the highest outsized returns of any investment class in the world, something that's truly decorrelated from the markets. I was listening to an interview with Tim Ferriss and Ray Dalio today, and it's a good interview. You should check it out. Tim Ferriss is trying to ask Ray Dalio how he should evaluate whether Bitcoin is a good price or when to get in, things like that, because Tim Ferriss is a startup guy, and he can't use the same logic that he uses for startups to figure out whether Bitcoin's a good idea or not. But he knows that there's a lot of other people that have made a lot more money in the VC business than he has that are deep invested in Bitcoin. And Ray Dalio said, well, if you want to know whether something's a good investment or not, You analyze the people, the buyers and sellers. What are the motives that they have? And then if you understand their motives well enough, you can predict what they're going to do in the future. And the other thing, to that point, if Chinese people want to get around their currency controls and are smuggling gold to do it and are doing every trick in the book to route that value around the artificial government control, we know that they love Bitcoin. That's why there's so much mining there. We know that they love Bitcoin. That's why there's so many exchanges there, and there's so much volume there, and there's so much development there. They love this stuff, and they're part of the reason the price is as high as it is. Now, what happens when you ban something people love and they derive benefit from? The price goes much higher. And that's not a theory, that's a fact. You can go on localbitcoins.com and see what the price of Bitcoin is all over the world, in every shitty country that's decided to screw over their citizens by making it illegal for them to protect their wealth, by making it illegal for them to speak the language of commerce to other people. We're just transmitting digits to each other. This is communication. Speech is a right. It's enshrined in the Constitution of the United States. It's enshrined in United Nations charters, and it's enshrined in nearly every civilized country in the world. And the ability to use your money to speak is also protected in the United States by the Citizens United verdict. Money is speech, Bitcoin is speech, and if you try and stop people from speaking, you will get revolution. When you don't let people voice their concerns and you don't let them engage in commerce with each other, and they don't have any friendly, nice way to route around you, you end up with unfriendly ways. And this is a world where revolutions do occur. They've occurred in Cuba, they've occurred in Venezuela, they occur all the time in the Middle East and Egypt, they occur all the time in Central America, sometimes in South America. The world gets better when you make it get better. So part of making the world get better is showing these nation states, showing these governments that when they try to screw with Bitcoin, the price just goes up. You try and screw with mining, the fees go up and people mine more. You try and screw with exchanges, we go to peer-to-peer. We got satellites. We got little sticks called OpenDime that you can transfer Bitcoin like cash because there's encryption on them. So they're not like normal memory sticks. They're encrypted memory sticks that are magical in some way. I don't feel like explaining it. That allow you to sell your Bitcoin in person, no internet needed, right? So you can do Bitcoin transactions over SMS. You can do Bitcoin transactions using satellites. You can do Bitcoin transactions without the internet. You can do Bitcoin transactions in person using an OpenDime. You know what other cryptocurrency you can do that with? None. Ethereum won't let you do any of that. No other cryptocurrency will let you do any of that. The only cryptocurrency in the world that has those capabilities is the Bitcoin cryptocurrency. So all those Chinese people that were buying ICOs, banned. Well, what are they going to do with that money? What are they going to do with that economic energy? They've been addicted to the gains, the mad gains. Where are they going to get their mad gains? In the only currency that they can actually use, Bitcoin, which also happens to be the most secure one, which also happens to be the most widely adopted, which also happens to have real cypherpunks that care about user privacy and security over corporate garbage. So Blockstream, people like to make fun of it because it's a company. I hate to break it to you. Every open source project, the majority of the people that work on it work for companies during the day and the projects related to what they do for work. That's the vast majority of open source development. And I'm going to tell you, you prefer that to having people that just show up whenever and kind of work on it a little bit because they don't really have to, because it's not their job. Bitcoin is as good as it is because we have the best developers. Adam Back invented or popularized proof of work with Hashcash. Satoshi quoted him in the paper. Nick Szabo coined the term smart contracts. When numbers were made illegal, when they figured out how to decode DVDs and rip the data off of them by cracking the DRM, that little magic code that let you crack the DRM, Adam Back was selling t-shirts with that code, okay? And that's the kind of thing you could have got put in jail for, because that number was made illegal to publicize for a while. There was risk involved. So Adam Back, for the last 20 years, provably cares about your privacy, cares about your security, cares about digital scarcity, and was one of the first guys to try and get digital scarcity to exist. You know, Bitcoin's not the first attempt at a digital currency. It's one of a long line of attempts that were very close, but didn't just get it right. And Bitcoin got it right. You know, a lot of people are amazed by Bitcoin's technology. One of the things that they're not amazed by, which blows my mind, is how hard it was to get it to have a price. Somebody had to mine it when it was worth nothing. Somebody had to build all of the ecosystem around it when it was worth nothing. I was part of that. I got in early 2011. I got to be some of the first GPU miners in the world because a nice guy, who I won't name, was nice enough to write a software and allow us to use. Well, thank you, guy, for writing some open source software and letting me run it and make coins from thin air. That was very nice of you. You would prefer the world operate in that way with those guys who don't really have a business model, who aren't trying to make a lot of cash, who really are invested in the ecosystem, invested in the coins. You know all those sellouts? You know those people that tell you that they care about Bitcoin? Where are they now? Right now, when we're punching the nation state in the face, showing them that when you screw with Bitcoin, we screw back, where are they? Why don't I hear their voices? Why don't I see them memeing? Why don't I see their images? All I see is silence because they're all trying to pump their little fake coins because they figure, hey, you know what? If I can get bigger percentage of fake coin and I pump fake coin, I make more money, right? So I'm not going to name names because I'm happy to ghost those guys and just let them disappear. For all the people that you think have an in the space, where are they now? Did they warn you about the China ban? Did they tell you where to buy the bottom? Did they give you translations? Did they give you news first? Are they pumping and doing everything they can to control the image so that the price goes up sooner rather than later? I would rather the Bitcoin price go up sooner to show you that when you FUD, you get a day of dump and then a whole lot of profit. So that if you don't time your exit on your dump right, you get burnt, right? I love it when these guys go short in public media and then the price goes up. Because when they place their little pussy short with their little wage slave money and they try and get the price to dip with their stupid article with a bunch of unfounded crap, they don't know what they're talking about. They're not computer scientists. Listen, if you're not a computer scientist and you think you know what's going on in Bitcoin, you probably don't. This is cutting edge stuff. This is literally computer science breakthroughs pushing the limits of what cryptography can be used for in a $50 billion flying airplane that doesn't have downtime. Go look at Ethereum's downtime. Exchanges have to turn off Ethereum wallets all the time. What kind of world currency is off all the time? Or worse, hacked all the time? Or worse, has no user retail adoption at all? No one's buying anything with it except other useless things. You got to be kidding me. So, you know, when this stuff all happened, peer-to-peer Bitcoin banning, Bitcoin trading isn't banned, but ICO crap is in China. And where's all of Ethereum's volume come from? Where does all of the purchase orders from Ethereum come from? People trying to get into these stupid ICOs. Okay? So when the ICOs got banned, you'd expect the Ethereum price to drop through the floor, right? It didn't. Maybe that's because the people that actually hold all the Ethereum now are the ICOs that all the stupid people gave their money to. The stupid people gave their hard-earned real cryptocurrency that they could have done something with, Bitcoin, to ICO number one of the first successful ICOs. It's really like ICO number 6. It came after a bunch of other ones, which would be Ethereum. And then that ICO, which was an ICO, then they took that money, which pumped and had a little value, and they gave it to these other ICOs. And now those ICOs are trying to create their own sub-ICOs. And it's basically layers of bad business models with unproven teams that get paid extra the more impossible their project gets. The more impossible the ICO project is, the more money they get. Let me let you in on a secret. If you're in business and you're doing the maximum viable product, You will never get to market, you will run out of money, and no one will ever hear from you again. That is the reason minimum viable product is a very popular term. That is the reason lean startup is a very popular strategy. Because the less time you spend building something, the sooner you can release it and iterate and actually get it to fit the market. Or if it doesn't work, pivot, like Flickr. Flickr wasn't supposed to be a photo sharing site. They pivoted into it. I could list you a ton of things that were supposed to be one thing and pivoted into something else amazing. So Bitcoin's got the satellites. Bitcoin's got the user adoption. Bitcoin's got Opendime. Bitcoin's got the press. Look at the search volume on Ethereum. It's 3 times less than Bitcoin. Bitcoin's search volume is doing this. Ethereum's volume went bloop, blop, bloop, and you can see it in the price, right? So what's my point? If you were going to buy Bitcoin, buy it today. If the price was going to go much lower, we would have already done it. Let's show the nation states that when you ban the thing, the price goes up sooner rather than later, because it would go up later anyway for the same reason that it did in Cuba, Venezuela, every other place that controls their citizens and screws them over by making them use a currency that becomes worthless and that you can't do anything with. You can't send more than 50 grand out of the country, which actually is a lot in the grand scheme of currency controls. Most other countries don't let you send anywhere near 50 grand. I think Venezuela might let you send like $100, maybe, right? Thus, for some reason, I don't think people understood how important it is that today is the day that we show strength, because today is the first day that a nation state really made a pretty decent effort to fuck with us. Now, they're only doing it short term, okay? Because these guys aren't stupid. They know what the future looks like. There's a lot of engineers running the nation state of China. I think there's more engineers and technically minded people with doctorates and science degrees in the government of China than any other government in the world. And for that, they should be respected. I think Estonia should also be respected for having a president that was a developer. That seemed to work out very well. I think the world would work better, particularly in America, if 90% of the politicians weren't lawyers, and that's currently the state. America is the most litigious country in the entire world, and part of that is 90% of the government is lawyers. And what do lawyers do? They make laws and they write a lot. That's how they spend their time. And that's what you get in government. If you had more business people, more plumbers, more normal human beings in government, you would have some benefits that we're not seeing currently. There are countries outperforming America's governance. There are countries with better results for their citizens, and it is repairable. I made a video about it. It's called Treat Your Politics Like Your Sandwich. It's on my YouTube channel. I think it's good. It tells you some ways that we can fix America's government, and they're not even that hard. In summary, the price of Bitcoin in China is going to go up for the same reasons it's gone up in every other country that's banned it. Nobody's got satellites. Nobody's got the Opendime. Nobody's got the security. Nobody's got the adoption. All that energy that came from the ICOs being turned off and Ethereum's price dropping over time, it's almost half of its value, last I checked. It's coming to Bitcoin. I can't think of anything that would be more bull. And we got SegWit to happen. And the transaction fees have never been lower. Like, they're low. You don't have to pay anything to get rolled into a block. And the blocks are empty. And because we had to push out the 0.15 update, we've already protected ourselves against the BTC1 terrible, terrible, stupid idea with few devs. Sorry, Jeff Garzik. You tried to do satellites, you got beat to it. We got satellites working right now. Jeff Garzik, you got a company called Block Inc. Is Block Inc. what BTC1 is? I only do that because that's the crap you do with calling Blockstream Bitcoin Core, which is offensive to all the people that contribute to Bitcoin Core, which is like 80%. If you look at the commits in the last rollout of 0.15, I think 80% of them are people that aren't Blockstream oriented. And like, how dare you shit talk Adam Back anyway, because we wouldn't have Bitcoin without him. If Adam Back hadn't gotten Hashcash to work as a denial of service prevention for an email or remailing service that he ran as a cypherpunk to help people protect their security, to help them protect their privacy, right? Adam Back ran a remailer which allowed people to post things to Usenet anonymously by shielding their real identities. But people would abuse the system, and he needed a way for them to stop abusing the system. So he invented proof of work. A little computation would have to be done on your computer before you could use the remailer. Satoshi saw that, and he used it to create Bitcoin. And Wei Day and Nick Szabo's work and Chom Lightly with Chaumian and Cash, all of those things led to Bitcoin. And without them, Bitcoin would not exist. So when I see a jerk off who's had been smacked down by Satoshi before, telling him not to change the block size or he would be forked off at his own detriment, when I see a guy that now holds opposite all the positions he used to have, I'm talking about you, Jeff Garzik. When I see that guy trying to create a fork without replay protection and repeat your speech out to the world to your detriment, a guy like that's got to get censured publicly. And since no one else has the balls to do it, I'm going to do it. Jeff Garzik, stop being a bitch. Stop trying to roll out a fork without replay protection. Stop trying to pretend that you've got a competent developer team there. You don't. If Greg Maxwell wasn't constantly helping you guys, all of your nodes would be banning each other constantly. You guys suck at development. And there's a reason that nobody that's qualified wants to work with you. It's because you've sucked for a long time, okay? They got the satellites up, you didn't. Real developers work there, and that's a reason when you go to the GitHub, there's commits constantly progress. What have you guys done? Did you guys fix the UTXO database to work quicker? Did you guys invent your own libsec 256p library that checks the transactions quicker, like 8 times quicker, 4 times quicker? What's the last, did you guys invent a really cool addressing scheme to save space and make things human readable? You guys haven't done shit, okay? Mike Hearn, when he left, he didn't do shit for Core. He worked on his own little Bitcoin J thing, but he still called himself a Bitcoin developer. Jeff Garzik, when's the last time you did anything for Bitcoin Core that people run in their computer, right? People that talk shit about Bitcoin Core and Blockstream, you're talking shit about the Bitcoin network that runs and is up all the time, right? And that last little disclosure that got done about the little hack, that was reverse engineered. They already had the solution. But they don't just push solutions out and risk the system. They actually test them. You know what that is? Testing things before you release them on a $50 billion ecosystem. All you people that don't own much Bitcoin, you don't mind seeing the price drop because, hey, you can buy the dip, right? But us old school guys that have been holding forever, we're not happy to see the price drop. We're happy to see our life savings stay nice and strong without idiots fucking it up for us. So Jeff Garzik, think about it. You want to go release your own altcoin? Do an airdrop like Byteball. Do an airdrop like Bcash. Do an airdrop like Bcold's going to do. Do a friendly fork. Don't be a dirty forker, okay? Don't be a sick horse Trojan coin that tries to sneak in and steal miners that we have to bring, around the back of the house and shoot it because we don't want to pay miners to leave the ecosystem that feeds us, right? Jeff Garzik, stop. All you Bcash guys, stop. Fake Satoshi. You know what you're doing. Right? If I see fake Satoshi on your stage, you're part of the problem. And if you were dumb enough to get scammed, you're helping other people get scammed. And it ain't going to go well. So if you got the balls to speak out against ICOs, which you should have the balls to speak out against obvious frauds, right? If you lie publicly, if you lie about a small thing, you're probably lying about big things. And if you lie publicly about a big thing, holy shit, what's left? I mean, what do you got to do to burn your social capital in this ecosystem? It's a little bit weird. I don't know too many people that have actually been ostracized. I can't think of anyone in the Bitcoin ecosystem that's been ostracized except maybe the Cypress guy, whose name I can't remember now. But even he's kind of back in, right? So Bitcoin, pump the price, teach China a lesson. It's going to pump on its own longer term anyway because they want this stuff. And if you make it harder for them to get it, just like everything else that's hard to get, a money is expensive because it's hard to get. A banned good is expensive because it's hard to get. All those people that are going to jail for trying to smuggle gold into China, well, there's a reason they're doing that. It's not because they like going to jail. It's not like because they like duct taping gold bars in themselves, right? It's because there's a demand for those things there. A demand that Bitcoin is filling, and it's doing well. And as far as China goes, remember all those engineers I was telling you about that run that place? They're going to legalize Bitcoin, and they're going to give those exchanges a framework to work in. and it's going to be okay. So isn't that good news? I mean, what exactly is this regulation that's came out that's driven Bitcoin's price down? The New York legislation? Oh, we can't get Shapeshift to serve us in New York. Fuck Shapeshift. We don't need Shapeshift, right? I would much rather have Coinbase onboarding 60 million people than Shapeshift convincing people to dick around with altcoins that are going to go to zero, right? So I'm going to look at chat and see if you guys have any smart questions. I think I've said my piece on a couple of things here. If you're not memeing and you're not pumping Bitcoin and telling the world how great it is and talking about all these awesome things, you're fucking up. That's part of your job, okay? We don't have a marketing team. We don't have anybody that's selling this stuff at a profit and a markup that can afford to buy these ads. You got to be the ad, okay? You got to do the outreach. This is a grassroots project. Grassroots means you have to do something. I do my part. Scrolling up. All right, chat. Let's see what you got here. Wouldn't it be funny if I was on silent this whole time? That would be so crappy. Hey, chat. Have you been able to hear anything I've said? It's going to be laggy because I think I'm on a 20-second delay because I put on the 4K so that you can see this physique. I'll sit up so I look skinny. Now I'm skinny. Lucky me. Richard for president. Thank you. Someone says they own over 10 BC. 10 BTC. Wow. In Reddit, we would say, nice try IRS or something along those lines. Fuck Garzik. All right. Fuck shitcoins. All right. Don't be a dirty forker t-shirts. I like it. Danny Brewster. Yeah, that was Cypress Guy. By the way, there was an audio interview with Danny Brewster with Krista Rose, but the video sucked, so he didn't produce the video. But if you go on Krista Rose's Soundstream, if it's still up, which I think it will be, there should be an audio interview there with Danny Brewster. All right, chat. What about Litecoin? I don't really care. Like, whatever. Is Litecoin on television? Or you know, like it's okay, but you know, the dollar's okay. Litecoin's probably better than the dollar, but I don't think it's as good as Bitcoin. I think it dropped 20% more than Bitcoin did, so it's not that fabulous. Monero, here's my problem with anonymity coins. So if the strength of a coin is its anonymity, you don't need to buy much of it to get all of the anonymity benefit, right? You could just cycle all of your balance through a very small amount of the thing, and then you'd get all the anonymity without having to put economic liquidity or energy into their system. So like all of the anonymity in the world could probably be done with not that much of an anonymous currency. So anonymous currencies don't have the technical, rather the fundamental pump ability that a real currency that has user adoption gets, because people have to hold it. So with an anonymous currency, you don't have to hold it. You get in, you get out, now you're anonymous, and you've got the currency that's the leader, right? So I don't like the long-term prospects of anonymous currencies. And you're going to get anonymity in Ethereum when they roll in ZK snarks, and you're going to get anonymity in Bitcoin when they roll in confidential transactions, which should be happening after MAST and Schnorr signatures. So you're going to get anonymity in those systems, and like no one really needs it anyway, for the most part. Everyone that's gone to jail for doing something stupid didn't go to jail because of the currency. They went to jail because they fucked up their OPSEC somewhere else. So people reuse passwords, reuse usernames, their proxy dies one time and their real IP comes out. They use honeypotted Tor addresses in a row, and then you can use timing attacks to discover what computers are really the Tor connected computers. So unless you introduce your own randomized delays, you can still be blueprinted through timing attacks. They enlarge the screen and it takes up the full screen size, and then they blueprint you by knowing how big your screen is. Like, I know a lot of ways to figure out who's doing what, right? And none of them come from the currency side. it's the last of their worries, right? Like Dread Pirate Roberts was getting passports to his house, and he answered the door, and there was Alphabet Boy there looking at him like, you're caught. Like, and then he didn't even bother to move. Like, if you're hiding out with a fake name in a rented Airbnb apartment, and what you would consider the bad guys come and visit you, maybe move, you dumb fuck. I don't know. That guy was a real idiot in a lot of ways. So I could go through I guess since it's funny, I guess I'll mention it. If you like Googled Silk Road, you found like one of the first posts on a forum about it, and then like his email is there, and then that email is tied to his real name. Like the dude fucked up so very many things. His server leaked real IP, which seems to be so common. Like if you misconfigure your Tor server, it leaks. It knows what its own IP is, and then it can leak it out through the .onion address. And so, he leaked his IP and his name and his real email, and got passports delivered to his house, and was extorted 50 different ways by 50 different people, both dirty cops and dirty normal people. And none of that had anything to do with the currency at all. So, if you think the currencies want to get you caught, it's not the case today. And, you also have the option of not doing illegal shit. That's what most people do. Most people don't do illegal shit. Hey, I have an idea. If you want to get really rich without doing illegal stuff, why don't you just buy and hold Bitcoin and just hold it and keep holding it and work a day job for a while? And then in a couple of years, you'll be rich and you didn't have to do anything stupid and illegal. All right, chat. Let's see what you got here. Silk Road on the blockchain. Yeah, so there's a dude working on that. It's called OpenBazaar. I think it's called OpenBazaar 2 for some reason now, but I'm not exactly sure why. And he makes funny videos with his family on Twitter. So, God, I wish I could remember his name right now, but check him out. Check out the OpenBazaar guy. I was retweeting his request for people to test his system because a free and open source commerce network that's made to work with crypto and be anonymous is pretty awesome, right? I mean, that's why we're here, right? We're trying to empower the normal man and, make the world work better and reduce friction and reduce counterparty costs. Like, that's the whole game. So I think OpenBazaar is a cool project. I've never used it personally. I don't know if it's actually good or not. I've heard good things about it. It'll be better when you start playing around with it and testing it, right? Because he's working on it. Expose the Fed, the IMF, and Jay Diamond's puppet masters. So a lot of people think that everything's a conspiracy. Most things aren't conspiracies. They just look that way because people have common interests, right? So I'm here telling you about how great Bitcoin is. Is that because there's like a bunch of people telling me to do that? No. Like, I want it to pump because I want it to pump, right? And then a lot of other people are doing the exact same thing. It's not a conspiracy. It's an emergent behavior that could look like a conspiracy if you wanted it to, but it's just an emergent behavior. And you get a lot of those in politics and nightclubs, Now, are there conspiracies? Sure. They're just not that common. People can't shut up. They talk. So most conspiracies get found out, I guess the only conspiracies that don't get found out are where all the loose ends are tied, like Jimmy Hoffa. Jimmy Hoffa is not going to tell you about what conspiracies he was in because his body was never found, right? On down the list. Do you think silver's a good investment? No. Silver's a piece of shit. Gold's a piece of shit. Why would you think that a several thousand-year-old thing would be awesome? See, things are awesome when they're new, right? The longer a thing's been around, the less margin there is, right? So if silver was super rare and super valuable, and it's been around for 1,000 years, the mining technology keeps getting better, and it mines more out of the ground until it's not worth as much anymore. Same goes for gold, same goes with anything else. Anytime you're dealing with something that's been around for thousands of years, the margins have been vastly, vastly reduced. Now you're going to say, oh, but what about paintings? And what about real estate? And what about these other things? You can't mine paintings out of the ground, and the people that make them die. And you can't mine real estate out of the ground. It just kind of is the ground, right? So you can mine silver and gold out of the ground. Furthermore, silver is a piece of shit. I hate silver. It just tarnishes constantly. Do you like weird looking stuff that just keeps changing color and you have to keep like cleaning it? And if it's ornate, you've got to use a brush or an ultrasonic. Like, it just is terrible, right? And then if you use it for silverware, let me let you in a secret for silverware, right? It's in the book. If you guys read the book, all this stuff's in the book. It's pinned in the Discord. It's not a book, it's an outline. But if you care about doing things instead of reading a cool story, outlines are actually better. Food that you eat with heavier silverware tastes better for some reason. Just like items that are heavier, we feel have more quality. However, when you eat food with silverware, the metal touches your tongue and the metal tastes like crap. It tastes like metal. So if you use the same type of stuff you'd feed an infant with, like melamine, or I don't like bamboo, but some people do, or different polymers, fiberglass, as long as you don't have BPAs in there, activating your estrogen and turning you into a girl or whatever. I'm probably over scientific and being a little too scientific with chat. Don't use silverware to eat. It tastes better on stuff that's not metal, unless for you, the heaviness makes up for it. But in that case, you could make heavier plastic. You could even weight it, right? So screw silver. Silver's the worst. Gold's slightly better. At least it doesn't corrode. However, 90% of its value is store of value. 10% is actually use it value. Same with Bitcoin, by the way. So what's the better store of value? Bitcoin that's doing this, or silver which is doing this? They're printing money left and right. Everything's at all-time highs, guys. Everything's at all-time highs. Stock market's at all-time highs. Volatility index is the lowest it's ever been. It's the lowest volatility in September that's ever happened. Gold and silver are doing this shit, or maybe this. Who gives a shit? For 5 years, they could have been doing this. Well, Bitcoin's been doing this. So why don't you do this thing? I like this thing better. Like maybe for you guys it's reversed. Up, right? Bitcoin goes up. Metals go down. Shit that's been around for thousands of years, except for, art and real estate. And even real estate, like, it's not that good. Dudes, look at Bitcoin's return. It's sick. It's insane. The worst case scenario is you buy at the absolute death dip, which I don't think we're going to have anymore. Like, if we were going to have a death dip, it'd be now, right? China banned it. Jamie Dimon says it's terrible. It's pumped 8 times. Okay, well, we didn't have the death dip. So if this couldn't do it, what could? If this can't get Bitcoin's price down, what could? We would have to have like a giant solar flare that EMP'd the planet. Even then, the blockchain's still stored statically on non-magnetic media. It might still move the price up. I mean, we still have the chain. The private keys are all still good. Yeah, like I don't even think an EMP could destroy the chain. It might slow down future adoption, but it might pump the price short term. All right, chat. What else we got here? Colloidal silver. No, colloidal silver is not awesome, okay? Because if you eat too much of it, you turn blue. So Google the blue silver guy and see what happens when you eat too much silver. No, like, don't do that shit. Look, if Alex Jones sells it, you probably shouldn't be taking it, right? Everybody keeps asking about these fucking books. Letters from a Stoic. Essays and Aphorisms. Seneca, Schopenhauer. They're just philosophers. Meh. Well, Seneca was much more than a philosopher, but anyway, I like my book better than their book. Read them all and tell me which one you like best. Please talk about fungibility. Sure. If you don't have fungibility, you don't have a currency. So there was this law that was made in the United States that guaranteed that if you got dollars, you wouldn't have to worry about having to give them back because someone else had stolen them. Because people would just write down all their serial numbers, and if ever they saw that serial number again, they'd go, hey, this was stolen from me. And it would make the currency much less useful. So Bitcoin currently protects itself from that by not having a whitelist and not having a blacklist and being decentralized so that those things wouldn't be allowed to be rolled into the system because we would just fork around them. Other systems, like Ethereum, that are more centralized, have a 5 times more likely chance of being able to have a government go and say, hey, guess what? You're going to have a whitelist now, and the only people that are allowed to transact on the system have their addresses here. And we're going to pre-roll some keys, and these are the keys that we'll allow, and we'll give them out, and we'll hold them. And so there's a bunch of ways that a nation state could attack a cryptocurrency, and enforcing a whitelist would be one of them. And a guy who has worked with whitelists and bullshit like that before and breaking fungibility? Jeff Garzik. Jeff Garzik, his company Block Inc., apparently bought a company that does Chainalysis, which is fancy word for fucking up users' privacy. So Jeff Garzik is related to, somehow, fucking up users' privacy. And he's more directly related with his stupid hard fork that makes everyone have to move their coins around, reducing their anonymity even farther. Stop, Jeff Garzik. Go build real code, submit it to Core. If it's good, they'll roll it into a release and you can be a winner again. You can have real code in people's computers that they run and they thank you for, which I don't think you have right now. Feel free to tweet me, Richard Hartwin, and you let me know what code you've got in the cryptocurrency ecosystem that human beings are running and finding profit from running. I'm unaware of anything, but I'm willing to learn. What do I do all day? I shit talk on Twitter, and it's a waste of my life, and I can't wait to do the next thing, which for me is a supercomputing token. Guess what, guys? My buddy's CFD project, you can mine it. It's mineable. It's hard to do, easy to check. That's really cool. It's really cool. I like it. All right, what's next? People keep talking shit about my big boobs. Hi, I am fat. Fat people have big boobs. When I'm not fat, they will be smaller. Pretend you're talking to Buddha, all right? I'll be your personal Buddha. You can kiss my stomach or rub it. I'll charge you a small Bitcoin fee. Maybe a large Bitcoin fee, actually. Do I think EOS is a scam? I don't know. Meh. Any project that raises hundreds of millions of dollars with no traction, I hope to do the same, but it's hard to jump out there and be like, hell yeah, that guy that made all that money, maybe I'm a player hater. I'll put it to you this way. If the biggest problem with, it's not the biggest problem. So a problem with smart contracts is that there's no such thing as a smart contract. Let me just explain that to you, all right? Smart contracts are a fantasy. All there is goddamn computer code, okay? So normal contracts are written by lawyers, and a good contract anticipates everything that could go happen that would suck, and then says, if this suck thing happens, we do this, right? So if we have to cancel the contract, we're going to send the notices to these addresses. We're going to give this amount of leeway. If we have to argue about the terms, we're going to arbitrate, and if arbitration doesn't work, we're going to submit ourselves to this jurisdiction. Cancellation has this fee. These are the rights you have. These are the rights you don't have. These are the people that are allowed to sign for you. This is where we signed. This is the time we signed. Basically, over hundreds of years of getting people to agree on stuff, contracts evolved as a way to prevent having to go to court because everyone loses in court. There's a huge friction cost. Half the time it doesn't work right. Court sucks. So a well-designed contract keeps you out of court. So what's a smart contract? A smart contract is a contract that you can't read. You, as a participant in the contract, aren't a programmer. You are not a developer. And so when you look at this smart contract that's supposed to make your life better, you have no idea what it says. So all you've really done is introduce more shitty counterparties. So there's what you want the contract to say, which in the regular legal world you could read, And then you go, oh, I'm going to be fancy and smart. I'm going to do smart contracts. And all a smart contract is the logic that you could understand and was written in a normal contract, processed by a developer into code that you hope was processed properly. And here's the problem with code. It's got bugs, and it's always got bugs, and it will always have bugs. So in a system that you can't roll back like a blockchain, how do you fix when the bugs happen? You can't, because it's stupid. It's a dumb idea. Smart contracts are dumb. That's the reason you don't see them used anywhere. Who's using smart contracts right now that does any volume at all? Nobody. Now you could say, but Richard, isn't multi-sig a smart contract? Not really. I mean, come on. Let's give the word some power, right? So a smart contract is a human-readable contract processed by a programmer who screws it up, and then the worse language and the worse tools you give them, the more they screw it up. So the Ethereum EVM is terribly, terribly, terribly buggy and nearly impossible to write in. And even if you get around all the edge cases and all the screw-ups, your program will still bug for reasons that weren't that. They'll bug for things that were outside of it, because smart contracts have to take inputs from elsewhere, because there is no such thing as smart contract. It's just a piece of software. It's just a program, just like every other program, okay? But the program's supposed to take inputs from other places, like, oh, this price went up, well, then we'll issue these coins. Oh, this price went down, oh, well, we'll issue those coins. The oracles are broken too. So first, there's always bugs, you lose your money. Second, the person that actually has to care about what the contract says isn't the developer, has to trust that what you said the contract does is what he actually wanted. 3, the code's always buggy, and one solution to it is to formalize it using a formalized language where you turn the code into math and logic and you prove it. But then that even fails for all the things that you couldn't prove, the external inputs, the other states for the other systems that have infinite things that go on, and you can't test them all, right? So smart contracts are dumb because they're not human readable, and they're buggy, and even if you try and catch the bugs with formalism, you get bugs outside your test area. Retarded. Oh, and the Oracle problem. Even if you could make perfect contracts, even if they never had bugs, and even if everyone that made contracts in the world was a developer and could read them and go, yeah, that's exactly what I wanted, even if all those were true, the oracles cheat. They lie about what's going on. So let's take the most honest oracle you think of, the New York Stock Exchange. Earlier this year, they published the wrong stock price for all their stocks. Now, what happens if your smart contract is using the New York Stock Exchange's feed? I guess a lot of people are going to lose a lot of cryptocurrency, and then we're going to be like, please roll back the chain. Can you roll back the chain, please? Right? So smart contracts are terribly stupid. Most ICO ideas are terribly stupid. Like storage startups. Oh boy. Let me tell you about a storage startup. Storage is where you buy hard drives from the hard drive manufacturer. They make a lot of them in Thailand. You buy them, you receive them, and then you stick them in a SATA connector or an SAS connector, okay? And then it just sits there and waits to be turned on for the head to spin. Well, that's, if you buy those in bulk from the source that manufactures them, that's the cheapest price you can get. And then you stick them in these boxes as affordably as you can, and then you stick them in a place where the bandwidth is very high. And that's as vertically integrated and cheap as you can provide storage, right? So take Backblaze.com. Backblaze.com has 100,000 plus hard drives, and they built their own special open sourced enclosures that hold 80 to 100 hard drives per 4U slot. So you can't get higher density. You can't buy the drives cheaper. They also built their own open source distribution where it copies the data over multiple places. So if you lose one, it's still good there. If you lose that one, it's still good there. It's like a RAID 5, but it's not a RAID 5. They did it differently. So it's already as cheap as it'll ever get. So now how does adding a token and a bunch of complexity and making everything harder improve that? What, you're going to replicate the data across more drives and make it cost more? You're going to have less reliable hardware? You're going to have slower connections? Look, the crappiest new drive will do read write at 120 megabytes, and that's with SMR magnetic technology. With normal PMR, it goes even faster. You're talking about 200 megabytes read and write. The stupid home internet connection that people have in their computers is upload 1 to 5 megabit, 1 to 5. So a bit is 1/8 of a byte. So a real normal brand new hard drive, 200 megabytes a second. Now you plug it into your internet connection at 5 megabits, and this is being very generous. 200 megabytes divided by 5 megabits, it would be, 50 times slower. So you could only get 50 times less speed out of the person's house through their connection than the hard drive was capable of. So the consumers are going to pay more for the drives, have less good connectivity, their connections will go up and down, have a very small portion of the ability of read writing of the drive passed on through the connection. And so where's the advantage here? We've got Backblaze, we've got Amazon Web Services, we've got a bunch of other ways to store data. How exactly are you making a project that makes the world better by having more people overpay for their drives, increase the failure of their computers from heat, tying up their SATA ports, which new motherboards only have 6 SATA ports on them, unless it's an ITX board, then I'll have 4. How is this good? It's all bad. It's all terrible. You'll never have a product that anyone uses. It'll have worse uptime. There's more middlemen. It'll be more expensive. It's just fucking terrible. So if you've got a storage project, you're probably an asshole. I'm sorry. Your idea sucks. Probably the least suck idea is IPFS, but it still sucks terribly. It's all terrible. Just use Backblaze and do your own sharding across Backblaze and something else. Anyway, most IC ideas are just the worst. Golem. Oh, let's talk about Golem. Hey, we've got a commodity, which is hardware and racks. And now, instead of just buying it from Amazon Web Services or from any of the other resellers of a bunch of commodity hardware and commodity racks on commodity internet connections that have been the same for 20 fucking years, they just trade out the parts for new Intel crap once every 2 years. Where's the efficiency? Where's the efficiency? You're going to do things in triplicate because you don't trust that node, so now you've got to do it 3 times? How about you just do it in-house, don't replicate it, don't look for a quorum, and then get all of the advantages of getting 3 times the speed for not having to replicate the work? Like, most distributed computers are very stupid. All right. IOTA? Yeah, IOTA's terribly stupid as well. So it's a federated system, which maybe that could work, but they have terrible user issues. They tried to build their own hash function, which is verboten. You're not allowed to roll your own crypto. It will always fail. There's only one rule you need to know in crypto. Don't write your own crypto. You're not doing it right. It will fail. It's the hardest stuff to do, and it's very few rules in computer science. There's a rule that everyone knows. You don't roll your own crypto. Now, they say that their coordinating thing, their little middleware, the thing that they control, the thing that's proprietary, the thing that if they turn it off, the whole network fails. Ha 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 ha. So there's one thing that if you turn it off, the whole network fails. Is that a distributed peer-to-peer cryptocurrency? Are you kidding me? Very stupid. IOTA sucks. But for some reason, their price is decorrelated from everyone else's price because they found a niche of people that just don't buy other cryptos. I don't know. It's weird, but it sucks. Byteball's better. It uses the same distributed acyclic graph technology, which doesn't have miners and doesn't have blocks, but uses federation. And federation might be okay as long as you don't get attacked that often. And right now, people aren't getting attacked that often. So I'm okay with experimentations in federation. I hope that Open Transactions comes up with releases their good federated solution. I would like to see Byteball do well. If IOTA stops sucking, great. I hope your experiment works out. Like, why do you need a cryptocurrency that has no adoption? Like, what for? Why? Like, why do you need, like, most of these projects are just so terrible. All right, on down the list. Civic. What are you gonna do with Civic? Okay, Let's say you give people a receipt for their voting. Now they can sell it. Now you've broken democracy. They used to do that, right? Way back when, people would sell their votes and democracy would get harmed. Well, if you give them a cryptographically proven receipt, they could sell that. That's bad. Oh, okay, well, we're going to use it to solve KYC, and admins are going to find it easier for their resetting of passwords. No. If I'm a system admin, which I guess I am, amongst a lot of other things, would I want the civic people to have access to my infrastructure as well as my users, as well as myself? 3 parties? Or would I rather it just be 2 parties, me and the user? So if it's just me and the user that have the password, it's a much smaller attack surface. If I now have to rely on a third party to issue passwords, reset passwords, have uptime, that's all bad. That's all terrible. That's all stupid. Why would I want to increase my attack surface and have a counterparty, which may not even be legal, depending on what, like if you're working with the government, I'm pretty sure the government is not going to allow you to shirk your responsibility to handle logins and passwords to some other distributed entity. No. And you know who else isn't going to allow you to do that shirking? No bank, no regulator, none of those guys can be like, oh, you don't do your own due diligence. You don't do your own AML, KYC. You have some other weird app do it that just works somehow magically. Oh, well, we won't screw you up when there's problems then. We'll just won't screw anyone up, right? No, they want to be able to get your records from you, and they want you to be responsible, not some stupid app. So when the regulator comes and goes, show me your books so I can put you in jail if you screwed something up, which sometimes they do, they have the ability to put you in jail if you screwed up. If they said, oh, well, let Civic do it, well, then they can't put you in jail. Well, then they can't fix anything when it goes wrong. They're not doing it. So Civic's a terrible idea. No use case. Even if it had a use case, even if banks are like, oh, it's cool. Yeah, go ahead. Let some other company that isn't even in our jurisdiction, that we have no control over, yeah, let them do all the legal stuff that's important. Even if they did that, their total market cap, their total market share is to compete with other people that already do that business. When you sign up to an exchange and you get your facts verified, it's done by an outsourced little company that has little minions looking at selfies and, looking at utility bills. That's all it is. So you've created a peer-to-peer distributed token blockchain app that competes with an Indian call center with people looking at selfies and water bills. Stupidest thing I ever fucking heard of. But you know what? The space is full of it. So you want to go do startups where like the whole market cap of your whole industry is like $2 million a year, but you raised like 200. Okay, like whatever. People, I tell people this stuff is stupid. I can't reach everybody. So best thing I can do is release projects that can reach people. If you want to see ICO bullshit stop, you got 3 options. You can become super, super, super good at marketing and reach everyone before they do and after they do and convince them to not fall for the marketing. That ain't going to happen. It's never happened. Bernie Madoff was scamming everybody, and there was an accountant that had him caught mathematically. These returns are impossible. And he sent the letter every year to the SEC, and the SEC never did shit. So that yelling and screaming to try and make things better, it don't really work. So what's your next option? You go to the regulators. Well, we covered that one. It doesn't work. It's not enough regulators. The criminals get away with it. There's just too goddamn many of them. Complaining to regulators don't work. Christa Rose did it. Wrote a letter. I told him, hey, send that letter to the SEC. He sent the letter to the SEC, physically written. The SEC sent out a statement that said, hey, this stuff's not that cool. And then that was it. Ethereum, DAO, completely not cool. Could have indicted the guy. Didn't indict the guy. Well, all right. Well, I guess complaining to regulators doesn't work. And I guess complaining to users that buy these stupid things doesn't work. And I guess complaining to the people that launch them doesn't work. They don't give a shit. So what are you going to do? The only thing that will work is launching other real things with real teams that really make the world better to compete for the same money. So then the honest project could buy ads that outcompete the scam projects. That actually works. And it works much better than, oh, well, if everyone goes broke and everyone loses their money, they'll learn better. They don't learn better, right? And they're already broke. So what value is learning better when you're already broke, right? Libertarians have this screwed up a little bit where they think that the free market solves everything. The free market doesn't solve everything. Free market is free because there's rules that are enforced. A unfree market is a market you can't get into because they break your legs when you try and get in, right? Like, is breaking Nancy Kerrigan's legs before an ice skating contest fair? No. Well, that's the difference between a market and a free market. A free market is what you do has to be good for the users and the society overall. You can get rich doing it. That's great. Everyone's got a level playing field. No monopolies. Have fun, right? If you take the referees off the field and let people do whatever they want, everyone gouges each other's eyes out. But they just forget about it. People forget about how these laws came into existence. If you're in the Navy and you see a stupid regulation, you don't understand why it's there, you look back in the history of it, you'll find someone died from that. And the reason that stupid regulation is there because somebody ruined it for everyone a long time ago by dying over something stupid. That's the reason we have electrical codes, because we got tired of watching houses burn down. But the libertarians forget that houses burn down because they haven't seen one in a long time. And they say, you know what? Everyone should be allowed to be an electrician. Until you see a place where that's really going down, like the Kowloon walled city in Hong Kong before they shut it down. It was a death trap. And it was the perfect libertarian place. All right. Chat. Bring Vitalik on my show. I think Vitalik's a very smart guy and pumped Bitcoin pretty good and is working on science and has a lot of potential. And, you know, unfortunately, his first project made a couple design errors, which in my eyes are fatal. So giving people the tools to hang themselves by giving them a buggy language by which to write smart contracts that fail and lose everyone's money, loses everyone's money. So he didn't use formalism, which would have helped. Wouldn't have solved everything, but it would have helped. And, you know, that attack surface and dual implementation in two different languages from two different teams will harm that project for the rest of time. It will always be down more than other projects because of its multiple implementations. It will always have more security failures because it's Turing complete, which means it has the maximum fuck ups possible. Any bug you want to write, we give you the tools to write that bug, and then you can lose money. Even the experts in the space, the experts who have the premier wallet, the Parity technology company, wrote a multi-sig from out of the box that lost all your money. I think 30 to 60 million was lost over that by not putting the word internal in the code. And it's assumed external. Well, that seems a little stupid. Shouldn't you not assume it's external? Shouldn't you make them declare, like, shouldn't fail safe instead of fail dangerous? Stupid. Now, maybe some developer could explain to me why failing dangerous is smarter than failing safe, but since the program is riddled with all types of other problems, I would imagine it was just another error. Let's go down here. 10x card? Guess what, guys? A prepaid MasterCard as a whole business would cost you maybe $30,000 to set up. So you could go compete with 10x for 30 grand. You get a bank account. You sign up as a reseller of prepaid cards. Maybe you have to put a bond with whatever bank licenses you. And then you have a Bitcoin wallet. Okay. Like, where's the magic? Like, the software that manages the prepaid cards is already out there and been in there for 20 years. So if you want to overpay a startup that is worth 30 grand, maybe add 20 grand for getting a bank account, maybe add 20 grand for jurisdictional arbitrage and setting up in a couple cool countries, maybe add another 20 grand for, like, you know, having people that are actually going to speak. Maybe that startup's worth 100 grand. And you paid what, 200 million, 100 million, 50 million? You guys are idiots. Sorry. But as stupid as you are, it's going to work out in the short term. In the short term, there's no race for the exits. Everything's fine. Just like every other bad investment in the world. It's all great until it's not great. And then the people that get out first live. The people that don't get out first lose everything. Stop investing in stupid shit. How is a fucking prepaid MasterCard making the world better? Hey, we've got a peer-to-peer cryptocurrency that's going to make the world better. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to suck MasterCard off. Hey, MasterCard, can What do you mean you can turn off our whole business whenever you want? Oh, like, what's wrong with you guys? It's the exact opposite of why we're here. So stupid. Can you go over the external hard drives? What about them? No. Like, go read Tech Power Up or AnandTech or Hard Forum or extremesystems.org. There's 50 places you can go read about hardware. I read that stuff every day. You can do it too. Bitcoin Cash, it's bullshit. It's a joke. It's garbage. It's a bunch of guys that wanted to launch an altcoin but couldn't do it on their own. So they needed to steal some press and be like, oh, it's the new Bitcoin. Nah, it's just another altcoin and it sucks. And it's bad, and the devs are bad, and the ecosystem's bad, and the way it was done was bad, and the price is crashing through the floor, and it's Chinese as shit, and it's centralized, and all of its mining's a single dude. It's bad in every single way. Dev network, the worst. Mining centralization, the worst. Branding, the worst. They weren't even smart enough to get their own name. They had to suck the Bitcoin teat. Go get your own name. It's smarter. If you're going to start a startup, you get your own name. Then you don't have to change it. Like GoTo became Overture, right? IBM, IBM wasn't that bad actually. Their business failed for a different reason. That wasn't a name. I could give you a long list of companies that have changed their name because they figured out that you need a unique name to be a good business. If you're too stupid to know that, you probably shouldn't be in the startup game. Veritasium is a giant scam that has absolutely no utility whatsoever, run by a charismatic guy that is fun to watch on television. You're going to find a lot of that in the space. I don't know anything about ARK, but anything that climbs the ranks like that I don't know about, probably pretty terrible. Metal, Metal only pumped because CNBC guy mentioned it. Whatever. Like, do you really want like a US-based crypto? I don't know. I'm not going to shit talk it. I don't know enough about it to reliably insult it. Onward. You guys are you know what, guys? I'm going to let you in a secret. I'm not going through CoinMarketCap and telling you about 100 altcoins. Fuck you. All right? Go do your own research. There's a nice abbreviation for that. I think it's DYOR. I believe that's what you're supposed to do. DYOR, do your own research. Realize that you should get wrecked. Realize that you're investing in something that's not getting mentioned on TV much, not getting a Ledger X options, not having Tim Ferriss and Ray Dalio talking about it on a podcast. You're buying a stupid thing in the hopes that other stupid people buy it after you. So if you like playing musical chairs with your money and hoping you're not the last guy out, go have fun with your bullshit musical chairs, shitcoins. They're called shitcoins for a reason. I'm not going to sit here and promote shitcoins. They're shitcoins. And to tell you the truth, they're stealing developers away from what could be useful projects. And they're stealing financial liquidity away from what could be useful projects. And they're stealing mind share and time by staring at stupid projects. And it's bad. It's bad for everyone involved. If these were better startups with traction and prototypes and utility and advantages and efficiencies that could outcompete other businesses, I would be all for it. They're all bullshit. Let me know when one has actual users that care to use it because it's better than other things. I'll back off my bullshit claim. On down the list. Yeah. So every one of you guys mentioning alts, fuck you. Dump your bags, buy Bitcoin, feel good. And then the next time the price crashes, you don't have to watch the price crash twice as hard in your stupid altcoin. You can just watch it price single hard in the real coin. All right. So some guy says buy Bitcoin only. No. Okay. I think Byteball is cool because they hand it out for free. So go get your free Byteball. If they do another Lumens airdrop, go get it for free. They handed out Bcash for free. Go get it for free. They handed out BGold for free. Go get it for free, right? If you hold Bitcoin, you have a lot of other little dividend-looking things that you're going to get for free. Go play with those, right? You don't have to lose your life savings playing with altcoins. And when there's altcoins that have value, you're going to hear about it. So For instance, this thing Ledger, it's not correlated with the Bitcoin price. It stands up to drawdowns. But I think I looked at the graph and it's meant to be pegged to the dollar, and it does stick to the dollar. So really you're just owning dollars with like extra exchange risk. That's what it looks like. So it obviously has a utility. However, that utility is that you can't get rich on it because it's pegged to the dollar. So is it useful? Apparently. Can you get rich on it? No. And now you don't care about it, huh? Because you don't actually care about the utility. You care about getting rich. So all you guys are like, Richard's a Bitcoin maximalist. You just mad because you just want to get rich too. Okay. Down the list. Did we tether? Remember, we're on a 20-second delay. Let me rephrase that. When I speak, it's delayed 20 seconds to you. But when you type, I get it in real time. What do I like besides Bitcoin that's not free? Well, I'll like my token when it comes out, and it's not free. So there's that. Good luck. Doesn't have a name yet. What cryptos do I like besides Bitcoin? If you need anonymity, use Monero. I don't like the 20% pre-mine on Zcash. Oh, it's not 20%. It's 20% for the first 5 years, which in crypto time is forever. So it's 20%. And Roger Ver founded it. And it's an altcoin. And it has undetectable inflation, so that if someone were stealing a lot of coins, you wouldn't know it. I don't like any of that shit. So if you need anonymity, I'd use Monero. But I wouldn't stay in it. I'd stay in the one that has network effect. Are there other coins I like? I like Byteball because it's an experiment with federation and no mining and no blocks, and has a great UI, and it has a great initial distribution. So I like that one a lot. I wouldn't say a lot. I mean, it still has risk that it's being handed out by some Russian dude. That's obviously a risk. You know, you could just take all the coins for himself. Not all of them, but the ones that haven't been distributed yet. Or the Federation could break. So they're handing out for free. Buy some BTC, you get free Byteball, right? Yeah. I don't know of any other tokens that are like useful and good. Tether, Bitcoin, Monero if you need anonymity, my token when it comes out. That's all I can think of right now. If you guys would list some that didn't suck, I would point at them and go, look, it doesn't suck. But you guys just buy bags of shitcoins, so it's probably because that's mostly all that's available. It's not really your fault. Where can I find your book? If you go to my Twitter, which is Richard Hartwin on Twitter, then you click, on the left there's going to be a link called Discord. It's going to bring you to like my voice channel where people are always talking and chatting to each other. And then you click the pin on the top right, and it's going to show some text about the new token, which I'm launching. And at the bottom of that, there's going to be a little link to the SciVive book, How You Can Survive Through Science. Get rich, laid, paid, fit, everything, right? Smarter, faster, everything. And then live for a long time too. It's a great book, but it's not a book. It's an outline, and it's messy, and it's 250,000 words. So your attention span will run out long before you run out of material. Made Safe's a joke. It's vaporware. It's a great idea if it wasn't vaporware. It'd be cool. Yeah, Craig Wright doesn't own shit, because if Craig Wright owned shit, he wouldn't be getting loans. He'd be spending his wealth, right? But a guy that needs loans and needs to sue people for money and needs to like work with other people and be employed and stuff, employees in general are employed not because they want to be, but because they have to be. Like me, I'm not employed because I actually have Bitcoins. So I don't need a job. So if you see a guy with a job, probably not that many Bitcoins. Yeah, you guys really did try and list every coin in CoinMarketCap. Screw yourselves. So dumb. May all of your shitcoins go to zero. Whatever crap I talk about Ethereum, just imagine that your shitcoin running on top of Ethereum is worse. So take all of the things I say about Ethereum being bad And whatever stupid thing you're building on it is even worse. Yeah. Does it take 21 million holders of Bitcoin to pump the price to the moon? No. Do you think the price will be controlled by margin traders? No. Okay, so this is a common misconception. The Deutschmark used to be the currency that was used in Germany, and then they stopped using it. And now they use the euro. They used to use one currency that looked a certain way and had a certain value, and then they switched. And now they use a different currency that looks a different way and has a different value, and it worked better. Okay? So when Bitcoin replaces the euro, you're not going to care about its price in euros the same way that you don't care about the euro's price in Deutschmarks, because the old thing gets replaced by the new thing. So Bitcoin won't go to the moon, it will become the moon. It's actually a really cool quote. Somebody should tweet that. Richard Hart, when Bitcoin goes to the moon, it becomes the moon, because you're not pricing it in dollars anymore. A Bitcoin will be worth one Bitcoin. It won't be worth some other stupid thing that no one cares about anymore. What longevity things do I do? Not much. Nothing. I literally do no longevity things. My schedule's all over the place. I eat too much. I was playing a lot of a sport. That was nice. The only thing you could say I do is have an end game to have technology built which outperforms anything I could do personally. So if I did all of the longevity things that you could reasonably do by eating less, having a better schedule, getting specific tests to see if some type of supplements will work better for me, like all that stuff might add 4 years. You know, ice cream tastes good. Maybe it's worth 4 years. And if I get this other technology thing to work out better, I can get 40 years. Technology beats health, and you can't pass the health on to your kids. You know, if you're a woman, those eggs are already pre-rolled. The DNA is already set. It ain't changing. You'll have some epigenetic changes as the fetus is coming to term. But, you know, the gestation period isn't going to make a lot of changes beyond the random variation amongst the eggs themselves. So if you want your kids to have better lives, having a six-pack and eating healthy, it doesn't really carry on down to them that well. What does carry on is technology. So if you cure cancer, it's cured forever. If you cure heart disease, it's cured forever. And either of those things is only worth 3 years. If you cure heart disease, people only get 3 years. If you cure cancer, people only get 3 years. If you cure them both, you get 7 years. I'm not going to explain the math, but it's accurate. 3 plus 3 is 7 in this case. So if you can do anything else to prolong the healthy, enjoyable lifespan, I like to call it a health span of a human being, by 3.01 years, now you've done more for mankind than curing cancer. And unlike curing cancer, which just, you know, keeps you alive in a crappier state longer, keeping people in a health span, like preventing things, keeps them in a younger, more youthful state longer. So the extra years that you're buying have a higher quality. So you know, if you averaged out the quality cost or benefit, you'd probably only need to get maybe 2.5 years of extra life through any intervention to outperform curing cancer, because the value of those years is better than the cancer cure years. Anyway, TA65 is stupid. It doesn't do anything, or they never would have sold it to the guy. He's just a licensee. It's dumb. Fuck your altcoin. You, Mr. PivX mentioner. I don't care. Pegged crypto assets. I already mentioned it. I already mentioned Tether. Why aren't you watching? Maybe you're a latecomer. Maybe USDT isn't Tether, but I think it is. If it's not, it's of similar utility. What's my take on anti-ASIC coins? I'll actually answer this one, because one, it doesn't mention a specific coin, which I'm so tired of. I've done all the top 10 already, I think. Well, I haven't, but I've done enough. So Anti-ASIC coins are at a disadvantage from a security perspective because the utility the mining of the coin has reduces the cost of attacking the network because you're getting a rebate from the side utility. If you want to use GPUs to attack a network, once you've destroyed the network, you can resell the GPUs. If you buy a bunch of SHA-256 hardware to mine Bitcoin and you attack the Bitcoin network and destroy it or harm it, you're not able to sell the SHA-256 hardware for very much money because you just destroyed the only thing that it was good at. So having ASIC resistant hardware is bad for the security model of proof of work systems. I will say that for whatever reason, due to the lack of attacks at the network level, that you could probably survive as a proof of work coin on GPUs. So I think it's okay for now, but it's not better. It's a little less good. I will say that it has some centralization advantages because the points at which you can buy GPUs are so much wider and fairer than having only one or two entities that you can purchase from and half the time pre-mine on your gear anyway against you. So, I mean, if I had to choose between the existing mining hardware ecosystem in Bitcoin and then just swapping it out for Intel, AMD, and NVIDIA, I would take Intel, AMD, and NVIDIA. And it's a little bit unrealistic because those guys actually use all chip fabs anyway, like TSMC and Global Foundries. Intel, for the most part, doesn't. They have their own fabs. So I guess I'll change my statement too. If I had to choose between the ecosystem we have now and in-house designed ASICs from AMD and NVIDIA that were then manufactured in anyone's fab, whether it be Samsung, whoever Huawei uses, like you can go on Wikipedia and look up all the chip fabs. There are not many of them because they're $2 to $6 billion to create. This is maybe only 40 of them globally. I would prefer that. I'd prefer the wider distribution. Miner centralization is a problem. The more countries that we have miners, the more resistant we are to bullshit. And that's the whole game. This all exists to make us resistant to bullshit. Best nootropics. Nootropics don't really work. So if you read the book in the body section, it's going to explain to you why you shouldn't experiment on a complex system, because it's much easier to fuck a complex system up than it is to make it better, which is the reason that doctors have the law that states, first do no harm. That's the first rule. Do no harm, right? The Hippocratic Oath. So it's because it's a lot easier to do harm than it is to fix things. So when you start screwing with your personality and nootropics, a lot of times it'll not work out well, and you might not even know it is not working out well because your ability to measure whether it's working out well gets fucked up too. So like people get on modafinil and you'll see them shaking. Like if you watch the last interview with, which I thought was actually a very good interview, which is surprising, the interview on CNBC with McAfee. Now I know he's like 70, but you could still see him twitching in the interview. And it looked like modafinil twitch to me, but it could have been Parkinson's. It could have been a weird tic, I see people that screw around with their bodies have unexpected problems. It's not worth the trade. All you need to do is build a good habit, and the habit will keep paying off for the rest of your life. So if you make the habit, you build it, it tends to stick, it's going to do better than all the drugs you can throw at it. Because listen, if you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing, and you take drugs, now you're a guy on drugs not doing what he's supposed to be doing. Like it doesn't fix that problem. Like the most important problem is the highest and best use of action, the efficiency of action. And then if you've got the efficiency of action right, which is super rare, you're doing the right thing. If you're doing the right thing, then, you could try doing life hacks. Like if you eat less, you don't have to sleep as much, you get some free time. There's a lot of tips for how to save time, right? Like you're already in the bathroom, shit, shower, and shave. You're already in the room. right? Save time. Like there's just a lot of little things you can do, like reduce transition time, work from home, work near home, live at the office. Like, why are you driving, right? Wasting gas, getting run into, getting honked at, doing road rage. Like, there's so many places people could save time. So correctness of action, maybe meditation. I'm not doing it, but I probably should. Those things pay off better than any nootropic. Most people that are on nootropics, they're not actually that productive. I'll give an exception to Adderall. People seem to get more work done in Adderall. Like, if it makes people clean their houses, it's obviously having an effect. Going to the end of chat here. Richard is a smart, informed guy, but it looks hold on. This guy's an idiot, so I'm sure his comment's going to be stupid, but I like reading stupid people's comments. Richard is a smart, informed guy, but it looks he is preparing to pump his own coin. Why? He is wrong about Ripple and BAT. Richard's focus seems to be based on leveraging his skills. That's the worst shit post I've seen, man. That's one compliment, 2 shitcoin pumps, 1 appeal to me being evil for a coin, which you know nothing about, and then I think another compliment at the end. Did I focus on my skills? Your comment's fucking terrible, dude. KYS. Google that. Then do it. Just kidding. Autonomous cars. Yeah, they're great. They're just going to put 3 million people out of work in the States because it's the most common profession that human beings have in America, transportation. So you got to get that social net ready to catch those people. It's going to be great. You're going to need less cars because they spend more duty cycle on the road, and they're going to get less accidents, and they're going to drive more fuel efficiently. And yeah, it's all awesome except for the 3 million unemployed people. Getting flashed at. Yeah, getting flashed at's awesome. I remember the first time it happened. Spring break, in the car, couple girls backseat, flash. Man, we went back to that same corner so many times. Never happened again. It's good stuff, though. I hope you're not talking about like high beam flashing. I hope you're talking about girls spring break flashing. Explain how BTC increases in value. No. Maybe this isn't for you. You probably shouldn't be investing in anything. God. No. China shakedown. Covered the hell out of that. I covered China. When this is over, rewind it. Chinese people only have to use VPNs and use BitShares exchange. Cool. There's other exchanges too, like BISQ, which is BitSquare, and there's also the option to use those little encrypted sticks, which are called OpenDime. They look like memory sticks, but they're encrypted, and you can sell people your Bitcoin without you being able to like steal it back. Pretty neat. So it's not like, oh, look, I made a copy of the private key. I sold it to you, but then I moved the coins real quick. You can't double spend them. BTC is crashing now. Oh, well, it'll go back up. Whatever. Buy it. Buy the dip, baby. I did my part. Know yourself. Thank you. Richard spends his time as Bitcoin maximalist, but sorry, Max, I'm not reading your shit anymore, brah. You suck. You're lucky I don't just ban you. You're terrible. Help Richard. Yeah, I'm just going to ban this guy real quick. You don't post donation links for me. Fuckface. I don't need donations, and you don't either, so get a little report. Bye-bye. No scammers, thank you. Universal basic income. Yeah, unless you want a bunch of truck drivers robbing houses, you need it. You know, no reasonable economy can withstand the rate of unemployment that's going to come from automation. automation is getting faster and faster. And the number of jobs that can be automated is more and more. Like, there aren't that many jobs that can't be automated, you know. Mostly human on human jobs are the ones that will be automated last or never. And the rate of retraining and retasking is far slower than the rate at which they will be displaced. So if you don't have that safety net to catch them, you will have civil unrest and riots and like game over. I mean, new government. So yeah, universal basic income is super important in nations that have a desire to serve their citizens or increases in technology. BTC price predictions. I think we're going to the moon. I can see 6,000 as soon as the Chinese figure out that something they like very much is going to be much harder to get. And all this FUD is forgotten. People forget FUD pretty quickly, particularly when the price pumps. So if there's any fear, it won't last a day or two, and then it'll be back up. Remember, like, we were at 3,000 hours ago, and now we're not there anymore? Well, it's even easier to move people's emotions than it is to move that price. So this FUD, sky is falling crap, will disappear to the, oh, yeah, I want to get in now, FOMO. And they should be FOMO'd. Like, it's time. You know how you always say that you always hear that things are underestimated, how far they'll go in a year or two, but they overestimate how far a thing goes in 1 or 2 years, but they underestimate it in 5 to 7. That's where we're at. We get to reap the reward now of kicking all that ass that so many startups have done in year 7. You know, it just took a little bit longer. So we're getting like the same type of really cool startup, awesome like adoption and good news. Everything's going great. Like, we're getting that now. And, you know, the people that bought at all of these other times before, they were a little too early, right? They bought at 30 and 266 and 1,300. And I guess it would be nearly impossible to be down on money on Bitcoin right now, because you would have had to have bought within the last 2 weeks in order to be down. And if you didn't buy in the last 2, maybe 4 weeks, like let's say 5, if you didn't buy Bitcoin in the last 5 weeks, you're up, period. So the vast, vast, vast majority of Bitcoin investors, users are up a lot because the currency's up a lot and has existed for a really long time. So it's a good bet. You know, if you invest in VC, you're 90% to lose. If you invest in your own business, you're 90% to lose. If you invest in this, you're not 90% to lose. You're 90% to win. It's a really good deal. Like, it's a really good deal. Like, the upside is so high that even if this stuff was 5 times riskier, it would still be an amazing bet. You guys love altcoins. Why? Whatever. I know why. Because you like the volatility. If you buy it right, it goes up real fast. If you buy it wrong, it goes down real fast. Well, if you like volatility, go get margin on Bitcoin. Margin creates the same volatility. And then you have a network that doesn't go down all the time. So if you want to be a degenerate gambler, then go degenerate gamble with my AF code on my, what do you call it? You get 10% discount on fees with the AF code in the top of my Twitter. Go be degenerate, or take my advice and don't trade. Yeah, cloud mining's terrible. If you buy your coins instead of mining them, then you get them faster and they appreciate really quick. So you get them for that time when they're appreciating. If you buy mining hardware, you have to wait for your coins. And then the hardware you bought goes down, the difficulty goes up, you get less reward, and you didn't earn the reward that would have come from holding the coins earlier and purchasing them at a lower price. So buying coins always outperforms buying mining hardware by 3 to 10 times. Like, it's 300 to 1,000%. Cloud mining is even stupider. You take the shitty deal of a 3 to 10 times worse, and then create counterparty risk and profit sharing with people that figure out every way to fuck you. If you're cloud mining, you're stupid. And that's stupid. I mean, it's like mining's fun. I like mining, but it's a very bad financial decision. And cloud mining is a bad financial decision times extra bad financial decision squared. Very stupid. Your opinion on recreational and medical cannabis. I don't know. Go ahead. Have fun. You know, like, gotta have some fun. Otherwise, not much reason to be here. Do I still buy BTC? Yeah, I love it. It's great. And it's particularly bullish now. Do I like Mr. Robot? I like the little Egyptian actor dude. He's like super good actor. And I like some of the technical stuff, but some of it's a little forced. Like, I kind of quit the show in the middle of a season. Just got bored with it. So I'll watch it again just because apparently so many other people like it. But if a show loses me in the middle, they screwed up their character arcs. BTC Gold. Yeah, great. You know, every single airdrop and altcoin that wants to give BTC holders free coins, I support. As long as you're not a dirty forker. As long as you got replay protection and your own brand and hopefully some reason to exist, go for it. Have fun. I hope it works. Scrolling down chat. I'll put chat on this side so I face you guys more. Some guy says, I disagree, cloud mining is bad 100% of the time. Oh, an exception finder. Hey guys, we found an exception finder. Finding exceptions is so hard. It's not like they prove the rule or anything. But I'll read the rest of his comment. I have actually made profit from something he's shilling for, which I bought just after BTC went up. I already make my money back. You're an idiot. Go do math and take that money and imagine how much you would have made if you just bought coins, and then shut up because you don't know how to do math. The math is very clear. Okay? Idiot. Yeah, Game of Thrones is cool. Good show. Richard is just pontificating. This is where people try and sound smart with long words. Complaining effective use of time while he gains weight. So where is this effective action in practice? It's the same asshole. No, I didn't want to read any more Max comments. Let me tell you, Max, have you heard of Michael Jordan? Michael Jordan was a basketball player. He was really good at what he did. And he had a coach. And you know what his coach could do? Not dunk a basketball. So it turns out that being smart and giving good advice is a separate skill set from using good advice. So a big fat dum-dum can give you fantastic advice about dieting and fitness. If the advice is good, it's good on its own, whether he chooses to eat cake or not. So, yeah. Or maybe you should just never have a coach. Or maybe you should have a lot of coaches because you can't find any that can't do what you can do. Because everyone can do what you can do because you suck. And for fun, because I accidentally read your comment, we're going to the remove and you're gone. Fuck off. BCH. No idea. More altcoins. What about FBI owning 140,000 BTC? Can they use these or do they need to destroy the private keys? Pretty sure they already auctioned those off and sold them to venture capitalists. So yeah, what the government does with seized property is they auction it off and they publicly notify the world that they're having an auction and what is being auctioned off so that people have time to gather up funds and meet the specifications of the auction. So the last couple times that I was aware that there were government auctions going on for coins that were seized, you could see what they ended up selling for because it was public knowledge. And you could see who... You might not have always been able to see what they sold for. But I know that in one case you could tell who bought them, and then I think in other cases you could tell what they sold for. But you're just going to find out that they get auctioned off like any other property, and there's a lot of seized property America likes to seize property, mostly civil forfeiture. Google it. Civil forfeiture is where you're guilty before proven innocent, and it's bad. There was more money in America seized through civil forfeiture than there was stolen. That's not that good, right? You thought crime was a problem? Civil forfeiture is a problem. Rich, if you never bought deep BTC, what would you be doing now? I was rich before BTC, so I like business. I'd be doing business, or I'd be just as retired as I am now, I guess. I don't know. How do exchanges that accept USD make profit when they sold me Bitcoin at 1,000, but then I sold them back the same coin in 4 months? Well, yeah. How does any store make money selling things for more than what they bought them for? Like, my analogy that I just offered wasn't the correct one for his stupid question, but his question, well, all right, fine, I'll answer it. So when you bought the Bitcoin at 1,000, you really just gave that to someone else that wasn't the exchange. They just acted as a middleman and moved the money to another party. And then when you sold them for 4,000, you didn't really sell them to exchange. You sold them to another counterparty that, the exchange made a little fee on. So your counterparty is not the exchange. Your counterparty is the other person that you don't know who they are on the other side of the transaction. And if the exchange was the counterparty, it would go out of business because it would make bad decisions in expectation of volatility, and it wouldn't be able to pay its bills, and it would go out of business. So most exchanges don't trade their own books, I don't think, because it's risky. Particularly risky in this, any whale can come and dump the price whenever he wants if he's got enough coins. Dump it for a little while anyway. Going through chat here. Richard telling people to invest in Bitcoin instead of mining. Sounds like you would support proof of stake instead of proof of work. Yeah, I would support proof of stake instead of proof of work if it worked, but it does not. Proof of stake does not work. It takes the energy that was burnt over proof of work and destroys the same amount of capital in a different way by making capital lock up and not have utility. And there's risks of nothing at stake attacks, and there's risks of rewriting the whole chain for free because you can rewrite the chain as much as you want. Like, you can lie as often as you like because there's no downside to lying, right? And then all these new magical hand wavy fancy proof of stake solutions are supposed to use fee lockup to prevent that. But fee lockup is another proof of work. It's work to lock up the fees. It's work to choose new random participants to hope that you stop collusion. I'm sure that you're too dumb to understand all the stuff I'm saying anyway. So if you want to learn about why proof of stake sucks and doesn't work, a guy much smarter than me will explain it to you. His name is Paul Stortz, and you can find him on Twitter at TruthCoin. TruthCoin, no space. @ TruthCoin. That's Paul, and he will tell you why proof of stake is garbage. He's probably the expert on why proof of stake is garbage. On down the list. Thank you, Richard. You're welcome. Est coin versus Draghi versus Euro. Well, Draghi and Euro are on the same team, so there's no verse there. And why would the person that runs a currency union want competition? And particularly competition from its own member states that signed agreements that said that they wouldn't have alternative currencies. So in this case, even though I made a meme that said, haha, Estonia, you suck, your boss, the EU, says you can't have crypto, too bad for you, you're just gonna have to use Bitcoin. In reality, they signed an agreement that said that they wouldn't do that. So you can either leave the union and abide by your contract terms, like Britain kind of maybe might one day maybe kind of do. If you sign an agreement and it says you're going to do a thing, you should do the thing. So if you're a member of the union, you've been reaping benefits from it, and it says you don't get to have your own currency, you don't get to have your own currency. Don't be a baby. If you want to have your own currency, leave the union. I don't see that happening in the short term. I respect you a lot. Wish you wouldn't play the stupid card. Who's playing the stupid card? I'm smart as fuck. Most of the people watching are smart as fuck. Some people are stupid. That's life. It's like unavoidable. People love these tits. Do you guys love these tits? I get a lot of comments about these. Maybe I should put up an article, like a donation address. You can buy me some new shirts. Do you foresee a time when whales cannot manipulate the market? Yeah, sure. Once we have enough economic mass, like that's any market, right? Like the only thing that protects markets from being able to be manipulated is mass. 7 years in Bitcoin is like 40 human years. Yep. Do you think eBay and Amazon will start accepting Bitcoin in 2 years? I think eBay is a special case because they were so entrenched with PayPal for so long, and PayPal would consider Bitcoin a threat, I think. But they might not, PayPal might integrate Bitcoin as they have done other payment systems. So I would call it 50-50, like 50% PayPal hates Bitcoin if it gets adopted more, and 50% PayPal like adopts it and tries to advertise it as an extra benefit. It would really depend on the individual human that was deciding on that path, which might be high enough level up that it could just decide on the CEO of PayPal. How old am I, Richard? I'm 100, but it's all that longevity tech. Works great. General Bison, meh. Are you hiring any devs? Probably. If you are a good blockchain developer, maybe a Solidity developer, definitely a Fortran developer, email me. richardhartauthor@gmail.com. It might be an ERC20 token. I don't know. I hate the ecosystem. Like, sure, I'll take your ERC20, but, if I can have a system that works without the counterparty risk of your guys' crap being down all the time, I would prefer it. So, I would rather keep the maximum utility outside of that ecosystem. And, yeah, I don't know. It's probably going to be an ERC20 token, but if I can find a way to not have it be that, I'd prefer it. I'd call that a 60-40. I would go 60%. It's probably going to be an ERC token. You guys love these boobs, dude. I'm going to lose these boobs just to piss Chad off. Good luck on that. What's your thoughts on coins that have some real word value from mining? Like I said, like if you can, that's what my coin's going to have, right? So everything in the world that's good, that's advanced, has to be built in a computer first, because it's just too expensive to build giant things or complicated things as prototypes. Like, can you imagine if you didn't have a blueprint for the World Trade Center and you're just like, we'll just build one and hope it works out? You got to model it first. So if you can have people perform proof of work that has an external utility, like computational fluid dynamics, which is the token I'm working on, it does make it less secure. However, the amount of security that it needs to be doesn't need to be as high, because you can isolate that proof of work from the securing of the token itself. So now this is just hypothetical. I'm just brainstorming with you here. If you had an ERC20 token, that being used for accounting would have its own security model entirely separate from whatever other side proof of work that was being done. So it would be like a series arrangement. This token accounts for pricing and reward and affinity in the CFD ecosystem. And then it could give you rights to the thing. Like, I don't know. It seems like an attack vector. Yeah, it might have to be routed around one day if attacks become common. But right now I'm not familiar with any network attacks occurring on GPUs or alternatively useful things. So, the security model could be improved a lot of different ways. I'm not worried about it. I mean, look, your options are to either have the product and then see what problems show up and fix them, or circle jerk and dream of problems that would have never happened anyway, and then never have a product and then never have anything to fix, which is most software. Most software never gets out of beta, never gets used. And if they do, they're like, oh shit, we built the wrong thing. Oops. I guess everyone can get fired now. So I believe in minimum viable products and iteration. Much better product market fit. Is Richard Hart a pseudonym? I don't think so. If electricity costs go down, but hash rate goes up, how will this affect the price of Bitcoin? It won't. I mean, they compete for the same number of coins. Electricity costs more, could cost less, miners could cost more, could cost less. It all cancels out in the end because they compete against each other. As soon as it becomes unprofitable, they stop. As soon as it becomes profitable, they start. It's actually a really cool system. I like that. Thoughts on TRT? If you want to lift a lot of weight and, risk back knee and risk gyno, like bitch tits, TRT could be really cool because you get to have lots of muscle, right? So take a guy like Joe Rogan, you look at him when he was on television with news radio, wasn't very big. Now he's a lot bigger. He takes testosterone. A lot of people do. And if you read my book, you're going to see a little section in there called Everyone Cheats. And it's because billions of dollars get sold of these chemicals, which make you skinnier and make you stronger. And you got to think, somebody's taking all those chemicals. Somebody's spending that money. Maybe it's the people that are skinny and strong. So if you're not skinny and strong, don't feel that bad, because half the people you see that you're jealous of, they're on every piece of gear you can buy. Onward. Am I mining any coin? No. I don't like hearing the fans and there's no money in it. I could, but I choose not to. It's not worth, X number of dollars a day. Jamie Dimon didn't buy no damn BTC through his corporation in some country he's not near. Jamie Dimon didn't buy BTC from a Swedish Bitcoin exchange. That's stupid. So, and why do you care what he buys anyway? Like, is he your investment advisor? Do you really want his advice on Bitcoin? He's been wrong since day one. Is that the advice you want to take? He's not a startup entrepreneur. He's not a trader. He's part of the old thing we're replacing. Is his advice really what you want? There's other people you can point to that are bankers that are buying and are tech entrepreneurs that are buying. You don't need him to buy. Trying to catch up here, beset by Jehovah's Witnesses. Just tell them you're not interested. They leave. It's not hard. They're not pushy. Is Barry Silbert involved with ETC? Well, sure. I mean, he's most of their purchase volume through his little trust and shit, right? Yeah, he owns a lot of it, I'm sure. Sure. Totally involved. He's probably their number one shill. And I don't use that as like a negative term in this case. Their number one supporter, I will say. It's just slang. I respect that Richard was brainwashed in the past and broke out of it. I disrespect your presupposition. Keep it. But I'll take the half that was a compliment before the negative presupposition. UFOs are real. Great. We all get brainwashed. No. Man, you guys. Is this what happens when the stream goes on? Like a 2-hour stream, it just like degenerates into dum-dums? More suppositions in here. Richard, are we your friends? Nope. I don't know you guys. You're probably mostly losers. Like, why would I want to be your friend? What do you have to offer me? Like, I'm all ears. Like, what would make you a good friend? That you exist? A lot of people exist, right? This is a meritocracy. If you want to be my friend, you got to bring to the table what I bring to the table. Boobs. Good one. More altcoins. Why don't you guys look? It's obviously all of you people want to get rich. That's fine. I have a YouTube video called How to Get Rich. You buy stuff and you sell it for more than you bought it for. It scales. It takes very little money to start up. You can do it out of your house. That's how I got started. Works really good. Do that. right? Stop trying to risk your life savings on stupid shit coins because the normal goes up all the time. Bitcoin just isn't enough risk for you. You need more risk. It's got to be riskier. Idiots. I have a video on how to get rich. Watch it. Please discuss the world problems your coin will solve. Pfft. Did I pay you to say that? What is this, like a gimme? Okay. Sure. I'm glad you asked. Right now, since everything that's good's got to get modeled, there's only one software everyone uses right now. It's called Ansys Fluent, and that company makes $1 billion a year selling its software. It's a lot of money for a software company. They've got 90% market share, and their software sucked for 15 years, and it doesn't get better, and it's expensive. So if you have a startup, it's really nice to have a startup, and one, an ecosystem that has a lot of money in it. Two, an ecosystem that's been stagnant for 15 years. And three, is ripe for a shakeup. So this piece of software that we've got, I think it's 150,000 lines of code. It's already written, already works. It's faster and more accurate than any other computational fluid dynamics software that exists. And all those supercomputers that you see with blinking lights, they're all doing modeling. That's what they do. Like, that's what they're all doing, because it's the hardest stuff that we have that we can have computers do. So it's really cool to have a project that, one, has a market that needs fixed. Two, is better than anything else that's out there. Three, isn't vaporware. It already exists and works and is proven. That's all really good. Like, that's better than any other ICO I've seen. Every other ICO is selling shit that doesn't exist, that doesn't have a real market. Like, I guess you could say the financial ones have a market, but I don't think most of the other ones do. So it's faster, more accurate. It's just very, very good. If you want to read about it, go on the Discord. Go to my Twitter. Click the Discord. I'm going to give the Discord link to chat. Fuck it. All right, chat. You're getting a Discord link. Here you go, chat. There's Discord. Or not. Let's try it again. If you click the link, the little pin top right, if you're on a cell phone, sometimes it's like 3 dots. You click that, then you click the pin, and then you'll see a little bit about the token and my book, which is an outline, which is full of really awesome smart people stuff. Hot red-headed Jehovah's Witnesses. All right. Why hasn't BTH been completely dumped? It's so funny that crap coin, we can't even figure out what's called. Is it BCC? BCH? BCH? You just called it BTH, which I've never even heard before. Like, that's a totally new one. It is dumped. Isn't it like 0.10 right now? And that's with no one ever even having like tried to dump it yet. All right, we're going to take a quick look at the markets to check the Bitcoin price. Ethereum, $240, and Bitcoin Cash, $420. But it's so dumb. Like, you can't use those numbers, right? Let's look at market caps. Bitcoin Cash market cap, $7 billion, and Ethereum market cap, $23 billion, and Bitcoin, $58 billion. Pretty good, pretty good. Bitcoin price says 3,500. It's pretty good. I like it. I like it a lot. If the Bitcoin price is 3,500 after every terrible thing that could possibly happen has happened, that's really good. That's really, really good. If I told you a couple of years ago, hey, China's just going to straight up ban Bitcoin, and they're going to do it over and over and over and over again over a couple of days, what do you think is going to happen to the price? Would your answer have been, normal, random 40% retrace? No, it wouldn't have been that. And then jump right back up? It wouldn't have been that. So super bullish. Love it. Absolutely love it. Buy the dip, boys. Buy the dip. All right, looking back at chat. Give me a F chair, Richard, and consider this. What's an F chair? Doesn't make any sense. Time could have had no beginning, since to argue it would be the equivalent of arguing that motion could have existed before time. I'm going to let you in on a secret. There are problems that are not yours. There are the problems of the past, which you cannot influence. There are problems of the far future, which you won't be able to participate in. And then there's the problems of today. So wondering about the very beginnings of our reality is as useful as wondering about Daenerys Targaryen's dragons. It's fan fiction, and it's not relevant, it's not useful, it's not good thought experiment, and it doesn't lead to other discoveries. So the less stupid circle jerking fiction thinking that you can do, the more real utility, you've got a limited time here, use it properly thinking you can do. So like right now, I'm making evergreen content. This will be on the internet probably after I no longer exist. So it's slightly useful. And right now there's 600 people watching. Imagine I could have had the same conversation with a single person. No evergreen content, benefited one person instead of 600. I'm not going to say this is 600 times better. It's probably 1,000 times better. So the less you can do one-on-one talk with single people stuff, if you're smart and have something to really offer, the more you can speak at scale, the better. I made a video about speaking at scale and more smart people like coming out and using their skills as smart people, not being fearful little pussies and leaving all the yelling to the stupid people. If more smart people had the courage to speak up, more smart ideas would get advertised, the world would be a better place. Instead, the Dunning-Kruger effect makes the dumbest people think they're the smartest, and then they yell the most, and we have a stupider world. So, in summary, I decline your fan fiction question. I could give you a better answer. Find a better question that'll make your life better. No answer to that question will improve your life or anyone else's. Do I have an MAE for the coin token? What? I hope you're not trying to type PDF. I don't know what an MAE is. Who can I follow on Twitter that points out more bad things than good things about Bitcoin? Buttcoin, and anyone that follows Buttcoin. So, if you scroll through their followers list, you're going to find a lot of people that hate Bitcoin. You could also go on the Buttcoin subreddit. I think that's the maximum. Oh, or RBTC now. RBTC hates Bitcoin. So you can go on RBTC or Buttcoin or research their followers list. Or post a thread in any of those places asking the same question you just asked me. Richard, you look like a king in a castle, really. Thank you. I appreciate that. I would wear a jacket, but it's just hot with this light on. I'm probably going to transition to lighting the candles and turning the light off, and it'll be more Dracula-y, but I might be cooler. I'll try it. What the hell is Strape? If the first token goes wonderfully, which I'm sure it will, then it would make sense to do that for other real projects with real teams that really make the world better instead of vaporware bullshit done by idiots that have never done anything before. So, the idea is have more than one token. So, I guess a token accelerator of sorts for good, honest tokens. But obviously the first token has to come first. So, that domain will probably just sit there for a while. Where's the white paper on the coin? If you go to the Discord, which I pasted, and you click the little pin, you're going to be able to read some of the intro that's written for humans. And I've got to clean up the PDF that's written for engineers. And I have to assure you, you're not going to understand any of it unless you're a physicist and you're familiar with like the Navier-Stokes time marching. Like, dude, I don't recognize most of the symbols. Like even the symbols and the formulas I've never seen before. It's wild, like insane. What are the trade-offs of creating an altcoin versus implementing a sidechain on Bitcoin? Well, we would keep digital scarcity if everyone used sidechains, but the underlying stuff that you need, like Rootstock or DriveChain.info, isn't done yet. So you can't really do a sidechain yet. So everything should be a sidechain when you can, and everyone go to DriveChain.info and help it happen, make it work, because it's the most important thing Bitcoin could have right now next to security. And we already have enough security. So getting our own ERC20 type ecosystem and a more secure, larger liquidity market way smarter than having it in Ethereum. And having all of the digital liquidity tied into a single thing to speed up the rate at which we can take market share from the normal fiat world is a good thing. So sidechains are pretty awesome. I guess the advantage to an altcoin is you can't do sidechains yet, and I don't know. You could say that there's some like existential, maybe if Bitcoin broke somehow, your altcoin might still survive, but I got to think your altcoin is 100 times more likely to break than Bitcoin. Please, can you comment on the potential risk from quantum computing? Nothing. There's no risk at all. Dual SHA-256 is already quantum hard. So like maybe the only thing that could get screwed with is the ECDSA, and then we could see that the screwing would be coming, and then we would just shift everyone's addresses to a different type of addressing system that wasn't ECDSA. So the dual round SHA-256 proof of work is quantum hard, and the addressing can be hard forked. So quantum computing doesn't matter. And there's also there's a whole bunch of other solutions that you could roll out as well. I just described a simple one. What did you click on? I don't know, buddy. You probably understand a quarter of the words I'm saying. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that YouTube did that to you. You should click on something else. Are you ever going to light the candles? Maybe. But the problem is if I light them, then the wax needs cleaned up. Then I got to clean up the wax and put new candles, and clean up the wax and put new candles. It's a lot of effort. I don't feel like cleaning these things all the time. I still don't get why Monero will not overtake Bitcoin. It don't make no sense. Well, buddy, what do you want me to tell you? Why doesn't America just take over China? Why doesn't everything just take over everything else? There's reasons, bro. Reasons. I'm sorry you don't know what they are. Where's your white paper on the coin? Yeah, click the pin in Discord. All right, I'm going to scroll down farther. You SegWit. Yep. LED candles. LEDs suck. They're not Keller accurate. They only go up to about 98% CRI, which is Keller Renditioning Index, which I prefer to have 100% CRI, which is why I use bright halogens. They're hot, but they're beautiful. And I need all the beauty I can get. The stream just before with Crypto Network, what was the last that you tried to say? That it's very important that we show these nation states that when you ban a thing, the price goes up, because then they're less likely to want to ban it. If they get the reward from banning a thing and the price goes down, then they're more likely to ban it. So if the price is going to go up anyway, as it has every other country that it's been banned, then I would prefer it go up and stay up faster, like punching a bully in the nose. If you show them that banning it don't work, it just makes the price go up and they route around the ban anyway, then you're less likely to get more ban bullshit. But if you're a pussy and you don't punch them in the nose when they do this, then it incentivizes more people to do the stupid thing. And then it just slows this process down a little bit. And I prefer the process to go quicker than slower. Dude, BTC 3500 is awesome. That's great. Every possible bad thing that could happen has happened, and BTC's at 3500. What more do you want? That's amazing. That's so good. And I'm in love with that. I'm very happy about that. Love you, Rich. Keep up the good work. I won't. I don't make any money on this. Making you guys really, really smart. What am I getting? You see any donation link? You see any ads? I'm not getting anything out of this. I guess the only reason I'm doing this is because I really care that Bitcoin works. And I assume that you guys want something similar. And if I tell you the good things I'm trying to do, maybe you'll do some of those good things. So I guess the payment I'm getting from this is that the Bitcoin ecosystem is healthier and works better. So, all right, I guess I am getting something out of it. I don't know what type of blood type I have, so I should probably find that out. Thank you, Daniel. That's a deficiency on my part. I should find that out. Please comment on explosion of exchange trading volume. What about it? Don't you want people to trade stuff? Like, all exchange trading volume means is that some people want it in, and some people want it out, and it's just people getting in and out. So like high volume just means that lots of people are getting what they want. That's good. High volumes are good. Now, high volumes associated with price volatility is less good unless that volatility is in the up direction. And since everyone here mostly bought a long time ago, the vast majority of participants in the network benefit much more when the price goes up than when the price goes down. So volume, good. Volatility to the upside, good. Volatility to the downside, less good. The percentage of you guys that own shitcoins is astounding. Congratulations. or people that own shitcoins talk more. I don't know. Companies in Germany buy BTC because WannaCry? Not really. WannaCry doesn't make money anymore. Like, unless the developer pushed out an update which changed his address. There was a Twitter account, and you could track how many payments the WannaCry wallet got. It only got like 52 BTC. It's not very much. It's not very much at all for like what a good exploit should have been worth. How do I start in reselling? Go watch my YouTube video. Very easy. One day, if I'm stupid and I do more of this stuff, I'm just going to assign a mod to do all the banning because I'm lazy. I let everybody like shit talk for giggles, but I'm not sure it adds value to the people that actually want to learn. Like shit posting is kind of fun, but smart questions are better. Like right now, I could be answering a smart question. There are layer 2 meta tokens on the most secure network, Bitcoin, that can be used, such as Counterparty. So why would you not use one of them instead of ERC20 on Ethereum? Because there's other parts of the ecosystem that aren't standardized as well around Counterparty, like MyEtherWallet, which a lot of people have on their computer, and like exchanges being easy to turn you on and trust their wallet software. I don't think Counterparty has a wide distribution into exchanges or into cryptocurrency enthusiast wallets installs. So the wallet and exchange problem is why I would probably choose an ERC20 token over a Counterparty token. Even if Counterparty were better hardware, having a bunch of people already turned onto the ecosystem is very important. So I would be willing to accept some degree of decreased technical purity in order to have more adoption. And then I could pivot out of the technical problems with all of the resources that came from the increased adoption. So it's just a better choice. Why isn't Andreas Antonopoulos Satoshi? Because he works for a living. And he doesn't write BIPs. And he likes Ethereum. So he's not Satoshi. And he says he's not Satoshi. And, on that list. The next WannaCry. Yeah, you're going to have ransomware for the rest of forever. Get used to it. It's not going away. It'll get more profitable over time and more dangerous. Do you believe Nick Szabo knows who is Satoshi? I don't think so. Buy for long term, doesn't matter. Your guys' English is garbage, just so you know. It's terrible. Like, I don't know whether this is your guys' first time typing. Learn to type, por favor. Somebody says, jaded NSA intern. I think he's referring to who Satoshi might have been. I think Satoshi's dead, personally. So I guess it matters slightly less who he was. I am not Satoshi Nakamoto. As much as I tell you I don't like giving you all this super smart knowledge for free, I would really hate it that much more if I were Satoshi. I'd be writing improvements to my protocol. Like, why not? There's a lot of improvements that could be done. Why not? What do you think about the media scaring people to sell their Bitcoin? The media companies have a policy of it bleeds, it leads. And so the things that are most controversial And the frames that they can choose that are most controversial are what get them the most visitors and the most virality. And so there's an incentive in media companies these days to maximally polarize all the things, which is why part of why democracy is so broken. So we have a first past the post voting system, which increases animosity amongst the people that get elected, and you have the least cooperation, and then you have the least passing of laws, because passing a law requires a majority, and sometimes more than a majority, a supermajority. So the same problems we have in governance with polarization, we have in media, and the two are very related. You can't get elected without media, and you can't get viewers in media unless you're doing conflict stuff, because people love conflict. We love sex, drugs, rock and roll, fighting, competition, sport. It's what we like. If you don't give us what we like, we're going to stop watching. So it's almost a tragedy of the commons, and it's very hard to solve. And one of the ways you could solve it is with public broadcasting, where they can still produce good programs without the profit motive of making everything on fire, explosions. There's a thunderstorm, explosion, fire, That's what they do. So it's what they're going to do with Bitcoin. And then as soon as there's a different narrative, which pays better than Bitcoin crashed, they're going to pump that. So Bitcoin went to the moon. They'll pump that, right? Whatever's the most extreme position they can take. It's not that they're trying to kill Bitcoin. It's just that it's the easiest hook that they could write for. And if we had a marketing agency working for us to give them easier to bite sound bites, then we would get better press. But I don't feel like doing that. I could, but I don't feel like it. So if you guys want to write good sound bites and get them on the news desks of editors so that they don't have to work so hard and they just copy paste them, do that. It's smart. Am I God? Well, I could have been God and then programmed myself to think I was a man and forget that I was God. So it is possible. It's very unlikely, but in theory, I could have been a God that programmed himself to not know he was a God. One of those stupid mindfuckery questions, which turned out to be more interesting than I thought it would be. So that was an alright question, oddly enough. Satoshi was one person. How do you know? Everybody's on about the boobs. Yeah, I need a bra. Would it help? That's why I wear jackets, dude. So much easier than losing weight. I like turtles. Old school. Altcoin dominance. Okay, let me let you in on a secret. The dominance system and the market cap system is wrong, because you could make a coin that has 1 million units, sell one for $1 to your friend, and now the market cap of your coin is $1 million. But we know it's not really $1 million. It's a bullshit number that makes no sense. Furthermore, M2 monetary supply is like money issuance, is what these things are supposed to be. They're not supposed to be called market caps, so it's dumb. And furthermore, dominance, none of these things gets used for anything except for speculation for the most part, except for like 5 to 10% for maybe darknet stuff. So you're not dominating. How dare you even group all the altcoins together as though they were a single mono block? Nothing, like, they don't have much in common with each other for the most part, so they don't deserve to be grouped together. It's dumb. It's bad sectorization. It's a better word for that. If you guys want to Google it, it's whatever you do when you divide up all of the animals into little groups. It's a fancy word for it. I can't remember right now. But my brain keeps trying to look for it. Where did I buy the crystals? Yeah. I made them by hand. That would be cool, wouldn't it? I want to buy an airplane with Bitcoin. Why do you want an airplane? They suck, right? You get in a little airplane, bounces around a lot. There's no space in it. The bathroom's tiny, right? They crash more often. I don't want an airplane. The best thing is to not move. Make where you are good, and then you don't have to go anywhere else. You want cooler stuff? Bring it to you. Airplanes are meh. I don't like private jets. Like even Donald Trump's big jet kind of sucks and it's kind of old. Meh. What do you think needing the developers and around the BTC ecosystem bodyguards? It's just like killing a president. It's just some other guy like appears and does the job. Like there's not much upside to killing technicians. So like never happens. What would Bitcoin be without altcoins? Worth more. However, the degenerate gamblers would probably put less money into crypto because it's not degenerate enough for them, I guess. Yeah, they could just get margin. So maybe they still would be in it. What do I think of Slim Theory? Never heard of it. What is a better programming language, Logo or Basic? I like Scheme and Lisp. So I dodged your dumb question. Satoshi died. Great. Keep on keeping on. Thanks. Richard doesn't want to admit fatal Bitcoin vulnerability that is the chain death spiral risk. If he admitted it, people would start selling BTC. Okay. So the scheme, the idea, the plan from the Bcash guys was to create a death spiral where they would slow down the blocks that Bitcoin had by stealing away miners. And then people would leave the network and just go to BTC, like go to Bcash, and then Bcash would be the new Bitcoin. But it turns out that that didn't work because the reason these systems have value are because people believe in them and they use them. And no one believes in or uses the other thing. So even if you pump it up with your own money and make it more profitable for a little bit of time for miners to switch, they just switch right back. And you can't keep up the fake pump forever because it's just too much energy. And if you tried to keep up the fake pump forever, more and more sellers that you gave all those free coins to would dump on you. So whatever fake pump crap they tried didn't work, and now it's over. And they'll never be able to pump enough money into Bcash for it to matter. And if they did get the price up a little more people will just dump into it. Because there's so many people that were handed those Bcash coins that the amount of money, you'd have to put $50 billion into it, or maybe $10 billion into it to get the market cap to be parity with BTC. It's just never going to happen. It's stupid. They would have had a better chance of doing that crap launching an altcoin, because then they could have maintained their pump with less people dumping into it because less people had the coins. So they fucked up by doing a hard fork. They would have had a better attack vector doing an altcoin. I wish them failure. Go fail. They're failing, so be happy. Did you see any of those guys trying to help out with Bitcoin today? Nope. That's because they're enemies of Bitcoin. Hashtag enemies of Bitcoin. You can check my post history for a nice enemies of Bitcoin image of the lead dev of their project. Will BCH ever go away? Nope. Altcoins never die. Someone's going to point out a list of altcoins that died, but nobody's ever heard of any of those coins. So coins don't go away. They're like vestigial things. They're like your pinky toe. Small, useless. You could do without it. You know, it stays there. It's really hard to get rid of things. There's a lot of stuff left over in human bodies that we don't need, and there's a lot of stuff left over in crypto we don't need. It's also leftover stuff in x86 instructions. There's leftover stuff everywhere, right? There's leftover legacy things in BIOS. It takes too much time to fully get rid of old stuff. And refactoring is like even worse. Hey Rich, can you recommend which SegWit wallet to use? Sure, use Green Address. Blockstream bought Green Address and the best devs are working on it. So it does cool stuff. Scrolling down. Oh, yeah. Rich, let me mod. I don't know, man. Get a Litecoin logo for like your profile photo. Seems risky. The extra fat of yours is left over, I think, too. Yeah, it's gross, right? That's why I leave my shirt on at the beach Don't get fat. It sucks. Makes tying your shoes a nightmare. Can't breathe. How can a protocol have enemies? Everything has enemies. It's significance is a finite resource. So everyone competes for significance. And thus, you could say that your competitors are slightly enemies depending on the game theory they use to interact with you. Or you could just be an enemy off the bat, but tit for tat works better, and it requires that you're not an enemy off the bat. Dude, your keyboard rocking the track stick. You got to build this by hand. It's called a Tex Yoda. I build keyboards and collect them. I've got $10,000 keyboards. I've every keyboard. I like keyboards. If you spend all day with your hands on a thing, the thing might as well be awesome. Do I lift? Yes, I lift. I can do 3 plates on each side, 5 reps, deadlift. That's probably, my most impressive lift. Decentralized exchanges will be great once they have, overcome priming the pump of getting liquidity, which they don't have any liquidity currently. But, if we see a lot of nation state bans, then there will be more liquidity due to necessity. Why don't I get unfat? Yeah, I did that. I rode a bicycle for 4,000 miles, and I would just ride 60 miles a day. And I know how to do it. So I've lost tons of weight by just eating nothing. I've lost tons of weight from biking a lot. I just stopped caring. I guess I'll start caring again for giggles, but it'll be after the token. Token and then other stuff. Why did Bitcoin choose SEC P256K1 over SEC P256R1 as elliptic curve digital signature? No one is using it. Yeah, well, that's why we picked it. So I'm not familiar with SEC P256R1, but I know that it couldn't be any simpler than K1, because K1 uses just the numbers 2, 3, 5, and 7, or a couple of those, right? It's a super, super, super simple thing that if it were going to break, it would be the most likely for us to understand why it broke. But as you start to use fancier magic numbers in your curve selection, the risk that the NSA has figured out a fancy way to factor it and therefore can break or I don't want to say break, but compromise more easily your addressing scheme is higher. So a lot of things in Bitcoin were done magically right, like not giving Bitcoin addresses as a public key. In Bitcoin, your public key isn't your public key. It's actually a hash of your public key, and that has important security implications. So some things were done exceptionally well in Bitcoin, and the choice of curve was one of those things, and the choice to not use your public key as your address, but to use a hash of your public key is another one of those things. So Satoshi really got a lot of stuff really right. I wonder why I asked that question. He was just seeing how smart I was. I'm smart, motherfucker. All right, on down the list. Oh boy, hyper game theory. Let's do it. Meh. How do I dump Bcash? I literally wrote a guide. I wrote a guide on how to dump your Bcash. If you Google my name, Richard Hart, the number 0.19, and the word Jihan Roger, you'll find my post. Because the title of the post was hey guys, Bcash is up to 0.19. Now's your chance to take Roger and Jihan's money. And I wrote a guide on how to do it. So maybe if chat wants to be nice enough and find the link and give it to this dude, he would appreciate it. I appreciate all the boobs questions. I'm just going to skip them because they're so old. Make fun of the gay shirt or something, or the hair, or the fact I look tired, or I'm slouching, any of that stuff. The candles. The tits are so boring now. Do you think some races are superior to others? I don't know. Depends what you're measuring, right? Do you like being tall? Dutch people are really tall. Do you like radiating heat energy? Black people have longer limbs that radiate heat energy and deals better with hot climates. Do you like surviving in really cold climates? Then being stumpier and stockier and centralizing heat inside of your body fat and having more body fat in your boobs and less in your butt allows you to maintain thermal homeostasis in a cold environment. So people's Keller and size and shape and hair type all tend to optimize for the environments that they thrived in. So races are different, and depending on what you care to measure, they're better and worse for different stuff. I don't think you'll see a white guy win a sprinting competition in the Olympics anytime soon. So if you like fast, seems like black is the way to go. Richard Hart, you are like a evil villain from a movie. Thank you, sir. I'm an evil villain that gives really good advice for free. The best kind of evil villain, I think. What is my IQ? 145, 143, 142, somewhere in there. It's in between 142 and 145. I want to round up to 145 because I think it makes me a genius, but you can just keep taking the test until you score higher. Like you can study for those things because some of their questions are similar, and then you'll understand them quicker, and then they're timed, and then you have more time, and I could go down the list. And then there's different tests, and you could like take pills before the test. Like there's whatever. Without doing any of that crap, I got a really good score. So, I'm not going to repeat your mean comment about Roger Ver, but someone made a mean comment. I want to buy an axe. Should I buy an axe for zombies? No. An axe is a terrible weapon. What you want is a spear. So the problem with zombies is distance. It's your best defense. So let's say you're behind a fence and you want to kill a zombie. You've got an axe. Axes don't go through fences, do they? But imagine that you had a spear. Poke, 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 poke. You'd be killing zombies all day long. If people would like take my advice and have a shield and a spear, like a Roman, there'd be so many dead-ass zombies. We'd be eating zombie barbecue every night. Body to improve a mind that outperforms, which one would you choose? Are you Yoda? Did Yoda just ask me a weird question? I choose the mind. We have a racist comment. I will skip. Do you really like being heartless? No. I like being heartful. I'm actually super duper cuddly, as you can tell by my perfect cuddling platform I have here. Thanks for taking the time out to speak with us. You're welcome, sir. Aren't you tired of us now? I don't know, man. You know, for some reason, there's not that many people saying smart stuff in the space. And for some reason, I am. So to some degree, I feel that I'm serving a unique purpose currently until someone better comes along, which I have no idea why there isn't already. I mean, this has been around for a long time. It's made a lot of people a lot of money. I don't know why I'm filling a niche. I shouldn't be. Someone should already be doing this. Are we in BTC manipulation? Sure. But you're part of the manipulation when you do whatever it is that you do too. So it's not like, I don't see it as a big deal. I mean, look at the price. And what else do you care about? Software gets better, ecosystem gets better, security gets better, adoption gets better, laws get better, scarcity keeps getting scarcer. I'm happy with all the manipulation I see. You know, even that crappy altcoin failure, a lot of people made money on that too. So it seems like a lot of good news. Please debate more BCH douchebags, please. Be a little meaner. You know, their game's already over, man. It's over. They're ghosts now. No one cares. We got cooler things to talk about. We got the new B-Gold thing coming. We got China. We got, you know, options, Ledger X. We got Vancouver ETF. There's a million actually cool things. This guy's failed. They're out of the game. It's over for them. So I'm not going to mention them. Just going to let them drift away into suckland. Your shirts are dope. Thank you, sir. What do you think a few people have so much BTC? Well, it's an inevitable thing. Every new thing that exists starts from a single point and then expands physically and mentally from that position. And when you start from a single place and have to iterate into larger places, over time, you get more people having the thing and fewer pockets of people that have everything. It's this case with ideas, technologies, viruses, currencies. I mean, it's inevitable. It's just unavoidable. Well, airdrops kind of route around that. Airdrops distribute very widely at the start, so you could kind of route around it, I guess. But airdrops are different. Like they're leeching off an ecosystem that already exists. They're not bootstrapping like a whole ecosystem from scratch. Bitcoin had to make a whole ecosystem from scratch, so it required participants to actually perform work on part of the network. So it just had to be more centralized, to even due to that part of requiring people's effort. You know, I wish Klamath Palahipitia's name was easier to pronounce. I'm going to have to practice that one. You love my lamp? Thank you. Will Bitcoin volatility diminish? Yeah, I put a chart up yesterday. I tweeted it, made fun of a guy for asking a stupid question. The volatility just goes down and down and down because the mass gets larger and larger, and then it's harder for anything to move that momentum around. So the more financial mass gets into the system, the lower the volatility gets. We used to have 80% drawdowns. Now World War III causes a 40%. And what is it now, 35? That's not 40%. Like 5,000 to 35 is 20 something. What's my favorite type of pizza? I like mushroom and pepperoni. And I like crust that's not crispy. I like it to be thick. I don't want to eat like a cracker with some tomato on it. That pisses me off. I'm not a big fan of cheese in the crust either. I am for dipping sauces though. Wallets, I don't know. Try Bitcoin Core. Download a full client. See if it works for you. Get the hard drive space. Try green address if you don't. Why isn't there a hot chick shilling a shitcoin in space yet? There is. And I could list it to you. It's a couple, but I won't. So just go on Dan Bilzerian's Instagram and find hot chicks that aren't shilling. Whatever. Or watch porn. A lot of hot chicks and porn. Are you Canadian? What is Vancouver ETF? So the Vancouver ETF is a financial entity in Vancouver that got a license from the government to transact with Bitcoin stuff at the investment level. So people can give them money and they hold Bitcoin for them or give them the Bitcoin. If it's an ETF, they'll be holding the Bitcoin as a counterparty. It's good. Gets more people into the system. Get a taste, and then they can hold their own keys one day. For now, let's get them in the system. Giant Capital's Read Me Richard question. All right, I like that. That's good marketing. Is it a problem for Bitcoin if there is an international agreement to ban Bitcoin and accuse countries that don't of supporting terrorism and go after them? Meh. No. Countries don't like cooperating all that much. It's hard for them to work together on anything. Like Russia and the United States don't even have an extradition treaty. So that's a big deal, right? So if Russia and the United States can't agree enough to send their criminals to each other, they're probably not going to agree on some big financial ban, particularly since Russia is a kleptocracy that has a lot of people in power stealing a lot of money. They would benefit more from Bitcoin than almost any other nation in the shady style. All nations will benefit more in the non-shady style, which is 95% of what people do with their commerce. So that's not happening. Please mention thoughts on meditation and music. Music's great. Makes you feel good, makes you happy, changes your state, makes you work out harder, run faster, think deeper, be tranquil if you want. meditation, I've heard so much crap about it from so many places that I'm probably going to have to give it a try. Like I've been in trance a couple times. I've been hypnotized, and I've done some meditation stuff, like chanting and chakras and all that stuff that was guided. It's meh, it's okay. It seems to get a lot of people a lot of good. So, for instance, that interview with Ray Dalio today, he every day, once before breakfast and once before dinner for 20 minutes, he does transcendental meditation, TM. And TM is secular in that it's missing the religious stuff. And it is based on repeating the same mantra over and over and over again, usually silently. So basically all meditation is just occupying your consciousness, which deletes your normal self and gives space for a different type of self, a more subconscious self. So sleep does that too. Your normal self stops operating and a different self, which thinks about different stuff, comes through. And so cycling through that phase of the you that you're used to being and then this other kind of you changes what you think about. And you can have creative breakthroughs that way. And you can, I'll eat to get rid of stress. So like Bitcoin's dropping, dude, let's eat like pigs. Feels good. But you can see the downside is you're a fat fuck, right? So why not replace that, serve the intention of the old bad pattern, which is, relieve stress. You could do it with a jog or weightlifting or jerking off or meditation, right? Any of those would be better than eating. So you find a new behavior which meets the needs of the old behavior at the same level or higher, and then you just condition the new behavior. But you have to go through the effort to do the conditioning, or you just end up with whatever shows up, right? Nature abhors a vacuum. So I'll probably experiment with some meditation stuff, but if I can find other ways of just building habits that, like right now, what I'm doing for many human beings would be the best they could possibly do. This would be their end game. They'd be like, oh, I got 500 viewers and I'm talking about cutting edge technology and I'm a thought leader and nobody knows more than me. In a wide array, everybody knows more in their vertical, right? There's better traders, there's better software devs, there's better marketing guys, there's better everything. But to find somebody that is good at a bunch of stuff at once, it's rare. I guess it's a generalist. So, I could be, if I wanted to be, very happy with the ability to speak to you guys and talk about stuff that's so smart most people wouldn't understand it, and you guys are smart enough to get it. But I want more. This isn't enough, I want to see medical technology get built. I want to have hundreds of people whose lives are influenced by something I've created. It matters to me. There's a world out there that needs saving, and someone needs to save it. And if you're a rich, retired, smart dude, why not you? Why don't you fix it, right? So I feel obligated to make the world a much better place than it is now. And, 500 viewers is, 1,000 times less than it could be. So why not 1,000 times more, And I think that it's just easier to do that with a product where you can afford to buy marketing than with this free crap where I can't buy anything intelligently because I'd just be throwing money in the garbage. So I believe in businesses, I believe in marketing, and I believe in systems and creating them, and just giving your knowledge away to people that barely appreciate it. Meh. I mean, I get a lot of compliments. I get a lot of emails, and I do get a lot of compliments, but what are you going to do with compliments? They're nice, but they don't save your life. Building medicine saves your life. So that's the end game. Survival. An analyst. I don't know what Bitcoin knots are. Sounds like an altcoin. What do I think about depression? Thank you for the good content. You're welcome. Well, a lot of people are depressed. Some of the most productive people in the world are depressed because the way they try and get out of depression isn't through eating, it's through being productive. So a lot of very tortured artists and tortured souls have made the world a much better place from their pain. It seems like it's terrible for the individual, but sometimes wonderful for the society. Funny thing, Tim Ferriss on the podcast today was talking about his crippling depression and near suicide, and Ray Dalio is an expert on it because his son had bipolar disease and had a breakdown in an episode, and part of the show was about that. So if you care about depression, you may want to watch the Ray Dalio Tim Ferriss podcast. Google it, and I think the first third contained the depression stuff, and transcendental meditation was part of it. So he gave his son a necklace, and in the back of the necklace was a mnemonic with letters. So TM stood for take meds and transcendental meditation. And then one of the next letters was get a full night's sleep. And I don't remember the other ones off the top of my head, but it was pretty neat. So he gave him like a necklace with the letters engraved to help him remember the things he needed to do. And it worked. So his quantity of his meds came down a bit, and he's productive and has kids and gets to do what he loves. He's a filmmaker. So don't eat shit. All right. It's an odd statement from a person named Clorox Bleach. If you're not depressed or anxious, you're not paying attention. I mean, look, depression and anxiousness may have utility for some people, but if I could trade and just be tranquil and chill and still equally as effective, it's much better. So, I torture myself a lot, and it doesn't result in increased performance. So I wouldn't suggest that people do it because I don't think it works, but being a hippie doesn't really work either. So you have to find some middle ground, pretty much. I am concerned that when I meditate, I found out that our current universal self is much dumb. I'm not even going to finish it, dude. Maybe I will. I am concerned that when I meditate, I find out that our current universal self, no idea what that is much dumber than my personal self. No idea what you're talking about. I don't want those two to be connected. Word salad. Daily reminder that Richard is the actual man. Thanks, bro. Suicide is a rational option. Suicide's a permanent solution to a temporary problem. No matter what bullshit is going on in your life, it will just disappear on its own, usually. You don't have to work so hard and do the permanent solution. It's dumb. Sure, you could find an edge case where it's not dumb, but those are pretty rare. Like Stephen Hawking. Most people would be like, kill me. He's kicking ass. He seems happy. So kicking ass, seems happy. Stick with it. Gets better. A bunch of fully diamond dragon statues. That's pretty legit. Satoshi's got maybe 1 million to 1.5 million Bitcoin if you trust the analysis of Sergio Lerner. Google it. He did some analysis on the hashing that was done early on with nonce rotation or something. I don't have it memorized. Should I get the Huracan or the Aventador? I think the Huracan's a lot better. It's a much better deal. It's got a better, I would get the Huracan. It's fabulous. Lots of idiots and assholes in here. Yep. This is the internet. This is where idiots and assholes go. I mean, gotta go somewhere. The TM mantra is to be transcended as our self experiences our universal self. Those are buzzwords, dude. It's just a different state. Whatever. It's like calling the distributed acyclic graph a tangle. It's just marketing bullshit. Other than Satoshi knowing the true answer, why do you think he picked 21 million? Well, he said this in the white paper, you jerk off. Read the white paper. He said that he wanted to mirror the issuance of gold mining digitally. And it was somehow related to that. I'm going to have to back off my jerk off statement because I wasn't able to complete the answer or include myself in it. I might be a partial jerk off as well because I only understood half of the issuance thing. And you didn't even ask me about issuance, so I'm going to change that to full jerk off. Message me and let me know why I picked 21 million. I don't have a complete enough answer to satisfy me. That bothers me. Will you be able to interview somebody next time again? Yeah, sure. But like, would you rather I make my like token that makes the world a better place or dick around on YouTube some more? Isn't dicking around on YouTube dumber? Like, building stuff that makes the world better beats YouTube, period. So the quicker I can not do this anymore and do the right thing, the better. Like, I can kind of justify this because I so often don't do the right thing, that this is better than the normal not right thing. Jerking off is so primitive, says Horus TV. You're not doing it right. Up your game, bro. Thoughts on the Zeitgeist movement? Very well put together videos. Very stupid premise. But it'll make you believe it if you watch it. If you watch some Zeitgeist videos, you'll believe it. I could show you a video that like you watch it and you're like, yeah, we didn't land on the moon. And then I could show you the video that negates it and you'd be like, yeah, we landed on the moon. So whatever you watched first has a really, really, really strong effect because we're exception finders and we're rounders. We pigeonhole things for speed, you know? So it's very easy for us to be influenced by the last thing that we saw. Richard equals Batman confirmed. Chubby Batman. I'm that Batman that Batman had to like save, like the fake fat Batman in the parking garage with like the catcher's chest armor. Anyway, I shouldn't crack at myself so hard. Lots of trolls in here. Yep. Hypothetical, BTC rises to such a huge amount, no fractions trader bought as too competitive, only used by the elite. Is that good? Well, then you have revolution again, right? So it's not going to happen. And yeah, that's no more of that fan fiction shit. Hypothetical, aliens pop out of my butt and take over the YouTube channel. No, stupid. I also don't see the value of smart contracts. Me neither. But with so much money being pumped into Ethereum, don't you think we may be missing a point? No, I don't. I'm not missing a point. I've publicly expressed these feelings to the founder of Ethereum and any other person that's invested in their ecosystem, and I've never received anything lightly resembling a rebuttal of any form. They literally have no answers to any of my contentions because I'm right. And they know I'm right, so they don't waste their time. It's like when fake Satoshi decided to chat me up on my Medium. He stopped chatting me up on my Medium because every exchange he was losing. So he discovered, oh, you know what? Losing here. Gonna stop interacting. TM has over 300 research studies. Great. Probably works. Cool. Another tool in the toolbox. Balance is not easy. By the way, I'm moving closer to the mic because my voice is wrecked. I'm so used to talking at like public speaking level that after hour 3, I'm going to have to get all Howard Stern with you guys. How to get Tone a haircut. I don't think he needs a haircut. I think he needs a head shave. But I'm an asshole for hair, so I don't think that you could cut, repair missing hair. Diet. Yep. Sounds good to me. Some of these comments are getting like a little more technical, so it takes me a second longer to read them. Does it seem like China exchange cheats are cheerful? It sure does. I don't know why. Their culture is a little funny. Maybe My guess on that is that whoever shows the most favor and the most ability to work with the government gets favorable treatment. Like some people got to stay open and some people didn't. And so everyone sucks up and shuts down early and acts super nice and says super nice things in the hopes that they get a treatment that other parties don't get. So it's pretty rational from that perspective. And we've seen it actually occur. So, do you compliment your boss if you want to get a raise? Seems like an okay strategy. So being nice and being cheerful probably pleases the regulators. You mentioned you are rich and retired. How did you make your money? Serial entrepreneur. I like business, particularly marketing. What do you think? If you're curious, you can watch my first interview with Krista Rose where I talk more about that stuff. But what I did doesn't matter. Just do what I tell you to do because it removes all the crap that you don't need to do. So I already have a video on how to get rich. Go do it. Easy. Why are you explaining every concept that you clearly don't know much about as if you're an expert on the topic? I know you're providing a lot of value with lots of things, but would it be so hard to say, I don't really know enough about it a few times? Well, I don't know. I said I don't know why I picked 21 million and then called myself an asshole for not knowing. Sounds like you should go fuck yourself. Or write me a nice compliment since I deserve one. Question. What do you think of Cliff High? He's full of shit. He says mice don't have telomeres. That's when I stopped the show. I'm like, oh, mice don't have telomeres? And you think you can cure aging with a simple molecule? You're an idiot. And like if your brain is so fucked up that you think mice don't have telomeres, or that a single molecule is able to add a lot of years to your life, you're a fucking idiot. And worse than an idiot, you're a word salad guy that uses a bunch of long words and could be smart in some areas of his life. And then noobs and people stupider than him fall for it. And there's a lot of people that fall for his shit. A lot. So he might be right about something. Maybe he's right about prices. I don't know. I don't know what he's right about, but I know what he's fucking wrong about. I take longevity real serious. I know about it. I care about it. It's the end game. It's the only end game that matters. And him talking about magic earth elements curing you does more harm than good. If you want to learn about aging, you go to SENS Foundation, SENS. They will tell you what's going on. You can Wikipedia it. SENS, SENS. It's meant to be pronounced sense, but I don't like saying it that way. SENS.org, the actual science of aging without all the dumb hippie bullshit, stupid crap, and yeah. So, sorry guys, I don't like Cliff High. Maybe he does something good. I'm unaware of it. Answered how many BTC Satoshi has. Helping the little man. Thanks. Biggest threat to Bitcoin. Nuclear war. Like if we have a nuclear war, it's a really big threat to everything. Yeah. I think nuclear war is the biggest threat to Bitcoin. Everyday vertical is a good day. Just try laying in bed one day. Also a good day. Have you tried float tank? Nah. I would try it though. I've heard Joe Rogan rag on about how cool sensory deprivation is for so long that I might as well try it. I am official sub now. Well, I guess it helps you sneak into nations by the water. Maybe he means super beer. Bro, you just eat the wrong shot. Shit. I know that, dude. Like, I know all this stuff. But knowing is only half the battle, you see. The other half is not as tasty. Happiness is overrated. Yep, I agree with you. It's in the book. People shouldn't try and shortcut happiness by feeling happy when they shouldn't. People should earn happiness by feeling good when they're living a good life. You don't have to torture yourself all the time, but you don't have to be hippie all the time either. Check out the emotion section of the book. You'll like it. Dude, Richard, that's some highly intelligent shit you just said. Thanks, bro. Thank you for everything you do. Thank you. Have you ever got a depression? Yeah, sure. Why not? But so what? Like, okay, you're depressed, you're not depressed. whatever. Like, being depressed matters if you care about being depressed. But if you're okay with being depressed, it doesn't matter. You're like, now I'm happy. Now I'm not. They're both fine. You're supposed to oscillate through emotions, by the way. Like, they work better that way. You're not supposed to be in one emotion all the time. Each one has a different purpose and is optimal for different timing. So depression is healthy and useful in limited quantities. Some people just spend way too much time there. Like, I wouldn't call, like, I beat myself up all the time about not living up to my potential. But I mean, if you look, whatever I'm doing is what most people would consider pretty good. So I should probably stop being so hard on myself. I'd probably get more done and be happier. So maybe depression sucks a little bit, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure living not to your standards is depression. Basic income will be used to discipline what's left of the working poor. We need to reject that and attempt to take ownership directly as workers. Yeah, that's worked out really, really well so many times when that's been tried. Please don't do that. Socialism, that shit don't work. Socialism as it has been tried in Venezuela, Cuba, I think Zimbabwe, the USSR, that shit don't work, bro. So stop. We need socialism for needs, capitalism for wants, a hybrid. Works amazing everywhere it's tried. It's the highest returns for citizens in the entire planet. Define depression. Nope. Why bother? What's the use of having a specific definition that you can argue with people that their definition was wrong? Who gives a shit? It's so dumb. Waste of fucking time. Did I make my money trading? No. I suggest everyone not trade. But if you must trade, make a single long at low, very low leverage with a small part of your stack, and that's it. That's it. If you trade, you will lose. You're the last guy to know. Why would you be taking other people's money? If you're the last guy to know, why would you be taking other people's money? You will be the idiot at the table. They will take your money. Do not trade. If you have to, one single long at very low leverage, 2 to 5 on a very small part of your stack, like 5%. Depression is real, but many people have low self-esteem because of high goals and lack of effort. Yeah, that sounds legit. Yep. Most people have low goals and lack of effort and still feel like shit. I pointed out that reasoning from a mean to ill-defined categories is pseudoscience. See, this Foo Gorch guy is very, very smart, and I like his comments. But sometimes they're so smart that I don't know what he's talking about. For instance, that last one. Reasoning from a mean, which kind of means average, I think, to ill-defined categories is pseudoscience. I think what he's saying is you can do science wrong and make it appear to make statements that it shouldn't be making if you properly use statistics. Great. I'm not sure why it's relevant, but it's true. I don't think there's a lot of scientists in here that are doing science wrong. I think, well, what is your take on Kim.com? I think he's a scumbag. He basically just did fraud, like uploading people's copyrighted stuff to the internet and making money on it, and then doesn't like going to jail for it. So then he pretends that he's like a freedom fighter. Ain't no freedom about that, dude, right? Like, we have free content distribution already. It's called torrent trackers and BitTorrent, and you don't pay for it. And then he basically decided to privatize it and put it behind a paywall and make millions and millions of dollars. But somehow putting torrents behind a paywall makes you a hero? No. And he scammed people on his stocks when his name was different, when it was in when it was in Germany, when his name was Kimmy Schmidt, yeah, he's not legit. He's unlegit. And he will do what is in his own best interests and fuck you over. So I don't like him. What do I think of Adam Kokesh? I don't know enough about him. I've heard his name a few times. He's whatever. I wish that there was some way I could like continuously insult everyone asking the same altcoin questions over and over and over and over again. But I can't. So any of you guys thinking about typing an altcoin question, I want you to insult yourself for me. I want you to think of something you're uncomfortable about, something that makes you feel bad, and I'm pointing at you and I'm telling you about that thing you don't like because you asked me another stupid altcoin question. I'll give you a second to do it. Okay, stop asking me about stupid altcoins. Or at least not the same stupid altcoins. Yes, Kim is a very talented video game player. That is correct. He, I believe, has held world titles in Call of Duty. What a great way to spend one's skills. I wasted 10 years of my life playing video games. I regret it. And anyone else that's really good at video games should regret it, because you're really good at the wrong thing. And that's worse, not better. Your life would have been better if you were really bad at video games and then had to go get good at something worth a shit. And I speak to you as a fucking expert in video games. Played them all, beat them all, pretty good on them. Waste of life. What is my net worth? I love questions like, how old are you? Where are you from? What is your net worth? Nope. See, guys, the internet is a place that doesn't send you good things. They try and steal shit from you. And the more the internet knows about you, the easier it is to fuck with you. So you notice how I never have anything getting fucked up. I never get hacked. It's because I take security relatively seriously. I don't say a lot of shit about myself that nobody needs to know. So you can't go pretend to be me on the internet because you don't know anything. It's smart. OPSEC, do it. Stop giving away your personal information to people that don't fucking need it. You need to insult coin with proof of idiots. Bro, I've got the perfect mining algorithm for insult coin. I just need to turn on my live stream and like, I'm mining. Do you think we can fight the system with Bitcoin? Sure. Parts of it will become the system. You know, when technology works, everyone adopts it at some point. So maybe it's ours now, won't be ours forever. Richard, depressing as fuck to listen to. Okay. Sorry to hear that, man. Have a good cry. Can you show us your Swarovski collection? I would, but I'd have to move the camera, which I don't want to, or I'd have to move the crystal, which I don't want to. So maybe one day, not today. I started my first business because I had a medical problem and I needed money. I didn't have any insurance. So I started selling everything I owned. And I found out that I got a really good price on the stuff I was selling. I was like, wait a second. What do I put out ads for stuff I don't own yet? And then I just did that. I put out ads for stuff I didn't own yet, but I could get. And I said, look, I'm going to go get this. I'll meet you back here in like 4 hours. Give me half the money. Keep doing that. Get enough money for inventory. Now I don't got to drive around so much. Get a store. Hire your friends. Advertise. Easy stuff. Works for anything. Watch my video on how to get rich. I tell you how to do it. It's really easy. Really easy. I mean, you're all pussies. You won't do it, but you could. Or a few of you are amazing and make me look like a bitch, but you're too smart to waste your time typing. So to you few people, I commend you. Will you acknowledge the IQ difference between the races? You dodged it. No, people are different. Their IQs are different. Their focuses are different. Their speed is different. Their size is different. Their temperature regulation is different. Their smell is different. The amount of body odor they have is different. There ain't no same. Nothing is the same. There's no same. The genders are different. Everything's different, and it's supposed to be that way because difference and specialization is power, and equality is weakness, which is why we have sex instead of making clones. It's why all animals have sex instead of making clones, because the creatures that make clones competed with us and lost. Sexual dimorphism and specialization outcompeted equality. If you think that's a dodge, you're a fucking idiot. And you probably should watch my first 2 YouTube videos, which are about specialization being awesome and the difference between men and women. So you seem like a butthurt anti-SJW guy. So you can go take your butthurt anti-SJW self over to Chris DeRosa's channel, where all day, every day, he's doing exactly the shit you're doing because you think that's a war worth fighting. I don't. There's much better people already fighting it. Jordan Peterson's the smart one. Milo's the funny one. Lauren Southern's the pretty one. You ain't going to help. You ain't going to do better than they are. Shut your mouth and go give them your money and let them do a better job advertising your fucking idea. You suck at selling it. All caps typing guy. Who also fucked with the wrong dude. Richard Hart, I disagree about video games. I'm sure you do, because you think disagreeing makes you important. It brings on logical thinking and problem solving as long as you're playing the right game. Yeah. And what other things in life don't enhance logic and problem solving? Right? I could use that to justify walking without a map in a city, playing chess all day long. I could just make everything game theory. Listen, if your excuse is doing something by accident is effective, my answer is doing it on purpose is more effective. So if you want to learn logical thinking and problem solving, you can learn it directly without the circle jerk sideways game thing. The best logic I ever learned was learning logic straight up directly. I didn't learn better logic. I didn't learn syllogistic inference and modus ponens and modus tollens by not studying fucking logic. And I wouldn't have learned those things. I would have got syllogism, but I wouldn't have got the other ones playing fucking video games. So it's a cop-out, right? Oh, we can learn things by accident, so now we can support everything. Oh, spaceflight's fucking great because we got Velcro. Hey, you know how else you could have got Velcro? By trying to get Velcro. So fuck your idea that things can be learned sideways. It's stupid and wasteful. And how much of the world is currently destroying its consciousness and dying a slow death and never getting to live a full life because they live the narratives of content creators instead of living themselves. It's a tragedy. Particularly with the freemium addiction, bullshit, and grinding games. If you have a game with a real narrative and a beginning and an end, it can be better than a movie. It can be beautiful and amazing. But if you're grinding it out, nothing fucking worse. All right. Why don't I lead by example? Bitch, I do. I lead by example hardcore. I'm just a little chubby. Everything else is pretty legit. I could curse less and I could be less chubby, but everything else is on point. So a lot of example here. You mentioned you were starting an ICO. Yep. Go to my Discord channel, post the link, click the pin, you can read about it. On down the list. It's really 3 hours and 20 minutes. You guys are pretty legit. So many questions. Let's take a little break, a little breaky break, and look at the Bitcoin price for the giggles. It is up. The Bitcoin price on CoinMarketCap is 35.56. I'm sorry, 35.62. And let's check. I guess Finex is good. 36.17 on Finex. I bet GDAX is leading. Oh, I win the bet. 36.57 on DAX. I'm very happy with that. I like that very much. Those are good numbers. They're only going to go up. Wait till those Chinese people realize that their time for getting the sweet, sweet Bitcoin is limited. Yes. Mr. All Caps Typer Man. Oh, he's insulting someone that's not me. I'm not going to bother reading it. He's insulting the other smartest guy in the channel. I think this Gorch guy is super smart. Ever wonder how gross it would feel to have sex with your opposite gendered clone? Well, I have now. Yeah, that's gross, dude. Ugh. No. Would not bang. 0 of 10. Negative. Darmo, stop being so butthurt. The dude you're arguing with is obviously a genius compared to you. Like, all caps typer, dude. Jeez. Just be happy he's even speaking to you. Video games are for idiots. Oh, that. But we all do it as long as you keep it at bay. Yeah. Yeah, look, video games are fun as shit, man. Some of the most fun I've ever had has been video games. I have to stay away from them because I like them a lot. It took a lot of effort to break free. A lot of effort. A lot of deleted CD keys, a lot of broken CDs, a lot of changed passwords, and a lot of falling back into it. Took years. Do I play poker? I'm all right at poker. I'll probably make $60 an hour if I play poker. It's okay. But, you know, I made a whole video on why you shouldn't play poker. It's in my channel. It's literally called Why Poker Sucks. Click the Why Poker Sucks video. Richard, you meant, no, what? Did I scroll up by accident? I lost time grinding in the game. I'm sorry to hear that, man. That's terrible. Klamath is on CNBC. Good for him. He's a smart dude. Go do it, Mr. Plave. I'm just going to call him CP. Go do it, cheese pizza. I don't think the internet would like that. Richard Hart, what do you think of the strategy of buying into promising ICOs and then buying Bitcoin with profit? I don't know. Like, it feels dirty. I think it's bad for the world if the ICOs are bad. You know, you're basically stealing money from the stupider person that came in later. So you're redistributing wealth to what end? It seems bad to me. But if ICOs stop being so bad, it'll be great, right? Like, ICOs don't have to be terrible. They can be real teams with real products and smart ideas and smart business models. I'm going to have one. I don't know why everyone else chose to do dumbass idiot businesses that have no hope of success. I don't know why they did that. I guess everyone does. Look, people have terrible business ideas outside the crypto space. So it's not surprising they have it inside the crypto space. And if you tell them how dumb their idea is, boy, do they get angry. They get really, really, really angry because that's their baby. Stupid fuckers. Okay, the IQ thing. Why do you give a shit what people's IQs are when they're all using their IQs to do the wrong thing anyway? Is having extra IQ that you use wrongly so good, or is it more of a tragedy? What we need is more correct action and less focusing on ability like IQ. Having ability, time, money, surroundings, opportunity. If you don't use them, it's worse, not better. It's tragedy, right? So stop focusing on the difference between people and start focusing on getting people to learn less and do more. We don't need higher IQs. We just need to do all the shit we know we should do. It's a video. I made it. It's on my channel. It's called We Need Less Education and More Motivation. Watch it. And you can stop talking about the stupid IQ shit. And probably you'll find, like, don't care about the IQ stuff. It's dumb. I don't recommend any nootropics. Take omega-3s because they reduce your desire to eat and they're great for your bloodstream. They increase your HDL, reduce your LDL. Omega-3s are awesome as long as they're not fish ones that are loaded up with mercury. You could try a blend, like a flaxseed blend. Delegated proof of stake. If you don't get attacked, it's great. Whatever. If you do get attacked, it fails entirely. So if you don't mind a gigantically increased risk of failure, do whatever you want. At that point, why don't you just use an Excel spreadsheet and your friends? Trust your friends, trust Excel. There you go. It only fails if your friends fail, right? Like, it's whatever. This is a Shure SM7B. I suggest you buy it with a cloud lifter because it's a dynamic mic. It's super not sensitive. It's not a... why don't I know that word right now? You got ribbon mics, you got dynamic mics, and then you've got, not cardioid, capacitive mics? I guess capacitive. What do I think about Darwinism? It exists, and it works, and it's unavoidable, and it's everywhere. So what? Whatever. Amazed at my broadcast stamina. Thanks, bro. Well, if you want more viewers here, go fucking tweet about it. Did I even tweet about this? I don't think I even tweeted about my own live stream. That'd be very stupid, wouldn't it? Let's check my Twitter. I probably didn't tweet about my own live stream. Yep, I'm a dumb ass. I am live now. I wonder if this link works. I know on YouTube, if you have like a bunch of followers, they give you a special link. So I'm curious if this works. Wow, it does. That's amazing. Thanks, chat. You guys are so useful. 3.5 hours in, and I decide to tell my 6,000 Twitter followers that I'm actually having a live stream. What a genius. I was very passionate about the China stuff, so I just wanted to get on. Do you worry about getting too old and not having kids? Yeah, you should have kids before you're too old. So I'm not worried, but condenser mic, not capacitive. But they are based on capacitance, I think, still. But they're called condensers. Yeah. Fubar is correct about all that stuff. So basically dynamic just means like it's basically like a backwards speaker. I'm not going to tell you all this shit. You don't need to know this stuff. I know all that stuff, Fubar. When do you estimate the Fth ICO bubble will go bust? I think once it reaches like half of Bitcoin's value, people are going to, at some point, the ICO guys that hold all the coins are going to realize there's a rush to the exits, and then the cooperation to hold the price high and not dump will fail. So right now, I think the Ethereum price is higher than it would organically be because the ICO guys can kind of gentleman's agree to not dump. But as soon as enough participants enter into that ecosystem with large quantities of ICOs and tokens, it'll be harder to maintain the collusion, which I'm just fantasizing exists, but it sure feels that way. When Bitcoin goes 40% down, 30% up, and then Ethereum's just pegged to it, 1 or 2 points off the whole fucking time. That ain't natural, dude. No other alts are doing that. So why is it that Ethereum is pegged at 0.07 to 0.068 through the biggest movements you've ever seen? That ain't natural. So at some point, their collaboration will fail when there's a race to the exits, when the price moves down some more and the stress overcomes the social agreement, or when the parties that have to enter into the social agreement gets too large to maintain the cabal. Now, mind you, that's some fan fiction right there. All I got for evidence is the price seems way high and way too stable. Could be some other thing causing that. That's not a cabal, but that's my best guess, and I've qualified it. So who knows? Why don't you guys find out and tell me? Go ask someone on an exchange who's maintaining that ratio. Get that sweet AML KYC data for Papa Richard. Man, you guys talking about the IQ stuff still. So butthurt. Yeah, SM58's the same thing. It sounds the same. It's just very slightly different. You can take the windscreen off of these and like mod them and hack them up to make them sound different if you want. I like condenser mics a lot better personally. This just has a prettier aesthetic, to tell you the truth. I prefer my my Rode RM2A, KM2A, something 2A. Have I considered using a DTube video? No idea what that is. I'm going to make Gorch a mod. Hey, Gorch, I'm going to make you a mod. I respect your intellect, and I expect the long form responses that you generate. Thus, you are now a mod. Do with your power what you will. And guys, if you see him do anything bad, let me know, and I'll demod him. But I think he will respect his power, his authority. Wisdom is the map IQ, is the speed you travel. I've got better analogies for that, but it's okay. It's okay. So your ability to generate speed is your IQ. It's your horsepower. And your steering wheel is your map. And your traction and your tires is your work ethic. So intelligence is horsepower. Steering is like what you call wisdom, but you call it pathing or, quality of direction. And then your traction, your like day-to-day engagement, your traction is your traction, your tires. So I prefer the car analogy to that one. And speed isn't in my analogy for human intelligence. I don't use speed. I use speed for amplifiers in the nine parts of life. So you've got money, power, respect. That's your amplifiers. So they'll get you where you're going quicker. And then your destinations come from your pathing, which is in your spirit, which is mind, body, spirit, which is your identity. And then there's the last three things, which are time, environment, experience, which is scheduling, stuff, environment, and then, magic moments that make life worth living, which is experience. So I know you guys want to know the actual meaning of life and how to win at it. It's in the book. Read it. It's a big outline full of cool stuff. If you want to know the meaning of life or how to be rich, how to get laid, any of those things. Over-explaining things is another way of wasting time. Yeah, but what's over to one person isn't over to another. So, Richard, you seem a smart person. Any thoughts on the meaning of life? That's pretty funny. Yeah, I already wrote literally the meaning of life in the intro to my book, which is really just a big outline. Click the Discord and read it, and I will send you the link. What do you think will happen with the crypto space when we face the next economic stock market crash? I think it'll dip and then go up. Or maybe it'll go up and then go up. But it seems to have responded very well to missiles launched from North Korea, and so it probably would have a similar behavior under times of financial strife. You could actually go through and look how it's performed during other financial turmoil periods and see whether you learned anything from that to see how it might perform in the future. I don't feel like doing it, but you can. Happiness equals Sped Paisley shirts. That bad typing, dude. Someone's yelling, remove mod power. We don't need mods. Okay. Can you explain atomic swaps? You trade one thing for another thing, and the blockchain makes sure you don't get screwed doing it. Okay, like whatever. People are going to trade things, so having less counterparty risk and being faster and having less friction seems like a good deal. So it seems like atomic swaps are pretty cool. You won't have to use a centralized party like Shapeshift. You can just use a decentralized party. I think atomic swaps seem legit. Cliff High, scam. He says mice don't have telomeres and that there's some stupid earth chemical that makes you live longer. Once you say those two things, I don't research any farther. You're out. That's it. Like, if you're wrong about one thing, I have a pretty big problem with it. Like, being wrong once for me is a big deal. Like, I don't like people that are wrong. These aren't issues of style. They're very factual things. On down the list. I want to check my Twitter to see whether my tweet went, because yeah, it did. Richard is a commie. Not really. Kind of a like super capitalist business dude. Kind of the opposite of a commie. But whatever you say, buddy. Yeah, jackets do look good on me, but I don't feel like wearing one because I'm hot. So, deal. Just look up here. I'm up here. You're lucky I'm not wearing like a bikini or something. I would fuck with you guys. Scrolling down. If fiat currencies are backed by military force and geopolitics, do you think we'll see cryptos backed by cyber warfare? What does a battle between the old guard and new guard look like? That is a cool question. I like it. It's a cool question. But I can't really answer it because the premise is false. So currencies aren't backed by military force and geopolitics. As a matter of fact, every time we use our military force or geopolitics, it weakens our currency. It doesn't strengthen it. So it's actually inverse. Having a larger military and a larger geopolitical force is a larger cost and harms our currency. If we quit fucking around in Far-Offistan and all these other places, we would have a lot more money to make our currency useful and a lot more money to put in development to increase our GDP to make our currency more powerful. So it's a very, very big misconception that having a military force and geopolitical influence is an advantage to our currency. It is not. It is a detriment. It is harmful. The reason that our currency is as powerful and useful as it is because we produce the best shit. And we had everyone give us their gold when World War II occurred and we were the last guys in, and our shit didn't get blown up and theirs did. So we got to be the world reserve currency, which is a massive benefit, and that massive benefit compounds over time and creates a cascade where all of the new smartest people come here. Elon Musk is from South Africa. He built his business in the United States. Well, that happens a lot. So World War II and the advantage that we had financially shifted and cascaded massive amounts of intellectual talent and capital into the United States. And we've been riding that high for a very long time. Now, it doesn't have to always be that way, and it can change. And if you keep wasting your money on wars, it will change, right? Just to tell you, by the way, how important that head start was, think about all the startups that are in San Francisco, because that's where all the startups are, and that's where they were, and therefore that's where they will continue to be. Can't overcome that first mover advantage real hard. San Francisco would have to suck a lot worse before people defect to other areas. On down the list. You're welcome for the atomic swaps answer. It's not that valuable to have old coins. I was just saying that if you want to avoid all these dumb scams pretending to be Bitcoin, you need a way to tell the difference between real Bitcoin and fake Bitcoin. And the one that's been around the longest is the real one. And then you don't fall for as many little tricks about things that carry Bitcoin in name only. I'm wrong about omega-3 from plant sources. Care to elaborate? That statement is not useful. I said that omega-3s from plant sources have less mercury than those from fish sources, so you reduce the chances of getting mercury poisoning. I don't see the word mercury in your statement. Yeah, it would be great to be a guest on Joe Rogan. I like his work. Cool dude. Great podcast. Thanks for stopping by, Crypto Kerbit. I appreciate your viewership. You're a good memer on the interwebs. Somebody asked me about the Twin Towers. I think that whatever the Association of Architects and Engineers very, very long report that they put together over a very long period of time as an independent party is what happened. Those guys build buildings for a living. They know why buildings fail. What is a good starter mining altcoin? Don't mine. Well, like, if you already know coins are good, don't mine. You're wasting your electricity. If a fan breaks, you're cash negative forever. Just buy the coin, trust me. You're not going to trust me because you're addicted to like doing all the math of mining. And I've been there and I've been addicted to it and it's fun, but it's a very stupid financial decision. Just buy Bitcoin. Don't mine. You'll make more money and your fans won't break and your house won't get hot and you won't have to reboot your computer all the time and your video card won't make weird little green dots because you overclocked it too hard. I could go on down the list. Mining's dumb and it always will be dumb because it's not supposed to be profitable and it never will be. Compare donut coins. Maybe it's better than just sitting there alone. Plant-based, I'm not reading your if you want to learn about what supplements are good, go to examine.com and read the scientific literature and don't listen to what idiots on YouTube tell you, including me. Go to examine.com, EX, I'll give it to you in radio operator code. Echo, X-ray, Alpha, Mike, India, November, Echo.com. That's Charlie, Oscar, Mike. Go to examine.com and read the actual scientific papers on what is likely to be good in the way of supplements. Omega-3s make their list of these actually work, and there ain't that many on their list of these actually work. So you might just want to skip to that list. Richard, government killed 200 million people in the 20th century. Why is anarchy so dangerous? Because government is an emergent property of humans, and anarchy will turn into government every fucking time. And if you don't want anarchy to turn into government, you know what you need to prevent it? A government. So I hate to break it to you, but you're fighting against an emergent property of humans, and you ain't going to win that battle. So you should make better governments instead of trying to create an invisible pink elephant that is contradictory in its own terms and can't exist. On down the list. JP Morgan, look, JP Morgan's a giant company. If some trader somewhere got some branch to pay for something, it don't mean shit. So stop caring about a Swedish exchange having a couple coins bought by something kind of loosely tied to something, having kind of loosely something to do with JP Morgan. No one cares. No one cares. Everyone in JP Morgan already bought that stuff personally. So why do you care if they bought it corporately? Who cares? Stupid. Like, what is a company except a bunch of people anyway? Like, I don't understand why people are so excited about it. He's so arrogant and smart. Love it. Yeah, I'm arrogant and smart, but I'm losing my voice. So am I really the smart one here? Do I have any stock picking advice? Yeah. Buy the S&P 500 because that's what Warren Buffett's going to do when he dies. It's what he's told his will to do and his kin, his surviving kin. Or if you want to play the game while he's still alive, buy Berkshire Hathaway. 22% a year for 50 years. It's pretty good. It's better than you could do. So I like S&P 500 Berkshire Hathaway, or save your own life. Biotech index. You know, maybe I should just tell people biotech index because I'd rather survive than you make more money. So I take my advice back. Save my life, save your life, buy the biotech index. It'll probably make tons of money anyway. Lots of people are getting old. Everyone spends 50% of their lifetime medical costs in their last year of life. we've got a giant tidal wave of baby boomers that are going to die soon. So all those biotech stocks are going to blow up fast in the S&P 500 anyway. Buy the biotech. There you go. That's my stock pick. One day I'll create a fund that's a subset of the biotech index that removes things that aren't likely to save you. But I'm not there yet because crypto in this book is taking time. And really, it's just the crypto. And really, it's just the memeing on Twitter. So once I stop memeing on Twitter, finish the token, finish the book, then I can get to the longevity fund, the Save Your Ass Sets fund. You see how I paused there? Isn't that witty? And I've mentioned to other very wealthy people that they should do that, but no one's done it yet. So actually, Peter Thiel has a girl working on a longevity thing, but it's not a subset of the biotech index. It's more startups, and that might be more effective because the larger biotech companies could be working on things that have too short of a time frame for maximum impact. I'd prefer to have long shots that pay off in 20 years when I need them than short shots that pay off now but just are too light and too weak. These are pretty good questions, guys. Like, I'm actually pretty happy with your the level of your questions here. Maybe it's excellent modmanship going on that I'm just unaware of. Since 2014 indicates better returns with what? More altcoin bullshit. How many core devs are there? Well, it doesn't matter how many core devs are there. You can chart their commits in the newest release of software, and it's publicly available. So just search commits by author. I know there was a guy that put up a website to do it called like knowyourcoder.com or something. I think it might have been Andrew DeSantis, but I checked it. I tried to find it on his site and I couldn't find it again. I ended up finding someone else's that was equivalent. And the answer is probably 80% of the code's written by less than 20 people. And there's a large bell curve distribution within that. So there's probably 6 people that are representative for more than half the code. Don't know why you care. I guess I cared to find it out, so I can't remember why I cared. Oh, I cared because Roger Ver kept saying that Blockstream was Bitcoin core. That's stupid. So I needed to learn it for that reason. I'm not sure why you need to learn it. I think Tesla's great. You know, they've got the best data and the biggest head start on self-driving. They have the best hardware. They have the best not fastest, but quickest cars and safest cars. So I like all that. They're currently too expensive. However, the Model 3 apparently fixes that. Third DNA string. Trolling. I mean, RNA is kind of a third DNA string, but whatever. There's actually like an mRNA as well, which I'm not up to speed on. So I'm in this this channel that I never look at in Telegram with Chris DeRose, that all of you guys that are like memes, like you don't want to do anything with your life, you just want to make memes and like act funny with other technically oriented act funny people, go to Chris's channel. Don't go to my channel. Go to Chris's channel, because I don't care about bad memes and I don't care about SJW shit. I made my 2 SJW videos. They didn't go anywhere. I'm done with it. Next, right? So you guys that want to make memes, act funny, go look up the Briar Patch, go on Chris's channel. It keeps binging away in my ear. I'm going to mute it now. 1 second. Ah, yes. Sweet silence. Bye-bye now. No more of that shit. When do you think the dollar and euro will become obsolete? 25 years. It could be quicker, but that seems like a safe bet. Yeah, condenser mics are great. They're also nice for air conditioning. A condenser is what you have on the outside, which gets rid of the heat by condensing the superheated gas that's carrying the heat and turning from a gas into a liquid by condensing and dumping its heat in phase change. Ooh, we're so smart around here. So smart. The world needs just one anarchist country. We have that. It's called Somalia. It sucks. So I don't think the world needs any anarchist countries. If you wanted more anarchy, it's called the open seas, and you're all out there alone and do whatever you want. Cray Venter, Human Longevity, they're trying, but they're doing more of that stupid, like pump and dump, short frame, doesn't work, body scanning crap, dumb. Like the one thing they're doing that might work is all of the sequencing of humans and looking for like commonalities and screw ups, so you can identify the screw ups earlier. That's legit. That could work out. So their supercomputing efforts with comparing genomes across people with known pathologies could work. But their body scanning stuff is just garbage. It's just all false positives, pretty much. Just sell it to you as, something to sell you. Someone's going to say, oh, but they're using that to generate new data. Is noticing there's like a lump somewhere, new data. You got to biopsy it to get new data, and you do more harm than good. So I like the question, though. So we got Calico, Human Longevity Inc., Sense Foundation, that Russian dude, me, when I'm done playing crypto. Like, that's the end game. Longevity is the win. So, good question. Crypto is only as useful as it helps us bring longevity to the world. In a primarily crypto-based society, how would welfare function? The same way it works with normal money now. You give the government some of your crypto money, or they put you in jail. No different. Crypto doesn't stop people from going to jail. So it won't stop them from paying taxes, and it won't stop them from giving money to the government to redistribute to people that make the system work good. Well, adverb. Good point in the bell curve. Thanks, bro. I assume you're talking about the distribution bell curve inside the software development. Hey, your stream title says, bring it. Do you think China banning crypto won't hurt Bitcoin? Well, it depends on what you mean by hurt, right? So first, they're not banning it. They're going to legalize it. That's their statement. Short term, the things that they've done, they're pseudo-banning it a little bit by just stopping unlicensed exchanges that were like operating in a kind of gray area. That will slow down total economic energy into the system globally, but amplify energy into overpriced markets there locally due to a lack of supply. So the Bitcoin price will go up in China very high, but the amount of that price bleeding over to us through the firewalls and regulations outside of that will be a little bit slower. So you can't just blanketly say good or bad. Like, you could, but it's just easier to be a little more specific and say that it's going to vastly increase their price locally, which makes them want to purchase more, which takes the coins off the market, which by proxy increases the value of all our coins out here because we're not competing with their coins because they need them, because they're more rare there now. I think it's going to drive the price up. I think it's going to make things like the satellites and SMS networking and open dime and distributed exchanges happen quicker. And, would it have been even quicker? Like, if they just get it over with and legalize it and take the advantages of everyone using a less frictionful, more intelligently priced, less boom and bust, honest interest rate currency, I think that their nation state would benefit greatly from it. And since they're all engineers over there, I think they will adopt it. It just is going to create this price blip where the price is going to go up faster for like a couple years, but maybe at like the 3-year mark, it would have been even faster still had the liquidity been able to transverse their national border easier than now. But I mean, it might not be that bad, because what it'll do is they'll just mine more, right? They'll centralize the mining there more, because now, like, we had a mining centralization problem before because they have cheap electricity and cheap labor and cheap land and good electronics manufacturing and currency controls. The perfect storm of mining centralization. Well, now they're going to have all that plus overpriced coins from a ban. So you're going to see even more mining centralization there, taking advantage of the price that was increased from normal capital controls, but is increased even greater from normal capital controls plus exchange shutdowns. So that's my really long, in-depth answer as to good or bad, bring it. So for me, since I care mostly about the price right now, in like a 2 to 5 year time frame, because I think a bigger price now is just going to get so much more press. Like even them banning it will get so much Streisand effect of just more press, which would have been more valuable had we not already been getting so much press. Like you can only get so much press before people get fatigued, and it's better to do what they did and spread it out over time. So I would have preferred this ban thing occur during a time frame when we weren't already getting so much press from all-time highs, or in this case, all-time lows. The world, yeah, read that. Instead of jerking off, why not fucking a real girl? Why not both? Why not jerk off when you're alone? Jerk off when you're with her? Let her jerk you off? Jerk each other off? I don't, like, you're arguing about a tactic, not a strategy, right? Like, the strategy is feel really good. You do it alone, you do it with people. And the tactic is jerking off. So it's not that smart to argue against tactics. And yeah, why not get a girl too? They're great. And why not get more than one? More great. Down the list. I'm not sure why a Bitcoin thought leader has to talk about jerking off so much. This seems a little odd, chat. I guess it's because it's 95% guys in this space. It's literally 100% guys in this chat. Crazy. Not crazy. Man, these questions are getting like super duper smart over here. Okay. I don't want to skip any of these now. They're so good. I'm going to skip to the bottom, but I'm going to end up skipping up to the top because there's good ones. Would you list 5 sources that you read, watch, consume regularly, and the 3 places where I contribute post-stream? Well, my Twitter is like super busy, and then there's always some pretty smart, cool people in my Discord. And then if you click the voice thing, you can hear them talking about stuff. You can chat with them. And then I guess my most intelligent comments are reserved for Hacker News. Like I keep it real straight and narrow there. It's just like clinical, no fun. And then Twitter's like lots of fun, memeing, jokes and stuff. And then, if I have something that needs to be a little bit more long form, I'll put it on Medium. But I don't do much of that because I'd rather work on my book than, post stuff to Medium. And then things I read, watch, consume. If you follow the right people on Twitter, it's great. It's better than anything else because you have a curated list of people that you respect that care about the stuff you care about. And then you can create multiple accounts if you have multiple interests. I think Twitter is actually pretty fantastic. And I think the word limit makes people work to fight the stupid bloat of bad content. And, upvotes and retweets and likes also filters out bad content. There's even a bad content filter button in the options. So, I have managed to create a list of people that I follow that I enjoy. And you could just click my list and copy it, I guess. The more time you spend off of digital media and into deep learning and books, the better off your life is. Like as smart as I am, if I did less internet learning and more book learning, it would be like stupid level, even retardedly smarter. But I made a bad choice and I consumed too much digital media. I guess it's not that bad because I'm generating my own book now. So I should probably start with my book. There's a lot of good stuff in there. It ain't organized well. It ain't glued together right. Stuff ain't in the right spots, but it's full of awesome ideas that you can actually use. So go in the Discord, click the pin, download the book, read it, and just use the stuff that's in there. It's really good stuff. I don't think there are chicks here, dude. Somebody said there's chicks here. Nah, I don't think so. Yeah, Solidity sucks. Steam it, whatever. Maybe one day it'll be better than Reddit. right now it's not. So I don't care about it until it is better. But maybe one day it will be. Good luck. They've got a competitor too, like Gab.tv is a competitor of theirs as well. I think they do the whole alternate to Reddit thing, but I'm not sure about their monetization model. I think it's just donations. Steam is like more of a profit thing. When did you get into Bitcoin? Early 2011. What coins am I holding long term? Bitcoin. They give out Byteball for free, I should add. They give out Lumens for free sometimes too. Those are experiments. Bitcoin is not an experiment. It's the bomb. Yeah, Rootstock should be cool. Drive chain will be way cooler. Rootstock's going to have the same problems Ethereum has with bugs and smart contracts, so, and oracles and all that stuff. Like the only good thing that's going to come out of Rootstock, as far as I'm concerned, is the only good thing that came out of Ethereum, which is an ERC20 standard to help people do stuff. Sometimes stuff will be good, sometimes stuff will be bad, but at least you can do something with it. So that is like the only successful use case to come out of it. And so probably the only successful use case that'll come out of Rootstock will be an ERC20 analog on Bitcoin, which will obviously be better due to limited attack surface and limited implementations that don't compete with each other for consensus. So I'm slightly psyched, but drive chain craps on it. So I choose drive chain. Drivechain.info. Support it, pump it, make it happen. All right, scrolling to the bottom. When you said buy Byteball and Lumens, were you joking? Okay, you're either deaf or stupid. So I'm going to repeat myself in case you're both. They give out Byteballs for free. Okay, free. Free means not paid for, means not bought. Idiot. So when I say something's given out for free, it doesn't mean buy it, okay? Oh, by the way, to take advantage of the free, you have to own some Bitcoin. And if you don't own any Bitcoin, I don't know why you're in my chat. There's 3 women here. Hello, 3 women. I'm sorry that people know you're here now. Enjoy your direct messages. Yeah, I don't think YouTube does direct messages so much, so you guys should be all right. I'm glad someone was laughing at something. I think people like it when I like go hard on people, which I guess I don't do enough of. People seem to really want me to do that more, so I don't know. Maybe I'll turn up the fun. No coiner. Congrats. So arrogant. So arrogant. Yeah, why not? Why shouldn't I be? Hi. Rich, smart, travel the world. Like what? Can I be arrogant? Like, did I not earn it? Am I not giving enough? Self-help channel? Like, what do you want from me? I'm trying to fix the world and stuff. Like, why not? Because it subtracts from your message. Maybe. Maybe it enhances the message. Whatever. It's all in good fun. Look, the president of the United States is arrogant, and he's the president. So now that we know that works, maybe don't make fun of the style so much. I think I do it better than he does. It's not really setting the bar too high. Richard, what's to stop the government from printing all the fiat they want to buy up every single BTC and mine all the BTC that's left? I don't know. Wouldn't it be a lot easier for them to just missile every place they can identify that's mining, or execute anyone that knows how to write or spell the word Bitcoin? Fiction is fun. Let's dream up stupid stuff. Yeah, that's stupid. I could explain to you better ways to attack it than any of those, but why would I do that? No, I'm not going to tell you how to make things worse. I'm going to tell you how to make things better. The shirt's not pink, is it? Yeah, purple pinky. Nah, no house tour. It's too much effort. I don't have a long enough HDMI cord. reading more altcoin questions. But it's been so many hours, he doesn't know about my commandment to make fun of himself for asking. Purple Bronson, I like it. I think I wore this shirt before, actually. I think I got called Purple Bronson in this shirt before. Do you think we're living in a deterministic universe, or that we have free will? Free will. Easy. Easy. Equality doesn't exist. Why the hell would not free will exist? Like, it's stupid. Like, even if you try and do the same thing a bunch of times in a row the same way, you can't. You can't even predict how anything works here. It's like the most random, chaotic thing around. Why would you assume that all of this chaos is generated by some insane order to maintain the chaos? It's just dumb. Dumb on a lot of levels. What's in the case? A bunch of crystal stuff. I like crystals. They're sparkly and they don't depreciate and they look cool when you hit them with a lot of light. And they also, the way that they look cool changes based on your position, which most art doesn't. So like normal art just looks like it does. But crystal looks different based on the angle, which is kind of unique. It does require good lighting though. If your lighting's bad, you just wasted a lot of money. Sorry, what's the Discord? Ooh, a girl wants to know the Discord. Everyone, immediately. Let's get her this link immediately. We'll get our only girl. It's vital. No, there's actually oddly more girls in the Discord than anywhere else I've seen in the space. Not sure why. I think it's because when I do these live stream broadcast things, that YouTube just puts me on like the live streaming page and random normal YouTube people click it. So we're getting like non-crypto nerds in here, which have a like 50 times higher density than normal. So there's 50 times more girls in the general population than in the crypto space. I wonder if I did that math right. Well, that math might be wrong. You guys can tell me whether that math was wrong or not. In the crypto space, it's 98% dudes. And so, if we assume the normal general space is half dudes, half girls, which is a stupid assumption, but let's just call it, then how would you calculate? Well, I would need to know what percentage of viewers were new, and I don't have that number, so I can't do it. Oh well. I want to retire like Richard. Am I really retired? I mean, I create a lot of content here. Maybe I'm not retired. Maybe I generate content. Yeah, I agree with the button thing on the shirt. Do I consider myself smart? Yeah. Do I have academic titles? No. I know a lot of people with academic titles, and we get along real good. I like them. Do you believe in law of attraction? No. But if your way that you do the law of attraction gets you to actually do the right things, then it can work for you. But lots of people do the law of attraction and then don't do anything. And then they just attract other idiots that like the law of attraction. It's been around for over 100 years. You can check it out on Wikipedia. It's a well-known trope of fleecing people of their money in the personal development space. Like, for instance, I would make a lot more viewers and a lot more book readers if I said, all you have to do is read my book and think happy thoughts. It's wrong and it's a lie, but it's what people want to hear. So I choose the hard part. I choose the part that says you got to do stuff. So people don't like to hear that because you got to do stuff. Because you just buy Bitcoin and sit on it. But imagine if you did stuff and bought more Bitcoin. I literally can't stomach the relentless waves of deep sadness and gloom that you emanate. That's deep, bro. You know, for a guy with purple hair, purple shirt. So sad. So sad. Bitcoin's only, let's check the price. It's a Bitcoin price. It's only $35.75. I'm only super rich. Ah, fucking idiot. I think projecting. I think a lot of people that say that everyone else is like doomy and gloomy are projecting that shit. I'm not overly doom and gloomy, but I am 4 hours into a live stream. And Bitcoin has been pretty wild, so it does make it a little stressful. On down the list. Please turn off your instant message ping notifications. They are constant and take away from the quality production. I did that. How delayed is this shit? Report to me, chat, if you're having some weird production reducing thing going on, please, because I don't think there should be. Oh, there's a funny joke in here. Ready? Junior Good says, no wonder with an A. It's 90% dudes. Who would fuck him? The answer? Your mother. Oh, so easy. So easy, dude. God, don't make it that easy. Is it fundamentally harder to enforce taxation in a crypto-based society? No, because you see people with stuff that they didn't pay tax for, and then you put them in jail. So if you ever want to have stuff, it better match what you paid taxes for. So no, like crypto ain't gonna starve the government of money. If that were the case, cash would have already done it. Cash is less trackable than crypto. So, did money make you happy? Not really. I don't think so. Were you born rich? Nope. You must have just got here. I'm a self-made entrepreneur, bruh. Self-made. This headphone is killing me. Can you talk about your thoughts on the large decline and surge in BTC price? Yeah, China FUD, and then China actual ban, and then price down, and then price up. And it does this stuff even without China. The price goes up and down wildly even without this stuff. So the fact that we're sitting at $35,600 or $3,600 after the worst possible thing you could think of happened, it's pretty awesome. Like, that's really good. Like, why aren't we way lower? Why aren't we, at 1,000? Because we're winning the war. Because it's a bull market. Because this stuff, people really want it. Because they're talking about it on CNBC every day. Because it's in the television every day. It's on the magazines every day. Your friends are asking you where to buy it. Everyone's dying to buy it. All right. Well, awesome. That's the reason we're at 3,600 now. Because we're in the best thing that exists in the world right now. There ain't no better place to put your money in the entire world. So, yeah, people want in. It's a lot easier to find cash to buy coins with than it is to find coins, because cash is plentiful, but coins are not. So it's really good. Really, really good. Let me ask you this. If I told you a month ago, if I told you 2 months ago that the price would be 3,600, you wouldn't believe me. You'd be like, nah, it ain't going that high. And then if I said, yeah, but it actually was 5,000 and it went down to 3,600, you'd be like, nah, I don't believe it. And then if I said, yo, actually, China banned everything. They banned it all. They banned everything. What do you think the price is? You'd be like 900, 400? Nope, 3,600, baby, because we're killing it. We're killing it. It's great. It's all green lights. It's all good news. I'm very happy. Onward. Yeah, man, the guy Rich seeing potato peelers. Yeah, he's all right. But he, some people enjoy what they do, even if what they do is dumb. So there's some people that go to the same bar and sing the same song every weekend for 70 or 80 years. And there's some people that sell potato peelers in the street. And there's some people that make memes in little channels, like kids, like little babies. I don't know. I made a lot of memes today, too. I was actually going to make an anti-meme meme. I was going to use a Foursquare, but mom meme to generate a you shouldn't waste your time making memes. But it was too hard for me to find the core image that I wanted. So I gave up on it. It is rather meta and rather cyclical, and that recursive is the word that everyone likes to use, that I was going to make a meme about not making memes. Yeah. It kind of is. If you're funny and you have an audience, it is nice to make memes because you know that they're funny. I made one today about Bitcoin becoming a limited edition coin. So I had to find, a lot of cool stuff. Stick it together. Down the way. Can you expand your thoughts on credible threats to Bitcoin in the long term besides nuclear war? Yeah, I could, but I own a lot of Bitcoin, right? So why would I shit talk the thing I own? I could just do it to look smart. Or I could look smart with people that reward me better for looking smart and keep it a secret. I'll do that one. Yeah, I could list out a bunch of exciting ways that anything could fail, but I don't find in my interest to do so for Bitcoin. So if you want to earn my respect as a useful human being to share valuable knowledge with, go ahead and earn it, and then I'll tell you my super secret ideas. Otherwise, I keep it to myself. I'm sure it's not anything you haven't thought of yourself. It's nothing exciting. Let's go. I put a bid on that shirt, 2 Bitcoins. I would probably sell the shirt for 2 Bitcoins. That's a lot of money. Yeah, the guy that asked that question was like, good answer. Thanks, bro. Trust me, if you want to know why Bitcoin sucks, just go to RBTC. They'll tell you why Bitcoin sucks. Or go to Buttcoin. They'll tell you what Bitcoin sucks. So, I'm probably creative enough to find some vectors they haven't thought of, but they're douchey enough to give you your heart's fill of FUD. FUD. FUD stands for fear, uncertainty, and doubt for those that aren't in the tech business. If you shit talk Bitcoin, the value goes down, and then you can buy some more Bitcoin. Yeah, I hear you. The problem with that is that there's lag, right? So you don't know how long it takes for your shit talk to kick in, and then it might not work out the way you think. So you should probably just do normal stuff without that advanced bullshittery. Taxation is theft? Not really. I mean, is using roads you didn't build theft? Is speaking a language you didn't design theft? Not really. Taxation is often used for purposes which are suboptimal, but you would find that not being taxed would give you a lot of other suboptimal outcomes as well. So people prefer to be taxed. So I would say that inefficiently utilized tax base is crappy. Now, if you want to say just random things the government do or theft, you could say civil forfeiture is theft. You can go with that one. Or artificially low interest rates that only the rich people get. Or capital gains rate being half of normal rate. All those are actual theft. But the one thing that you mentioned, just general taxation, not theft. Sorry, bro. Up your game. I'm pretty hard to troll. Yeah, I'm pretty troll. I respect trolls. It's just comedy to me. I like comedy. I like laughing at me, and the jokes are funny. I'll laugh at them. Richard, $5 wrench attacked. How to protect against it? Time locking, or Shamir secret sharing your key in multiple locations, some of which you don't have access to. You can do an M of N. If I have access to X number of keys out of a set, then I can access it. So with a combination of time locking and key spreading, you can achieve any security goals that you want to protect yourself against a $5 wrench. Aren't you happy that I had that answer for you? Now you can be lazy and never actually do any of that stuff. It's nice to know about better ways to do things, though, eh? I say China, you can try to ban Bitcoin and it will just be worth more. Yeah, it's true. I mean, what country banned Bitcoin that didn't have Bitcoin price go up? What do you think? It's going to fucking go down? It's obviously going to go up. It's harder to get. Supply is down. Demand is probably up from mentioning it. That's the Streisand effect. No, I don't do stocks. plausible deniability, sure, then, release a key that has an amount that they would expect you to have, and then they think their attack worked, and maybe they let you alone. It's like having a fake wallet full of money and then a sock full of more money. You can do that if you want. Fubar is smart. Ain't nobody in chat knows about no BIP39, bruh. People keep calling me like GOAT. I had to Google that shit. I'm like, oh, greatest of all time. I like it. Thank you. There was a crypto trader that blew out who used to be a whale, and his name was GOAT. So I thought people were making that reference, but I'm happy with greatest of all time. What would happen if USA banned Bitcoin? Well, Bitcoin in America would get a lot more expensive. And liquidity that would have gone from America to other places wouldn't have. So Bitcoin in America would get way more expensive, and Bitcoin outside America wouldn't grow as fast in appreciation because of the liquidity filter of the making it illegal. So it would raise local, wherever you ban it, it goes up price. And then over like a medium time frame, it starves some liquidity from the rest of the world. But it would take a while. And then actually it might get canceled out by just the enforcement of the ban making the knowledge of the thing so popular and the desire of it increasing because people want what they can't have. Probably the Streisand effect would cancel out the efficacy of the ban. Am I a day trader? No. Why do you think I'm talking to you guys? Shouldn't I be trading? Should I be looking at a screen? Day trading's dumb. I have a video on why you shouldn't day trade. It's the Why Poker Sucks video. Watch it. It's good. Chat should link to it. I don't trust you, chat. I'm going to link to it. God, I look so fat. Somebody in my chat put a picture of me. I look like a damn sausage. Huh. If Bitcoin could just, be a little less volatile, I could eat less ice cream. All right, chat. I don't feel like alt-tabbing. Somebody paste the Poker Sucks link for people that are asking about day trading and poker and stocks. The Poker Sucks video tells you why you shouldn't do day trading or stock trading or poker or video games. Watch that, please. And hopefully chat will paste you the thing. Time locking isn't Todd's BIP. It's not a BIP anymore, bro. It got implemented, and time lock is a thing that you can do now. So BIPs are proposals, and then once they get turned on, they're on. So yeah, I guess it's still a BIP, but it's more than a BIP. It's on the network now, and lock time works. So enjoy it. Thank you, Peter Todd. Much appreciated. Good stuff. Peter Todd, useful to have in the space for sure. Calls a lot of people on their bullshit claims. Somebody said without taxation, we can't bomb the roads. That's funny. I like that. That's a good joke right there. He's referring to taxation being used for war instead of local maintenance, which, by the way, it mostly is. If you look at who pays for your roads to get repaired, it's not the federal government, it's the local government. And your federal taxes don't get to that level unless you're in a weird subsidized state, which I don't feel like going into. There's not enough exception finders on here. Yeah, my poor belt is being covered by my fat stomach. There's a lot of fat shaming going on around here. I think I'll do my next interview naked to punish you guys for talking so much crap, because I assure you, if I were naked right now, you'd be having a much worse time than me. Rolling down. Yes, fasting does sharpen the mind as well. That is true. I've fasted for a week. It's pretty cool. Someone in chat should say, you need 10 more weeks, Richard. That's what I would do. Sir, you are a sharp and unique voice in the community. I appreciate your content. Thank you, sir. Hit the gym, bro. Yeah, I lift pretty decent. Don't make the fat go away. Cashew milk. It's a lot of calories in that stuff, dude. If it tastes good, it's got a lot of calories in it. You're still going to be fat. Dude, if I were lactating, I would make you a glass. Unfortunately, not. It is a Louis Vuitton belt. I like Louis Vuitton because it's very durable. It's very noticeable what it is. So it's not like getting a Patek Philippe watch where you pay 50 grand and no one tells what it is. Like, one rich guy out of 100 knows what it is. It's bad signaling as far as I'm concerned. If you run in like ultra rich circles, then they do know. But I do not yet run in those circles. Nor would I hope, if they were the right circles, I wouldn't give a shit about my wristwatch. It's a terrible waste of resources. Is it intelligent to enslave another human being for a year, laboring over the manual creation of a timekeeping device, when a Casio dollar store watch does the job better? Do you really feel good about enslaving that guy for a year? You're an asshole. So, you know, I probably shouldn't buy more expensive watches because you're enslaving watchmakers. It's not good. 500,000 in 2 years seems a little bit much. That might be too much. That's a lot of up. Hope he's right. The number seems too big. Oh, no links allowed. Sorry, guys. If you want to find the Gambling Sucks video, you could try Googling Richard Hart with no space and Gambling Sucks. Bet you'd find it. Somebody lost 22 pounds in 30 days and talked about how awesome it was. But what he doesn't know is that when you eat fruits and vegetables, they use pesticides. And the pesticides are fat soluble. And those fat soluble pesticides just shocked your system toxically and probably reduced your lifespan, which is why no physician requests that you lose a pound a day. So you done fucked up, boy. You thought you were doing the right thing, but now you're going to die sooner. Fast weight loss ain't good. Just say no. People recommend 1% per week max, which, still quite a bit. Don't you hate it when you brag and then like it turns out that you were totally fucking up and you didn't know it? I know I do. Equality is a myth, correct. Watch my first 2 YouTube videos. Your channel was not linked in the show notes. Yeah, sorry guys. Whatever. They're busy. Like they're tired and they're off site and they're at a show and they're talking on stage and stuff and everybody already knows me anyway and whatever. Like I don't care. I'm not making any money on this. Don't give a shit. If I gave a shit, I would like put money in marketing and like advertise. I don't care. When will the housing market collapse? Well, I don't think it will. Is it already overinflated again? I don't think it will. Yeah, I saw the people that I didn't know there were people that thought they could live by just breathing air. I know that there were people that thought they could live just by like absorbing the sun. Very stupid scammer people. They're like, oh, I just snack every once in a while, but I really just get all my calories from the sun. And you like add up the caloric value of their snacks. You're like, yeah, you're a snack-based creature. You're not a sun-based creature. You're stupid. Yeah, I have gained 5 pounds since I started the stream. That was a good one, dude. I feel that way. Have you guys noticed how much this stream talks about like me and my identity? Like who gives a fuck? Like I don't understand. Like everything that I say that you guys can derive value from, that's good advice, that stuff matters. But like who I am, you can't do anything with it. You can't buy a coffee with it. You can, like, it's so weird to me that people like care about your clothes and like what you do. You can't do anything with that shit. Like a single piece of good advice or a single insight is worth more than all of the knowledge you could ever have about me as a person. So I don't know why people care so much. Like, there's no profit in it. Good music suggestion. XL belt buckle. It's LV really, but if that was a joke, it was weak. Would need more X's to kind of be funny. Byteball free distribution doesn't seem to support SegWit addresses. Yeah. I haven't looked into that. That could suck. Well, go into their Slack and be like, yo, let me help program your Oracle, your transition bot to support SegWit. He'll probably be like, yeah, we're already working on it. I want to bid on your chair. Nice. Well, yeah, I do look fatter because I'm slouching because I'm tired here. I'll drop 5 pounds for you. Ready? I'll drop 5 pounds with good posture. Let's see how that looks. This is how the stream probably started. Let's take a look. God, this guy is so fat. Looks like Jabba the Hutt. It's Crypto the Hutt. All right. I could just do like a selfie thing like girls do. Just point it down and from the sky. Early 2011. That's when I got into Bitcoin. Don't worry, be happy. Yeah. Yo, let's check the price. Let's check the price for happiness. Do we have happiness liftoff? 36.19. Happiness liftoff, everybody. Probably clipping my mic. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. To tell you the truth, if I wasn't happy about the price right now, I'd be like, stream over, back to Twitter. I'm all right with where it's at. That's cool. It's good. I think people get it. I think they know the price is going up. Works for me. Up is good. I care about what you have to say and whether I can make good use of it and be rich and travel the world. Read the book. Go on the Discord and read the book. Here's the link. Just do the stuff in the book. That's all. You are a mistake. The profit is the fun value. Yeah, that's fine too. They're not mutually exclusive. You do both. Probably egotism, source of almost all jealousy. Not how can improve my life by sharing knowledge, but in what ways am I better than him? Yeah. A lot of people out there cock blockers at a distance, but as soon as they get close enough to you to think they might be able to work with you, they kiss your ass a lot. So basically, everyone wants to seem important. So they make fun of you when they can't work with you. But when they could work with you, they shut the fuck up and ass kiss. So, whatever. It's just effective game theory. Like, makes sense. I don't mind it. Is Bitcoin how you made your fortune? No. Like, I've never sold. So, I'm just holding. I made my fortune before Bitcoin existed. I was traveling the world long before Bitcoin existed. Your clap, send it to 3725. 3725, baby. Keep it coming. It's going to be 6,000. China limited edition Bitcoins. Every place they ban it, it goes up. Guess what, China? You got to pay a premium, baby. You're not getting my coins. So you're going to have to pay someone more for theirs. It takes balls of steel to hold crypto? Yeah. Yeah, it does. You know what? If you panic sell once or twice, you'll have those balls of steel in a heartbeat. So I guess the accurate statement would be, it takes balls of steel unless you fail a couple times, and then it just takes normal smarts because you've seen it shoot up so many times. It's inevitable. Like everyone saw, oh, it always goes down 40, shoots right back up. Went down at 40, shot right back up. You look back on the chart, you're like, oh, it's done this a bunch of times. And, not for any particularly good reason. So pretty cool. It's pretty cool that there's something that you can like reliably buy dips and make a lot of money. It's really neat. Why travel the world? Foreign people seem to mostly be stupid. Whatever. I don't like traveling, but I did it all. So some people love it. I don't know why. And I'm a photographer, so I should really love it. I don't really care. Edward Kuntz says, Richard Hart, I am listening to piano and drinking red wine while looking this stream. Epic combination. Well done, sir. Tip of the hat to you. Tip of the crypto fedora. I'm a top hat guy. I don't like fedoras. I own them. I never wear them. They suck. Why do people comment about him being fat? I don't know, dude. They just don't have anything else cool to say. Reach out, guys. Talk about the Dracula castle or some shit. Do I have an experience with social isolation? No. I've always been totally surrounded with people my whole life. I've never been without people. Hyper social. I had a babysitter once, ever. Singular time. So, family was working, I'm working. You know, family's playing, I'm playing. Team. Big on team. Eating fruit takes years off your life? The fruit we eat today isn't as healthy as you think it is. We've bred the shit out of it to be totally sugary and totally not starchy. So a lot of the health benefits less tasty fruit would have, the fruits we have now don't have. And like they get concentrated for juice. Like there's a lot of juice and fruits. They're not as good as they used to be. You kind of got to work to make them operate the way that you would want them to for health. I pray you're right, Richard. It takes... I scrolled up too far. You have traded? Not really. I read a lot. Whoever said Bitcoin makes you fat? What the hell? I read all this. 6,000 when? I don't know. A few days? 3 days? 4 days? Why not? Looks like that was where we were going. Keep going. Might get there quicker. Band drives price up. Why not get there quicker? You know? Confidence is inspired. Worst possible thing happened and we shot right back up. Couldn't have anything more confident than that. What could possibly inspire more confidence than a 40% drop and then shooting right back up? That's as good as it gets. I mean, I don't think Donald Trump coming on air and being like, buy Bitcoin would be better. Probably better for some people. Somebody try it. Somebody get Donald Trump to do that. And then we'll compare that bounce with this bounce and we'll see which one's better. Maybe someone wants to just send them Bitcoins. Send Donald Trump Bitcoin, somebody, so that he cares. He's like a care about stuff he owns kind of guy. Make sure he holds some Bitcoin. Scroll down. Panic selling is a learning process. Yeah. So in the Ray Dalio interview earlier today with Tim Ferriss and Ray Dalio, he talked about the difference in investment strategies between a normal person and a hedge fund manager. So a hedge fund manager is trying to maintain a ratio of things. And so if one thing goes up a lot, he has to sell it to buy something else that didn't go up a lot to maintain his ratio. That's a hedge fund manager's style. And a noob style is that he will buy things that are high because they feel like better investments. They feel like something you should buy. Whereas things that are low feel like worse investments, something you shouldn't buy. So notice the two strategies are different. One guy sells the high thing, one guy buys the high thing, and vice versa. So you will find that buying high and selling low is not the right way to make money on anything. So people that trade lose. Don't trade. Going down the list. If you believe in your investment, it's not hard to hold. Depends on your time frame. I don't mind holding forever because I don't need the money. But if I needed the money, time frame would matter a lot. I care a lot, right? So I understand people caring a lot. And particularly people that have held for a long time. Because the longer you've held, the larger the percentage of your net worth is this stuff, because there's nothing else in the world that can keep up with its appreciation. So anyone that's held Bitcoin for any period of time is massively over invested in it because you'd have to just sell constantly to keep buying down your percentages. Yeah. Like, if they're paying less in China now, which from what I've seen was like 8% less, short term, long term, it's going to do what every other country did. Let's check the ratios. Japan, 3,700. Finex, 3,730. Bitflyer, that's the Japan one. Bitstamp, 3,680. OKCoin, China, 3,000. It's a big discount. GDAX, well, is it a big discount? What's 36 down to 300? 20% off? Less than 20% off? Call it 20%. It's not that big a discount. GDAX, 3,753. BitThumb's Korea, 3,641. So it looks like China's short term at a 20% discount to the Western exchanges. But what's interesting here is that Japan and Korea seem exceptionally interested in buying right now and have very high prices, and they're neighbors with China. So I think that the Koreans and Japanese are used to taking advantage of things that Korea has banned, as is much of the world. I'm sorry, the things that China has banned. So I think that Korea and Japan will probably be more interested in this rally than previous rallies because it's their neighbor that's getting screwed. Interesting. And those countries that are geographically closer and have a common language, or at least have friends that speak a common language, are probably more likely to help money like get through the regulations through, smuggling and side deals and whatever. It's interesting. It's cool. Yeah, so my prediction, and we'll see if it's right, is that if a ban is effectively implemented, which currently it's not, right? Like 2 exchanges have like 30 extra days that weren't expected. So there's not any form of ban whatsoever. Like there's exchanges that are still super legalized by verdict from the government that says you have more time because you didn't screw with ICOs. Well, we won't have those conditions of an increase in price due to a ban until there is actually a ban that actually restricts their access to the coins. So my prediction regarding the price in China increasing greatly, I say 6,000 short term, like weeks, is dependent on them actually doing the ban and not just talking about it. So my prediction will take a while to kick in because the prerequisite for it functioning doesn't yet exist. It's still all just FUD and mostly normally working exchanges, or at least 2 normally working exchanges that have been well advertised in the space because they're one of few ones running. Going to chat. Richard Hart, I know you self-deprecate, but negative self-talk is bad, as you demonstrated previously in livestream. Don't you think knowing is just as useless as ignorance with inaction? Well, one's funny. So, I think self-awareness is useful. I know how to be fit. I know how to be super fit. I've been more fit. I've been less fit. I'll rotate into fitness for giggles. Why not? Fits with my whole longevity mission. Makes everything better. It's really good. God, I feel sorry for that streamer Boogie. He must fucking hear about his weight all the time. I personally all right, I'm not talking about the fat shit anymore. It's boring. Everyone's fat, dude. Everyone's fat, guys. Americans, we're all fat. Deal. Is that LV belt real or replica? Real. Why do you care? Wouldn't it be smarter if I could find such a good looking replica? Wouldn't that be like a fabulous bargain? It'd be like intellectual property arbitrage? Nah, seems a little thefty. Make a 2020 prediction? Well, I already predicted euro and dollar massively disappearing within 25 years. And 25 years from now is 2032, 2042. So 2042, you want a 2020 prediction? That's only 3 years. All right. I assume you mean price prediction. Bitcoin price prediction 2020, which is 2 years and 3 months from now. I'm going to say 40,000? I don't know, 50,000? It's hard to predict like exponential growth off the top of your head. I'd really be better off with an Excel sheet to do that. So I would take that guess with a lot of salt, but it's probably an underestimate. Humans always underestimate exponential growth, so 40 to 50,000 is probably an underestimate in 2.5 years. Because you got to understand, these things, they double, and then they double some more. And so if 6,000 in a few weeks doubles and doubles again, you're already at 24K. And that's just 2 doublings. So I've probably vastly underestimated it, but whatever, it's a big enough number for you to feel great about it. I gave Donald Trump Jr. his first Bitcoin on the campaign trail in Ames, Iowa. Perfect work, digital currency. Thank you so much for that. Well done. That's probably made some impact. Great work. Great outreach. That's good stuff. Can you please a coin on the block? God damn it. Can you do please a coin on the blockchain that can upscale everything that is, and if yes, how? Douchebag. Go learn English, dude. Learn it. It's a great language. It's a global reserve currency. All the new science comes out in it. The best music, the best movies. Hot girls. Learn English. You'll love it. I'm talking to you, 33 Mag. That shit wasn't English, bro. Google Translate would not turn that into anything good. Okay, blah, blah, blah. When your ICO come to reality? I don't know. I should have some cool PDFs to you guys in 7 to 14 days. That's my guess. Depends on how many artistic shortcuts I want to take. If I would just pump out cool looking text, it could be pretty quick. What assets do I recommend besides BTC? Well, you should first optimize your environment. So you should have a great bed, a great monitor, a great chair, a great keyboard, and a great computer, because you're going to spend a lot of hours on those things. Then, after you've made those things great, you go put your money in the grow for no apparent reason thing, because once you've got those things, what do you need more money for? Travel, whatever. Health, I guess. Family, education. Sure, you could use the money for something, but if you got really good environment, you don't need that much more money. So once your environment's optimized, maybe drive a lot, get a safer car, dodges accidents and stuff, put blinking lights on it, move to a safer neighborhood. If you've done all those things, Berkshire Hathaway, 22% a year, 50 years, can't beat it. S&P 500, in case Berkshire's alpha keeps dropping because of, the eventual departure of its founder. He ain't gonna live forever, Charlie Munger and Warren Buffett are going to die at some point, and there's a risk that the people that they've put in charge underneath them aren't as amazing as they are. It's also a chance that they're better. I don't know how to tell the difference between the two. However, if you want to save your life and get rich, you should buy the biotech index. Do startups in the space. What matters more than saving your own life and the lives of your loved ones? Biotech index, startups in the space, S&P 500, and Berkshire Hathaway and Bitcoin. You should be good. I think Buffett would suggest that you purchase some bonds as well. I've never felt compelled to include them in a portfolio. But I'm sure he has a much more intelligent reason for doing it, and you should take his word over mine. So except he doesn't like Bitcoin. Everything else, take his advice over mine. Anything financial. It's been 5 hours I've been chatting with you guys. Jeez. I'm surprised I still have a voice. Richard Hart. I read that one. See, you did paste that twice. That isn't my scrolling. I used to mine Bitcoin. It was cool. It's fun. But as you know, all mining stops being profitable. I would like to support your ICO. Great. Go into my Discord, subscribe on my Twitter. I will be telling the world about it as soon as I have a nice PDF to do so with. You can read about it a little bit if you click the little pin button. Click 3 dots if you're on a phone. It's a little intro there. Yes, bed. Your wife shares a room with you, which is a bed. It's not that bad. You know, small rooms ain't that bad. I lived in a hotel for 5 years. It's fine. Traveling. It's just a smaller room with noisy vacuums around 12 to 2. Why can't Bitcoin increase the block size forever? It can, but network topology has to increase at the same rate, and it doesn't. Networks in Australia and Middle America are garbage, and they're not getting faster. They're not getting quicker fast enough. So it's a comparison of scale issue. If network infrastructure increased at the same rate as a large block system would, it would be fine. But they don't increase at the same rate, so it's not fine. And it also increases centralization, which is not fine. It's very technical to explain to you why it increases centralization. It just has to do with the closer you are to everyone else, the less orphans you get, the more profitable it is. So there's already a lot of things working against us to break the security model of Bitcoin through breaking centralization or through enhancing reasons to centralize. And that's the failure of the system. Like, we can't have that, so we have to fight it. And small blocks is part of that fight. Good social engineering is another part of that fight. Man, 5 years, really, 5 hours fucks your voice up. I'm like, voice running out here. It's because I talk so loud. Outside of memeing this and working, what do you do that gives you enjoyment? There's a sport I like to play, but I don't want to tell you what it is. It's not wanking. That's an okay sport too. All right, 2 sports, fine. What else? I do the nightclub thing. It's, meet new people. It's all right. Trying to do it less. What else? I guess that's it. Some sport and some nightclub. That's about it. I used to do a lot more stuff, but once you have gotten good at stuff, you get kind of bored of it, depending on what it is. Oh, I've just been peeing myself the whole time. I don't know. I don't know why I don't have to pee. Thanks for mentioning it, though. Oh, someone else already giving me subliminal commands to go pee. Thanks, guys. I also feel my tongue in my mouth, and I'm manually blinking. Don't you like it when people do that? You are aware of the position of your tongue in your mouth right now. Ah, yes. The counter troll. Yeah, everyone, I know. The book ain't going to be finished for a while, man. It's not healthy to sit in the front of the computer for 5 hours. This guy cares about my health. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. I'm willing to endure this as like a little bit of an endurance sport for you guys. Scrolling up. Ooh, Got some SJW style questions here. This one's better than most I've seen. How do I know it's racquetball, they say. You are so close. So close. So very close. I play squash. I like it. It's great. I do it 2 hours at a time. That's a real fucking workout. 100% the whole way. On down the list. Do you condone masturbation? Condone. Lol. It presupposes I have some authority. Interesting. But understand the problem similar to drug abuse that porn creates and the feedback brain damage. Bro, let me let you in on a secret. Every single male human being is jerking off. All of them. They tried to do a scientific study on guys to see what it was like, the difference between the guys that jerked off and the guys that didn't. They couldn't find any guys that didn't. Now, a little bit wrong here. It was watch porn, not jerk off. You might be able to find guys that don't jerk off, but you definitely can't find guys that don't watch porn or haven't watched it. So if you think that shit causes brain damage, you're living in a world of brain damage. Hate to break it to you. Chances are you're entirely wrong, and that looking at naked people is way cooler than it is not cool. As a matter of fact, if more people did what you're suggesting, it would probably make us less sexual creatures, and we'd have less kids. I think porn primes the pump, gets people interested. You could make the counter argument that they don't need to go out. Believe me, they want to keep going out. Am I an alien? Well, yes. If you're from another planet and I come to visit you, I'm an alien to you. So I guess I am an alien. BTC backed by gold? Stupid idea. Should put the camera up so you just can't see my gut anymore. Make life a lot easier. Oh, someone's talking about the first time they jerked off. Well, I'm just going to skip that. Why don't you use a wireless keyboard? Because it's a security issue. Why would I open up myself to attack from packet sniffing and other wireless bullshit? No. I like wires. Less security surface area to fuck with. And it's less laggy, and you don't have to charge the batteries, and I could go on down the list. Yeah, squash can be dangerous, dude. You gotta respect the walls. Some courts have walls that are more flexible, that, they give a little bit when you hammer into them. And other courts, you're just slamming into brick, dude, and it's a nightmare. General Byzantine, you're mind hackery. I'm not even going to repeat that. Yeah, squash ball hurts when it hits you, dude. Depends on where it hits you. There's some spots where it hurts a lot. Kind of like paintball in that way. Seems like a similar kind of pain. I used to play that too. Are you not aware of the problems with impotency due to over-masturbation? No. No, I'm not. Because if what you're saying was true, people would stop doing it. That shit don't exist, bro. You can beat that thing like it owes you money all day long. No problems. Matter of fact, it works better. I don't know what you're talking about, dude. People that jerk off more last longer. People that jerk off less last less long. I don't know what you're talking about. You're silly. Welcome to Richard Hart, cryptocurrency thought leader. Tonight we'll be talking about how fat I am and jerking off all night long. Because chat, maybe, isn't the most pure thing in the world. What's wrong with you fucking guys? Unsuck yourselves, people. For fuck's sake. What was the thing I did that enjoyed the most today? I went on a very nice walk with a friend and his dog. And it was very nice. No, Bitcoin will never be proof of stake unless some computer science breakthroughs happen, and then the miners aren't going to be okay with that, so it'll just be a big ass fork. So there will always be a proof of work Bitcoin is your answer. and proof of stake doesn't work. So maybe in 10 years, some magic thing will fix it. I want to repeat some of these things. They're funny. Funny internet chat always turns into sex. Yeah, when it's 98% guys, one-track minds. I am fat. I don't care. It's fine. Like, I choose to be fat. When I choose to not be fat, I won't be fat. It's not a big deal. Believe me, I'm fast and have endurance and can lift weight and shit. The fat just looks dumb. If someone plays virtual reality squash, nah. Virtual reality sucks. Virtual reality will suck for a very long time. Really, reality is as good as it gets. How many screen door pixels do you like to look at in your shitty, not enough resolution lag display that makes your face sweat? No thanks. And has broken depth perception. Like, I could go through I've written articles on why VR sucks. You can read them in my Hacker News Y Combinator profile. Yeah. I'll probably get on some testosterone, but I want to have a kid first. I don't want my balls to disappear and stop working before. Like, I don't want to screw my kid over because I just want to look more jacked. After I have a kid, testosterone, surely. Like, yeah. Free muscle mass. Yeah, I like it. I don't wear no damn tracksuits. Proof of stake doesn't work. Go look up Paul Stortz's comments. He's at Truthcoin, and I'm not spelling it for you. Truthcoin. He'll explain to you why proof of stake is garbage. He's the expert on it. Do you think simple asking questions can change your life? Sure. Yep. The quality of your life is the quality of your questions, because your questions change your focus and you feel what you focus on. I made a video about it. In my 25 videos, it is one of them. So 4% of my videos is dedicated to exactly what you're talking about. It's called, like, you feel what you're focused on, or something to that effect. I wear this elastic band so I can tie my hair up, which I don't do for aesthetic purposes now. But as soon as I'm not on camera, I'm tying it up because it's hot and it's irritating. Downsides to fashion. Fashion is pain. Am I religious? I don't know. I like the book I wrote. It's like a pretty cool belief system. So if you write a pretty cool belief system book, I don't know. Maybe you're religious. Why am I wearing this earpiece? You guys don't make any sound. I don't even know why I'm wearing this. Habit. Hilarious. I haven't heard a sound in a very long time. Yeah, smart people should have more kids. Yeah, it's better for the world. It's harder for them. Do you know anything? Depends on what anything is to you, I guess. What do you think about a stock market for ideas? Well, that's what startups are, aren't they? Free market where people buy and sell business ideas. Yeah, people give their ideas away from free. You could try it. I wouldn't mind seeing that tried. Give it a try. There's some newsletters that you can sign up to that give you a new business idea per day. And you can find some, like, business idea threads on Hacker News and some other entrepreneurial websites. So you can exchange those ideas for free without monetary compensation. There's actually, I just saw recently a board where you can sell your half-done projects that you just didn't want to finish and trade them with other people, which is pretty cool. Because lots of developers start and don't finish a lot of things, and then you have this giant portfolio of things that are halfway done. And you might want to switch to someone else's halfway done thing if it's in a language that you like. So I think that thread came up on Hacker News maybe a couple days ago. So that was really cool. I think it was in a Show HN thread where people show off stuff they've built. So if you search this Show HN section in the last 5 days, you'll be able to find a marketplace for exchanging and perhaps even paying for half-finished businesses, which are just executed ideas. Good question, Mr. DC Memetics. I like it. You have elicited intelligent content. Thank you, Jake Elbert, for saying I look very aesthetic. I know, like, by the way, guys, I know I've missed a lot of really good questions because you guys are generating good questions quicker than I can answer them because I'm giving pretty long form answers to pretty complicated questions. So, sorry if I missed your question. If it was important and it was good, repeat it, and it's likely that I'll get to it again. I thought Guns N' Roses was quite good in their first album, and then, perpetually worse after. But their first album was real good. I don't know how much of that you can... interesting fact, the drummer or bassist or guitarist, I don't remember which, from Guns N' Roses turned out to become a wildly successful investment fund manager and made bajillions of dollars off of the money that he invested for himself and some of his rock and roll buddies into tech startups in Seattle. So they own a giant portion of Starbucks coffee and Microsoft and I think Amazon. Like, this guy just bought a lot of stuff in Seattle, and everything he bought went amazingly well. So one of the musicians from Guns N' Roses is a wildly successful and profitable investor that runs an investment fund. I always thought that was funny. Why is Light Network good for BTC? Because it increases the use cases more than the increased velocity decreases the demand for the currency. If the currency was fully adopted and if it was fulfilling all of its possible use cases, then the increased velocity could decrease its price. But since it's not very adopted and isn't being used that much, the increased use cases should and will increase the value of the network more than the velocity decreases it. Good question, though. Richard Hart, I envision it being like Shark Tank, but without the investors having entrepreneurs by the balls. Sure. Yeah, distributed Shark Tank. Go, do it. Have an ICO. Have distributed Shark Tank. Have fun. Sounds cool. Why not? Could work. You have I crush most things on site. The fact that I didn't crush that means it's probably a pretty okay idea. What books do I recommend? My book. Go in my Discord and read the book. Click the pin. These two books, it's just Schopenhauer and Seneca. It's Seneca, Letters to a Stoic, and Schopenhauer, Aphorisms and Essays. Whatever. My book's better. And I also think that The Oracle by, I can't remember his name, 300 Laws of Worldly Wisdom, The Oracle, written by a Jesuit priest whose name slips me right now. It's pretty good. I've translated like half of that into human English. I'll probably release that as a book too. His language is verbose and sucky. Is it possible for China to stop the Blockstream satellites? Not in a friendly way. They'd have to, I think, commit some crimes by blowing things out of the demilitarized zone that is space. So there's a lot of treaties that have been signed against blowing up space stuff. So, yeah, they'd have to do something illegal to do that, I think. It's unlikely that they would spend $1 billion blowing up something that they don't think is $1 billion of threat or even support, as long as it's somewhat controlled. So I think they're much more likely to do as they said they would and provide a nice regulatory framework, as other countries have done, than they are to do stupid shit like blow up satellites. So I think China will end up being a lot more friendly in the long term than people currently think, due to all of the shutting down exchanges in the short term. Why the XL belt buckle? Because as fat as I look now, if I move the belt buckle, more fat comes out. So I prefer to have the belt buckle hide some of it. Hey Richard, if you had children and wanted them to be ready for our upcoming future, what would you have them do, learn? Well, it's in the book. So, first thing you're going to learn is logic, and then that gives you the framework to build on top of it. So you're going to learn mnemonic technique, the ability to remember things, and the frameworks to peg that knowledge into a good structure to grow. And so if you've got logic and you've got memory, everything else is basically pattern finding and creativity. So, I went to an extremely advanced school that was miraculous in the level of education that I got. My middle school was better than my college, literally. And my middle school was better than my high school. My middle school taught us logic and software development and scheme programming before anything else. We learned logic before geometry. And you use logic to generate geometry. It's just the right order of operations. It's so much better. So when you start with a logical framework, if you want to look into it, you can Wikipedia new math and see the different attempts that people have made to improve the math education system. I mean, one easy thing that they could do and should do is put statistics ahead of everything. You need statistics more than geometry. You need statistics more than calculus. You need statistics to know what is true and what's not true in this world. And unless you have logic and statistics first, being able to draw dumb circles and measure angles is fucking useless. So useless. When's the last time you picked up a protractor or a compass or measured an angle using any technique whatsoever? Never. Even carpenters barely use them. Like only if you're doing molding work and needed to cut like 45s at edges of walls. It's mostly square. So yeah, fuck geometry. On down the list. Yeah, at some point unit bias is going to make these big fractions of Bitcoin stupid to interact with. It's not going to matter until the unit is the Bitcoin though, because you're just converting it into dollars anyway right now since it's the global reserve currency. So it's not that big a deal to just leave it in the weird numbers that it is now, because alongside those weird numbers you have to have the US dollar anyway, because it's what we currently measure things in, at least in most of the Western world. And down the list. Yeah, the trivium is, it's not really what I'm referring to. So the trivium is called the trivium because it's the things that are trivial and stupid and don't matter. So having a business and, right off the top of my head, I don't remember the other ones. There's a whole chapter in the book. The things that I feel are important, like commerce and trade, are in the trivium because way back when knowledge was being generated, they considered them trivial and low class. But they're not low class. They're excellent. So the quadrivium is different than the trivium, and they're basically the reason liberal arts sucks so bad. So everything that you learn in school that's useless and sucks and you can't make money with, that you're forced to learn and that everyone thinks is the right thing to do, the liberal arts, they're called liberal because it means a free man would learn them. They're not called liberal because they're friendly and fun. They're called liberal because 1,000 years ago, this is what free people learned. And what the free people didn't learn was what actually mattered, which was tradesmanship and commerce and building things. So they got it totally backwards. Our education system's totally backwards. We focus on everything we shouldn't, and we consider stupid everything that we should consider smart, which is why we have so many useless idiots graduating college that are incapable of doing anything useful whatsoever because they've wasted their lives, and the education system has tricked them into wasting their lives because it's a system mostly run by losers. They're not winners. Hate to say it. Doers do. Those who can't do, they teach. Now, I had some amazing teachers that were far above and beyond the average, but that don't mean the average don't exist. So, if you look in my book, you're going to see all the trivium stuff that you'd ever want. But if you want to go on Wikipedia and Google it, sure, whatever. So logic, rhetoric, and God, I used to know all these things off like the back of my hand. Logic, rhetoric. It was just input, processing, and output. So logic was processing, rhetoric was output, and input, it's reading, but they used a different word for it. Whatever. I don't remember the old school word for the analog of input. Onward. There's more to reasoning than just deduction. Like if you go into the reasoning section of Wikipedia, there's a good 20 different types of reasoning. I'm not sure whether I left them in the book or not, but I used some of those things as frameworks to make sure I didn't miss anything. Yeah, testosterone's cool, free muscle, love it, but love to do it, but lowers your sperm count and makes it not as good to have kids. So until you have kids, it's risky. And you could get gyno, so you might have to take estrogen blockers, and you might get back knee, and you might get roid rage, which people are going to say, oh, it doesn't exist. I met some dudes on Gear, and that shit exists. I think roid rage does exist, but, Decabol and Sustanone and other things aren't exactly testosterone, so it's probably not a fair comparison. How do we change the education system? I have a video on it. It's in my YouTube. Start small, teach people things they can use, and let them pull the knowledge they need. Don't push them all the knowledge they don't need. The Jesuits were kind of cool because they were like priests that were worldly. Like they cared about having an earthly impact, whereas most other priests, like, it's all in the next game, so everything can kind of suck here. So productive priests are better than unproductive priests. So, I guess it's kind of cool from a Jesuit perspective. The problem with taking testosterone is that your body tries to self-regulate it back down, and then once you get off the T, your nuts are shrunk and life sucks. So you basically, once you get on it, you got to stay on it forever. And then once you're on it long enough, your nuts never start working again, and it's not a free ride. So if you go in the book and you look up the section on modifying complex systems and why you shouldn't experiment with your body, it'll give you a bunch of reasons that you might want to just eat healthier and work out harder than fuck around with your testosterone. Because you can get jacked enough just having good ethic. You're gonna get laid. So, do you need more than laid? Do you need show off your lats to other guys? You don't really need that. So, it's a reason I haven't screwed around with that stuff. Kids and risk. Another libtard is a retarded liberal, but what's a retarded libertarian? Because they both start with lib. Libertarian tard, I'll call it. Another taxation is provably immoral libertarian tard is here. Yes, Nick Sav, I've listened to Stefan Molyneux's arguments, and that's not an argument. You guys have never seen his content. He says that shit all the time. Just funny because it's like a logical fallacy. But he commonly iterates that particular logical fallacy. Do I have to pee yet? Nope. Bigger, faster, stronger? I've seen it. Yeah, Balthasar Gracian is the Jesuit I was referring to. The Art of Worldly Wisdom, also known as the Oracle. It's good. It's good. One day I'll publish my rework of it that makes it have more utility, because he randomized it to make it look smarter than it was. But you can actually group all the suggestions into sets that makes it easier to remember. So my book won't look as cool because I won't look as smart, because it'll be easier for you to remember. But his book will look cooler and seem smarter because it's harder for you to remember. And that's what people do with ICOs. They make you confused so that you think you're dumb and they're smart and their idea is actually good. But in reality, they're dumb and confusing you for profit. Yeah, there's no universally preferable behavior. That's stupid. There's local maxima that benefits your group that you're likely to remain a member of or influence through biology. But that doesn't mean that you don't profit from completely annihilating another group. You do. So, I mean, there's local maxima useful behavior that game theory has evolved into. But just don't ignore the fact that sometimes screwing other people over geopolitically is effective. Got to keep it in mind. Yeah, Stefan's problem is that his production quality sucks. His white backboard sucks. His skin tone sucks. That's basically a production issue. His constant pleading tone, where it's always, begging, it becomes monotonous. It's like, and this, and this, nothing's good enough. And it's fucking crybaby irritating. It's just irritating. Now he's right on us having less wars because people are less likely to pay for war through tax than they are through printed money they didn't have to see. He's right about that. He's wrong on some other shit, like ditch your family and join my cult, give me your money. That's not that good. I think his content's not that great. He's got Bitcoin right. He's got, some like cultural identity things right, maybe. But he's got a lot of shit wrong too. Stefan, if you're watching, anytime you disagree with me on anything, I'm ready. I want to sacrifice you in front of your followers. I want to make you look the bitch. It just can't be about Bitcoin because we already agree on that. How about 10x? God damn it. No. Just no. Or you can rewind earlier and hear my actual longer form version of no. But I don't think you got the balls to rewind through 5 hours, baby. You could rip the closed captioning that is auto-generated from the YouTube and then search for keywords surrounding prepaid MasterCard. And if the voice to text was accurate enough, which I believe it is, then you could shortcut your way to a timestamp without having to search the 5 hours. Or you could watch me at double speed and make it 2.5 hours. Or you could be lazy and do nothing, which is what I know you're actually going to do. But I gave you the chance. I gave you the opportunity. I showed you the path. Yeah, ice baths and cold showers isn't what Wim Hof does. Wim Hof does long-term exposure to that shit, which causes brown fat, which causes the ability to generate heat on your own, which allows you to do shit that seems superhuman. But a short shower ain't going to do it. You got to torture yourself for a while. Big difference. Yeah, 5 hours and 20 minutes. It's so weird because like in my head, no time has passed. Like I don't sense time has passed at all. Like for me, it feels like I just started, which I guess is neat. Like, I guess that's cool. I should still get the Bitcoin price. Bitcoin. How many dollares are you? 36.53. That's good. I like it. It'd be cooler if I were looking at a graph. I could see like the upsy downies, but whatever. Create my evergreen content. Dude, go pee. No, I'll never pee again. Just prove a point. Fucking eyes are drying up though. Jesus. What's GDAX price? I think GDAX is still going to lead. I think that's where the whale money is. 37.45 DAX. That's good stuff, man. You're telling me the whole world shit on Bitcoin for a whole week? The price is 3,800? Living a dream. Living a dream. Moon. Try Clear Eyes? Yeah, you shouldn't do that. it actually creates a rebound effect and fucks up your tear ducts. That's the reason it's not legal in a lot of countries. So do not accept his advice and use Visine or Clear Eyes. Now, I may be wrong. I'm assuming that Clear Eyes is equal to Visine. If Clear Eyes is actually just like a saline solution, then forgive me for crap talking it. Yeah, I think Clear Eyes isn't Visine, so I'm going to retract that statement for now. I know why you guys want me to go pee. You want me to go pee because you like watching the stream and you want to go pee and you're afraid you're going to miss something. Well, you guys go pee yourselves. We're playing chicken right here. I like the World Crypto Network. I think Jimmy Song's technical analysis of like what's going on in the network is cool. And Tone Vase is cool and Tom is cool. Like, I like those guys. Those are the only guys I watch in the space. I guess, sometimes I mostly just watch Max on Twitter. I like his tweets. Oh man, I'm gonna have to talk like less loud because my throat after the 520 is getting ripped up. Yeah, I do like talking, so maybe this is my thing. It would be great if someone would like timestamp all the topics that come up, and then I could like split the videos in each part, and then Google could find the stuff, and it would hit for keywords that were relevant. I've never bothered to do that because I haven't cared about the traffic, but it would allow people to actually find what they were looking for. Because if you went on the internet and you just found a 5-hour-long video, what are the chances you're finding what you want? If each thing takes 2 minutes and it's 300 minutes long, it's 150 to 1 that you're not finding what you're looking for. What is a good place to buy Bitcoin? I'm tired of local Bitcoins. Well, an exchange. I mean, I don't care where you live. I think Kraken will allow you to sign up. So sign up at Kraken, I guess. Do I think Bitcoin could be the only world currency? Sure. Yeah. I mean, why not? All we have now is digital currencies. It's just a different kind of digital currency. Sure, it's doable. It's all digital already. Yeah, I already watched Better, Faster, Stronger. Maybe I just alt tab too much. Yeah. Stefan Molly meme is a dummy. That's not an argument. Or I could make fun of his like, you sent me $1. I don't know. He's got a couple of memes I could make fun of. Make fun of his hair. I could make fun of him being a maple leaf. Nah, I don't know. He's probably got some positions that are right. Like, I don't want to shit all over the guy. His crypto position's right, and some of his like, you can't just extinguish your culture by bringing in a new culture. It's not legit for the people that are in the first culture. That seems pretty all right. Do I have an eye on certain ICOs? Yes, I do. My ICO. Go in the Discord, click the pin, read. Tit for tat with forgiveness is actually tit for tat. Like, all effectively executed tit for tat that wins competitions has requisites like must not act bad first, must act proportionally, and must forgive quickly. So I guess it's useful to include that for people that haven't looked into what real tit for tat is. It is also a common saying that people say, so I guess it is better that we explain that it's a studied game theoretical framework for maximum cooperative performance. Let's talk about human population and how we will not get to see 2100. That's only 83 years from now. I'm going to get to see that. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You seem like a pessimist, sir. Perhaps you should work on creating the future you desire instead of fearing the future you didn't prevent. That's a good quote. That's a good quote, chat. I'm going to type that shit on YouTube. I love it when I come up with cool shit. Hold on a second. I'm going to mute this so you guys can't like figure out what sound my keys make. One moment. Where's the mute? One moment. All right, assuming that that connector works properly, you guys should be able to hear me, and I should have a cool ass tweet quote. I'm gonna scroll down to the bottom, see if you guys are receiving. Nice. Good job on the push-up. Push-ups are great. All right. Sounds good. Go upvote my tweet, y'all. Be useful, 600 people. Go retweet and heart my tweet that says, you should build the world you want to live in instead of fearing a world you didn't prevent. I invented that. Well, I didn't list myself in the quote, Zorn. I just said it. I didn't like put, quote, Richard Hart. Maybe. It's not an accelerometer, General Byzantine. If it were my cell phone, you could, but I don't think you're going to get a good enough signal to blueprint my keystrokes from this distance on this device. But it is nice to know that accelerometers can. Or if my keyboard was sharing a surface with it, then surely you could. Can't have people knowing how I type my quotes. So much OPSEC. All right, so I'm going to scroll to the bottom. You guys that have really cool shit that you want me to look at that I didn't see because I just scrolled to the bottom, post it again so that I see it. I'm going to not scroll up. I think Christopher Hitchens' brother is kind of a dillweed. I mean, that's the problem with being the brother of a great man or the son of a great man, is that you might have made it on your own, but with that guy's shadow, you don't want to be in Christopher Hitchens' shadow. It's a long shadow. So, you know, I don't think his brother's arguments are that good. I think that some of the outcomes he's trying to achieve with not watching the United Kingdom turn into Pakistan seems noble endeavor. So, you know, I support London being London and London not being a MENA state. So, if diversity is power, you don't get diversity by making everything the same gray goo. Things actually have to be different. And then they compete. And then the better wins. And then you get more better. Yeah, I tweeted. The legal foundations of cryptocurrencies are that everything is legal unless it is explicitly banned. And particularly in the issue of speech between humans and grouping of humans together and commingling as one unit, is a better word for that, just skipping me. the right to assembly. So the right to assembly and the right to free speech are enshrined rights in all civilized nations and all signatories to the United Nations. And thus, money and commerce is speech, and Bitcoin is especially speech. I'm transmitting a little bit of data to you, and you're transmitting a little bit of data to me, and that's speech. So it's as legal as anything could possibly be. Hope that answered your question. What do you think about Prince and Queen and King and shit in the UK? They draw so much tourists and have so little regulatory power that they're net positive for the nation due to the fetishism of the whole royalty. So it's more of an entertainment job than anything else. So they're basically very well-paid actors, except they're not acting. Interesting enough. Their act is constant and permanent and requires no effort. Do I accept that water fills its container and seeks sea level? Well, maybe it does, but as you can see, it doesn't when there's a storm, and it doesn't when you heat it differently, and it doesn't if you spin the container. There's a lot of holes in that. I'm not sure the utility of that particular generalization. You'd be better off saying gravity exists. That's like a more useful general statement than water seeks its own level. Yeah, I don't know what, unless you're doing plumbing, I don't know how you plan to export that particular framework to other useful decisions. Yeah, I could generate some, but it's contrived. What mechanism adds genetic information to get from prokaryotes to eukaryotes? I don't know. I have no idea. We either can figure it out or we can't figure it out. I don't think it's that big a deal. Thai girls are human jackhammers. That's pretty funny. I guess they do a lot of construction, is what he's talking about. Am I wearing a diaper? No. I'm just hardcore, bro. What size bra cup do I wear? This feels like a very full B or a small C, if I had to guess. It might be different sizes. I think this one's bigger. Hope that makes you happy. Weird internet people. So weird. In a world of fat people. It's like it's the first fat person I've seen. So weird. Scrolling here. Yeah, Newton kind of figured out that every force has an equal opposite force. So, you can keep that in mind. It's more confusing than not, unless you're doing a lot of engineering. But sure, it's a thing. I mean, think about it this way, right? How confusing is it that every force has an equal and opposite force, but you can shoot a gun, and what's on that side dies, and what's on your side doesn't die? That's weird, right? I mean, shouldn't you, when you shoot the gun blows through your hand and the bullet blows through that guy? It's interesting. It's weird. Twin paradox. Do you believe in time travel? No. I don't even believe in distance travel. Like, good luck getting anywhere. If you can't get anywhere very fast, you surely can't get to another time either. Yeah, the speed of light's a real bitch. Tupac or Biggie? Tupac, surely. I mean, yeah, definitely Tupac. Better backbeats, better rhythms. more diverse lyrics, more like socially oriented, not me rap, me versus the world. It's all about me bullshit. He had like some other genres in there. I'm definitely a Tupac over Biggie guy. And I just think he had more hits as well. Yeah, human population growth is going to tap out because people stop having kids the better they are. Why is my Discord called Strape? Because I've had the domain name for like 10 or 15 years and I just got tired of looking at it. I figured there ain't nothing better in the world than tokens, so I'm just going to pull the trigger and slap it on there, and it's going to do something with tokens. So that's what's up with that. Strawberry grape. Brandable, memorable, pronounceable. Good luck trying to find one of those .coms in the year 2017, baby. I already had someone try and steal it from me once. Little cocksuckers. If we accept that save any outside forces act... I ain't talking to you about water, bruh. That's dumb. We ain't here taking engineering 101, man. We're here changing lives. We're talking about that deep stuff that you can only talk about with your best of friends. We ain't talking about high school water level shit. Yeah, see, Chappie's got it wrong. Chappie says the opposition from the gunpowder is what propels the bullet. I think you're wrong, right? So the interesting thing about firing a bullet is the timing. It's the time compression. So when the bullet hits the other side, the speed of it makes it easier to tear through and go through than to distribute its energy over time over a larger area. So one difference between the person receiving the bullet and firing the gun is the area over which the energy is spread. And the other difference is the time over which the energy is spread. And there's a difference in vector. So the handle's bigger in the gun, and you're absorbing the impact over a larger time, and you've got energy exiting over other directions, which reduces the energy that you have to eat in this direction. Maybe. Might even be wrong about that, actually. You might still have to eat all of it this way. I think you do, actually. So I think only the time and area reduces the reason that the gun doesn't blow through your hand, but it kills whatever's on the other side. It's mostly the timing, I think. If someone knows better, I'd be happy to learn. Okay, Mr. Somebody says I didn't answer his question here. Mr. Horisai says, thank you, but it didn't answer my question. Maybe I didn't articulate myself correctly. I was thinking if the legal foundation that in an event the SEC would use to make problems. I have to scroll up because I didn't see his question. The SEC would make problems for who? Scrolling up here. Yeah, I can't find it up, so you're just going to have to like repeat it. We're just going to assume that you're talking about ICOs with SEC problems. Sure, I mean, some of them should have that, yeah. I hope they get fucked up. Go get them. Why do miners mine if it makes more sense to just buy and hold? Because they're dumb. I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, I don't know. Like, it's dumb. It's a mistake. But it's a mistake I made, so you probably made the same mistake for the same reason I did. It's hard to know the difference. My IQ is like 142, but I can round it to 145 and call myself a genius, so I'll do that. We'll just assume that those last 3 points aren't really hard to get, but they probably really are really hard to get. You guys are your fucking altcoins. Byte ball. Have fun with that. I actually think Byte Ball is really fucking cool. if Federation works and if the Russian guy doesn't steal a lot of coins, it's got a lot of cool shit in it. A lot. Best UIX, on-chain exchange, declarative smart contracts, no blocks, no mining. It's got a lot of really cool stuff in there. You're on death row, you get one last meal and one last drink and one last type of girl to bang. Blonde, natural C cups, 18, blue eyes, small nose, teeth that stick out a little bit like a rabbit. Basically like a Disney princess with blonde hair. And meal, going beef stroganoff just because. And drink, call me boring, but I'm just going to get a soda water with lime. After you don't drink soda for a while, they're just too sugary. So, yeah, I guess I'm boring. Blonde Disney princess, beef stroganoff, and soda water with lime. Then you could kill me. Is that a candlestick stand? Yeah, it's like a statue. It's a girl. I could read you. It's like a replica of a famous French work. But I don't remember the guy's name off the top of my head right now. Can I flex for you? You want to see big titties flex? I could, but why? Fucking internet. It's terrible. When was the last time you had sex with a real person? Yesterday? It was a girl? I don't know. Some weird questions, dude. What do you expect the guys to say? Is that not common? What's my take on aliens? No aliens have ever been here, and they never will be here. We are very alone and going to be very, very alone for almost forever. Sorry. So first you've got the Great Filter, which states that for the billions of years that other planets have had to exist and evolve superconscious life far greater than what we could ever imagine, we are unable to detect anything that we should be able to detect of their existence, such as Dyson spheres encompassing entire stars, gigantic constructions, odd radio waves. None of that. And they would probably find us before we would find them because they're faster and ahead of the game. We don't have any of that. So first, there's some great filter which prevents those older cultures from being found by us and them finding us, which means that either we completely misunderstand the nature of life and it's actually very, very, very hard to become conscious and alive, and that we're so unique that in a nearly infinite number of stars, it's just us. Well, nearly infinite kind of breaks that idea, because no matter how small the percentage is, nearly infinite means at least someone else is out there, right? So if the filter isn't before us, making us very hard to generate, then the filter must be after us, which means at some point mankind is going to extinct itself by accident or on purpose, or transcend into a state where we no longer care about physical expansion. So we either compress and become digital and don't care about expansion, or our desire to continue breaks at some point, and we just, whatever got us to here stops existing and doesn't get us to the next thing. Or we die from accidental black hole from something like the Large Hadron Collider, but something different. Or our sun just consumes us before we decide to explore and colonize other worlds. There's some filter that is the reason we don't see other life, and it's either before us or after us. And after us is more terrifying because we're fucked, but we just don't know exactly how yet. So even skipping all of those, which I think is called the Fermi paradox, I think that whole belief system that I've laid out for you is called the Fermi paradox. Even if the Fermi paradox and the Great Filter before or after us wasn't a problem, the speed of light, it's immutable. And these like fanciful ideas about folding space-time, the math doesn't work out. So as long as we can only travel much slower than the speed of light, because as you approach the speed of light, you become infinitely heavy, and you need infinite energy to try and continue to reach asymptotically the constant c, which is about 300,000 kilometers a second. Everything's too far and getting farther away. So when you analyze the universe, you see that the light shift is shifting to red, which means it's shifting into a lower wavelength, which means things are going away faster than they are becoming close. And so the Big Bang created a world where not only was everything moving away from everything else, but the very space in between us was expanding as well. So we aren't going to be able to get very far in a reasonable number of human lifespans. And so your options for transcending that gigantic time frame are to transmit your conscious digitally somehow, but you need something to receive it, big problem, or to have seeds, which are timeless, which upon landing over some very long period would then turn into and execute life, or multi-generational space travel where you have generations of humans living and dying on ship on destination to somewhere else. And all of these are inevitable, but all of these outcomes are inevitable because our sun will expand and consume the earth and melt it and absorb it. And then, we better not be here. And, if we even get that far, it would be a miracle because 99.9% of all life that has ever existed is permanently extinct. So if we don't start watching out for extinction level events like meteor strike, AI, nuclear warfare, designer pathogens, we're going to be part of that 99.9 because it's the rule, not the exception. Now for me, I focus on longevity because it's 100% to kill me. If I don't get hit by a car or whatever, I'm going to die of some age-related disease. 80% of people do. 80% of people die just cancer and heart attack, and those are caused by age. So, curing that would buy me the time to fix all the other things. So my chance of dying in the next 100 years from some stupid age crap, dying with a whimper and not a bang, is nearly guaranteed. However, dying from some fancy rare extinction level event, such as asteroid strike or pathogen or, unforeseen black holes from particle physics experiments, those aren't 100% to kill me. And if you look at my family tree of everyone that's died ahead of me in my lineage, they've died of pretty boring shit. And I'm not okay with that. So I'm going to put up a fight. And I'm going to put up a fight while I can. And I hope that you'll put up a fight too. Buy the biotech index, invest in startups in the space, synthetic biology, medicine. Nothing matters more than us. We're the most rare and most valuable thing in the entire universe. We are the only consciousness that we are aware of, and we might be the only consciousness we meet for the next couple million years. So let's make it good, right? No one's going to do it for us. We got to do it ourselves. So once I'm done with this crypto fun, it's on to the fund, the Save Your Ass Fund. There's people out there saving lives. Aubrey de Grey with the Sense Foundation, Calico from Google, Human Longevity Inc. There's people working on this stuff, and we need more of them. We don't need more cosmetics. We don't need more F1 racing. We don't need more gambling. We don't need more video games. We need to save lives. If your grandparents are dead and you didn't do anything to save them, you didn't care about them, you couldn't have tried. You could have tried, They would have probably done it for you. So And I'm tired of seeing everyone I love fucking dying and not doing anything for them. It's fucked up. All right, chat. See what kind of funny comments you guys got. No apartment tour. I don't know. Once we get 50 billion 200-year-olds, I don't know. I look forward to solving that problem when we have it. Crybaby Richard. Me and Roger Ver, fucking crybabies. I guess I'll scroll up. I blame that on a long stream. I'm not the tear up type. I think the quality of the chat has improved. It's like good density of good stuff. Yeah, Lawrence Krauss has stuff pretty figured out. He's a pretty smart dude. Puts the ideas together well. I'm just scrolling down a bit. I know there's a 20-second lag, so once I scroll down far enough, I'm going to have to hear some crybaby shit. No, thoughts can't travel faster than the speed of light. Actually, human thought is extremely slow. It's electrochemical. It is orders of magnitude slower than computer thought. If we could get the same stuff done in silicon, it's faster. How different is believing in the big band than believing in God? Really different. People anthropomorphize some old dude that's eyeballing you and really cares what you do with your pecker. It's a little silly. The real world is much more interesting than creepy old dude watching you. Never talks to you though. Just lurks. And he seems to love to punish people and invented the whole concept of punishment. I could go down that rabbit hole. It's a very easy one. But I figured that out and like when I was fucking 10 years old, so I don't know. I'm bored of it. Maybe I should do that one day. If all biological life ascends to synthetic life, then they could be all around us and we wouldn't notice. We would. We detect signals all the time. And life requires energy, and life without form would require more energy, not less, because entropy is a thing. And if you're not exporting entropy, you're decaying. So life is organization. That's why it's called an organism. And in order to not decay and dissipate entirely and be eaten by other things, you need to export entropy. So you fuck up other things and eat them and exhale and inhale, but it allows you to maintain internal order and remain an organism that can have homeostasis and repair mechanisms. It's the result of energy. So without that energy, no organism can maintain its existence in the face of disorganization. Yeah, I know. Lose weight. Yeah, I know. Theoretically, losing weight would extend my live streams by 5% more content. But I imagine that the comments will just be replaced with like hair comments or something. So maybe it's worth like 3%. What experiments have we done to prove that we live on a globe? Seeing the eclipse with a round crescent progressing through it watching the way shadows act differently at the same time in two different positions, having telescopes and witnessing the curvature of the earth, getting a weather balloon and putting a camera on it and recording it and just watching it go up and then drop with a parachute and take the camera and go, oh, look, it's a big ball. All you need is a weather balloon, a GPS, and a fucking camera with some good insulation to withstand the extremely cold temperatures. This guy on YouTube did it with a Sony A7S, which is what I'm using to record this, so I could go send my camera up into space for not much money, but why bother? It's already been done. And the spinning was irritating as shit. The spinning was so shit. Like, way too much spinning. Yeah, CRISPR's cool. It's just another editing tool. We still need to know what edits to make. So having a tool to do edits is great, but we need to know where to do them, how to do them, how to get to all the spots that you can't get your re-engineering pathogen into. Yeah, making babies. It's on the list. Quantum teleportation is faster than light, but can't carry information. Oh, okay. So if the oddity at a distance that quantum particles have can't carry information, then it has no utility to us. And I would need to see that they were doing that faster than light. I think that they do, but I would need to verify that because it's a very outstanding claim. On down the list. You seem like someone who hacks. I would choose Emacs over Vim. I am a Lisp guy. But I mean, I'm not even a dev, so whatever. Cyclic universe. Yeah, but there's no evidence that it recollapses, so it's just a nice fantasy. Who cares? It's somebody else's problem. We have to earn the right to care about that problem by beating today's problem. Today's problem is boring. Boring old cancer and heart disease. Not super cool heat death of the universe bullshit. Today's problems first. Don't be a transhumanist circle jerk that thinks he's smart and yet achieves nothing. Reads futurism.reddit.com. So dumb. Transhumanism's pretty stupid subreddit as well. Hey guys, we talk about cool shit, but we don't build shit. Ha ha ha. Wouldn't the world be better if we actually built something instead of just circle jerking ourselves all the time? Yeah, it would be. It's a good idea. You should do that. Go learn science instead of learning about people that learned about science. Idiots. I know a transhumanist is productive. Well, I know 10 that aren't, so my anecdote is as good as your anecdote. I think that org mode is the shit. So if you're going to use Emacs, org mode is awesome. I think you guys got smarter because all the stupid people burnt out at like hour 6 or whatever. I'm looking pretty fucking tired at hour 6. All right, let's check the Bitcoin price here. Yeah, it's good. I like it. Let's check DAX 37. I like it. I'm good with it. Nice strong price. Bitcoin strong. Me like. Going back to chat. Do you believe in love after love? Yeah, I believe in both loves at the same time, bro. Scroll up a bit here. No, I don't buy altcoins. Launching one. Does that count? Where's the most beautiful place I've ever been? Aspen in the spring with all the yellow daisies everywhere. Mountain water rushing down, beaver dams. Every photo, postcard. It's totally beautiful, stunning. Prettiest I've seen. And when I traveled through the Alps, it wasn't exactly spring, so I probably could have found similar beauty with, it seems like in the Alps, the mountain's closer to you. So you're kind of like more on it. I don't know. I like the aesthetics of Aspen a lot. I don't care about wormholes. Oh, look, we built a wormhole. Now we're somewhere that's not here. So here isn't where we want it to be. But look, now we can go somewhere else that's even worse. Why don't we make here good first, dude? Like, let's go to Mars. Everything here sucks. Let's just fucking go to Mars. It sucks worse there. Fix here. Fix here, people. Don't split your bets. Don't split your bets. Fix your bet. Double down when you've got a 10. Don't double when you've got a 6. Probably could have made that analogy better, but I think it works. Yeah, whatever. Probability that I die of old age, 90%, 80%. Will I shave my head for 10 grand? No. Could barely buy 2 Bitcoins for 10 grand. Why isn't your book written in org mode? I get almost identical functionality out of OneNote. It's really, really good. So it's too hard to retool. It just wouldn't pay off. The retooling to switch my organization system over to org mode would take 2 years to be net positive. It's not worth it. Not right now. Maybe not ever, depending on how much, whatever. So your option is to fuck your current state for progress in the future, or you could kick more ass now. Kicking more ass now is like usually the correct choice, because the things that you kicked ass on are working while you're sleeping. So while you're installing org mode, your book's already published and making the world a better place. Or you could just, it's better to have a book and no org mode than org mode and a book delayed by a month or 2 or a week. How am I still alive? I don't know, man. I guess it's all the calories I've stored. I was rich before Bitcoin. I've never sold a coin. So, you can't do that unless you already have money. Yeah, I can paste in a plain text format, bro. It's easy. You could do it. It's PDFs. Control A, Control C, Control V. You can go download the PDFs now and do whatever the shit you want with them. Disclaimer, I maintain all rights to my property. By do whatever you want with them, I mean you can change their current format for ease of reading. God, lawyers. Ethereum, why the hate? I don't know. How many hundreds of millions of dollars have to be lost before you realize that you're doing something stupid and wrong? 300 million? 200 million? Fuck off. Stop losing everyone's money. You deserve to get the shit talked out of you. You deserve to be talked down to like an idiot because you guys lose a lot of people's money. Fuck you. Stop losing people's money. Oh, and you're funding the mother scam, by the way. Like, you're the scam that allows all the other scams to operate. Is that great? No, it's not great. So stop acting like you should be proud. You shouldn't be. You ain't doing nothing good. You show me the good thing that's been achieved with your project. I see a lot of lost money and a lot more coming. Yeah, IOTA's weird. They found some odd pocket of crypto purchasers that doesn't interact with anyone else, I guess, or it's doing something funny. So Ethereum acts funny. It shouldn't have maintained a 1% to 2% parity during all these giant fluctuations in Bitcoin. And IOTA being decoupled is weird too, but I'm not exactly sure the mechanism for the weirdness, nor do I really care. I like Byteball's better than IOTA in every way. So like, you want to distribute a cyclic graph, just use Byteball. Yeah, org mode's the shit. Like, if you're good at org mode, your life is just like solved. It does all the things, and anything you want it to do, you just make it do. So yeah, org mode's great. Happy day, Richard. Are you harsh on Ether and other altcoins? I guess I am. Sounds like I've answered your question before it was asked. What is my net worth? I don't have any nets here. Which net are you talking about? Ginger or Marianne? The lighter haired one, which I believe was Ginger. No. Actually, I think the shorter dark haired one was better. I'm going to switch it up. I'm choosing the shorter dark haired one over the tall one. I think Marianne was the shorter one, but I might be wrong. It's before my time. Like, way before my time, I think. What if we never went to the moon? Well, I don't know. I'll give you something to do with your life. Work towards it. You can be the first guy. Jag off. Ginger was the redhead? Well, yeah, I was right. I choose Marianne. Ginger Spice? I don't remember her. Nah, I've only smoked marijuana like twice. Threw up. I think I smoked it one time. I guess 3 times maybe. I think one time I didn't throw up, and then 2 times I did. So it's hard to enjoy anything when you're throwing up. Why am I so negative? It's all the money. The money just rots my brain and makes me feel horrible. So, you know, every minute of my existence is just torturous. I'm not negative. Like, I know what I want, and I'm doing my best to get it. And what could be better? Like, this will be the best thing I do today. I talked about the most important stuff I know about with, you know, almost 1,000 people that are more intelligent than most for what is like an epic, long, and productive thing. Like, I'm proud of my day, and Bitcoin price is strong. I'm happy, dude. Like, I don't know where you're talking about negativity. Doing stuff right, it's not negative. It's right. It's good. I like Darmo. Doesn't know how to uncaps lock. Caps lock for cool. That's the saying. Yeah, I think the Merceau guy is pretty intellectually capable. It would probably be a fun conversation. Yes, Ethereum is the mother scam, the queen scam. Yep. Now, it doesn't always have to be that way, but its only use case right now seems to be that. What is my position on ZK snarks to hide stuff? Yeah. ZK snarks and zero knowledge proofs protect fungibility and give users privacy that is ultimately valuable, as you've seen from all of the leaked data from everyone that's had data. If you have the data will be leaked, and it will be used to do harm. So the only way is to not have the data. So, you know, that's one thing. The coin changer company people do right is, you know, they don't take data they don't need, and then they don't have to worry about losing it, which is inevitable. Man, you guys have really come up with a damn question density. Like, I feel like I'm missing 50% of the questions now. Scroll up here. I don't know who Colin Cantrell is. I just know that girl actress, Cattrall. I don't know any Colin Cantrells, man. Am I an atheist? God, what is that? Is that one of those people that can't be elected president because the word means that you're evil? I hope I'm not one of those. Humanist sounds like a hippie. I don't want to be one of those. I guess I'm a Sci-Vivor. Sci-Vivor. S-C-I-V-I-V-O-R. I'm a Sci-Vivor. And I want to survive. How hard is to crack 256 encryption with n-sign password? I don't know. Go get a calculator. Yeah. That's too mathy for in my head. And poorly asked as well. Yeah, Caps Lock guy's been yelling the whole time. Caps Nazis. World record stream. Lost half a pound. Hope so. Why is longevity more important than fixing the environment? You can't fix the environment when you're dead, can you? But if you're not dead, think of all the cool stuff you could do. Lots of stuff. Yeah. The environment's not going to kill you, bro. You're not going to die from something interesting. You're not going to die from something cool. You're going to die by being a lazy pussy bitch that died the same way everyone before him did. Because you don't do shit about it. You sit there and you watch the Reaper come and kill everyone you love, and he's coming to kill you. And what do? You pretend it's not happening. You tweet, you know, Google things and anything but progress, right? Fuck that. I'm transitioning out of that. I'm going to put up the fight. I'm not going to, just let it happen. Just bow down. Nope. I'm going to put up a fight. It's part of that. It's part of the mission. It's on the way. "20% gay professor on Gilligan's Island." I never got that vibe, but all right. Ethereum is the ship floating in space filled with pods and the first alien. That ship never floated in space. That ship was on the first alien. All right, I'm not going to do it. I love the Alien franchise, so I want to dive into fact checking them, but what a dumb thing to do. That's not how one should spend their time. Exception finding and fact checking and being a militant nerd. Fuck militant nerdism. What a waste. Look, I think Vitalik's a super smart guy, and I think he's doing the calorie restriction, optimal nutrition diet a lot better than I am. So hats off there. Bad technical decisions, great health decisions. So respect where respect is due. Clarkson's a million times funnier than James May. Like, easily a million. But James May is a lot easier to look at. Jeremy Clarkson's an ugly motherfucker. So you got to choose. Basically, if we could get Jeremy Clarkson's humor and the smaller, cuter frame of James May, match made in heaven. But whatever was left over, you'd have to throw it in the garbage. Terrifying. A life hodler. I am a life hodler. I like that. Yeah, man. That's good. Is quantum mechanics a threat to Bitcoin? I answered it earlier, and no, it's not. Worst case, the mining's quantum hard. The dual shot 256 is fine, and if the ECDSA breaks, we just change it to something that's not broken. It's just a hard fork from a fix. Least of your worries. People say they love the show, and thanks for keeping going. My pleasure, guys. Is Jamie Dimon a fraud? He's been wrong about Bitcoin as long as words have been leaving his mouth about it. So I may not be a fraud about most things, but being consistently ever wrong about this seems like it may earn you a fraud check mark on this one little area. Cryopreservation? See, I'm a little weird, right? Like, I don't actually mind dying. I just mind not doing my best to fight. So it's different. It's weird. So, like, if you're dead, you don't know you're dead. Whatever. So, like, dying's not a big deal. So, like, getting frozen and waking up fucked up, well, that wouldn't be cool. So, I'm currently not doing any freezing stuff. My opinion on it might change. I'd rather save my resources and enhance the likelihood that I don't need it than utilize my resources and enhance the chances that I do need it. So I'd rather put it into medical research than freezing. Freezing to me sounds like oh fuck, we didn't try hard enough and it didn't work out. So I don't care about CubeSats. I don't care about CubeSats at all. One day when I need to care about them, I will. Not to mention CubeSats are going to be so much cheaper once SpaceX ramps up its capacities that you might find benefit in waiting to launch a little bit. Jeez, I must know a lot of stuff because I've been talking straight 6 hours with like mad good content. I'm just waiting on anything good. I'll scroll up for a bit, see what I missed. What are my thoughts about water memory experiments? 100% fraud bullshit. So, if you do science wrong, if you play stupid games, you get stupid prizes. And if you do science wrong, you get stupid results. So, improperly used science is worse than no science. Yeah, we're still holding 3,700 DAX. How is that possible? Is my internet broken? Is it just stuck at 37.15 on DAX? That's crazy. Did the markets freeze in time? Like an hour ago I checked and I remember 37.15. Is there some giant wall? Whatever. I don't care. It's fine. Back chat. No, I don't have a solution for P versus NP. Sorry. I don't think it matters that much, to tell you the truth. I don't think P versus NP matters as much as everyone thinks it does. We've got much simpler problems that we could solve with the same energy being dumped into that one. But if you can tell me the utility of solving PNP within a 5-year time frame, I would be happy to learn it. Like, knowing what can be known and what can't be known isn't very useful when you don't have the energy or resources to like go very deep down one of those paths anyway. So it's like branching, but you're never going to get to the branch anyway. It's a pre-optimization done too soon, I feel. Like, I feel our resources would be better used not solving P versus NP and just doing stuff that we know has an endpoint that's more useful. Oh, but we learn things by accident. Yeah, I know. Cool things get discovered by accident, so it justifies us like doing every stupid thing in the world. Sick of hearing that shit. You know what else learns things by accident? Trying to do the thing directly instead of stupider shit. Richard Hart thinks P versus NP is a waste of time. Well, yeah, I do. And you let me know when it's not, and then I'll like change my opinion. My take on the occult, 100% bullshit, but it looks cool and they have a really cool aesthetic and it might get you laid. So if you want to fuck around and look cool and maybe get laid with goth chicks, sure, go ahead. You know, collectivism is effective even behind terribly stupid things that make no sense. So terribly stupid ideas outcompete good ideas if they have better side benefits. And having bustiers and corsets pushing your boobs up might be enough of an aesthetic benefit for occultism to outperform science, depending on your age category and desire for profit. Some goth people might be pissed off that I'm accusing them of being cultist. Whatever. You guys wear corsets, the both of you. Not a lot of corsets going around. Scrolling. Death gives life meaning. You know what else gives life meaning? Life. That's like saying fries gives sandwiches meaning. Nah, not really. Sandwiches get on its own, brah. Death does not give life meaning. That's entirely wrong. Like literally, how often do you even think of it? I never think of death, ever. So how the fuck is that giving things meaning? The thing that never even pops into my mind. Like, not the case. No, I don't fear death. I do fear not doing my best. Scrolling down. Yeah, I do exercise, but you can't out-exercise a bad diet. A bad diet will overcome all the calories you can burn. One day I'll show you my computer biking station. I built a battle station, reclining bicycle, 47-inch TV, sick, amazing thing. It's great. You can bike on it 16 hours a day, which I used to, and play games, work, whatever you want. It's perfect. It's really cool. So my normal space station, I have another one that's for exercise. So I have like 2 space station setups. Super cool. Is nihilism the inevitable path of a materialist? Nihilism is retarded. Who's a successful nihilist? Nobody. Nihilism is for losers. It's like, oh, life sucks, so let's make it suck more by focusing on how much it sucks and then not make it not suck. Life doesn't suck. Life's cool as shit, dude. I could go eat something that tastes delicious. I could go hang out with people that are tons of fun. I could like go win at something. Like, that's my life. Socialism, competition, and food. Now we know. It's all Freudian slips. For booze, I don't know, man. Like, just drinking vodka soda limes is like, gets you fucked up with the least calorie side effects. So I do skinny bitches, which are vodka soda limes, when I drink. If I want something that's tasty, like an amaretto sour, or, you know, mix it up, whatever. I like cocktails, but I mean, I could drink cognac or straight whatever too if you just want to look cool. But depends on whether you want tasty or drunk. You know, when I was partying hard, I would experiment with drinking just 5 shots at once before you go out. So you just take a red cup, pour 5 shots at once, gulp it, and you got about 10 minutes till it kicks. And then you can have maybe 1 or 2 more drinks that night, or you're done. Super done. So that was an interesting experiment that I used to do. It's like, why overpay to drink at the bar when you can come with a 10-minute timer in your stomach and be annihilated the second you get through the door? Like, I've done a lot of partying life optimizations. It hasn't worked out for some people that had lower body mass that kind of like misjudged the shots that you can have. Because you can basically live through 1 or 2 extra shots if you've been doing it like a bunch of nights in a row. But if you're like new to it, you got to like subtract shots off those 5 or you're regretting it. I don't care whether I run a simulation or not. It doesn't matter. Do I think central banks will phase out? No. They'll probably just change, whatever. Maybe they will. Does it matter that much? I mean, not that many people work there. Like, what matters is the interest rate. It's like the central bank isn't the thing that matters. It's the interest rate and the printing of money. So I don't know. Yeah, if Bitcoin works and hyper Bitcoinization happens and we're able to perform speculative attacks on other nation states that didn't get in early enough, yeah, I could see central banks all going away. Yeah. And you still have inflation and credit from the fractional lending of the coins themselves. Like gold was one of the first things to be fractionally reserved and create credit and create a money multiplier. And for that same reason, Bitcoin could have the same things occur with it, and probably will. So, it'll become the global reserve currency of the world, and then people may fractional reserve on top of it, and that's okay. If you want fractional reserve, allow it. If you don't want it, don't. Yeah, if you want to donate Bitcoin to Sens, do it. They're trying to save your life. They're really trying to save your life. Give them money. If you got money to give, donate it. Money skeleton. Don't bash Money Skelly. Yeah, I know. Not gonna engage in P versus NP. I don't hate all other coins. I just hate that they're gonna lose a lot of people a lot of money, and they're subtracting liquidity from the good projects, and they're subtracting marketing and mind share and half of my fucking chat. Those are problems. Problems which we're not going to receive much benefit from on the other end. Such is life. Try and outcompete them with good products is the best thing that can happen. The other, complain to regulators and try and convince people to not be dumb. Those two things just don't work. So the one thing that works is making a good product with margin that makes the world better and can afford to market itself. That's the curse of so many open source projects. They can't afford to market themselves. They have a tragedy of the commons, and they get outcompeted, and the world is a worse place for it. The shit can afford to buy ads, and the good stuff can't. No, I've never done hallucinogens. I have no interest. I like the way I work. I don't want to risk working worse. It's a bad deal. Like if you're totally suck and you think that mixing the marbles up would get you a better roll, if you could change your hand out for another hand, maybe DMT and ayahuasca and LSD is like good for you. But if you turned out good, then doing another roll and seeing how your stats come out, not smart. Because if you're already turned out real good, odds are you're not going to turn out as good the second go round. It's just, I don't want to say it's Bayes' theorem, but it's like statistics, reversion to the mean and all that jazz. On down the list. Ooh, Zero Hedge. Yeah, I don't care if Jamie Demon is buying. I don't care if he's buying Bitcoin. Why do I care? He's just another guy. He's just another guy with money. You know how many people there are with money in the world? Lots. He gives his money. He doesn't give his money. I don't really care. He could shut up on television, though. You could do that, Jamie Demon. You could shut your mouth. Shut your little wrong mouth, buddy. You've been wrong years and years now. You're going to keep being wrong. The sooner you do this, the sooner you can stop looking like an idiot. Yeah, it's not going to win me any friends. But, hey, it's working out for Max Kaiser, so maybe it'll work out for me. Scrolling. You have to trust whoever's handling your frozen body. Yeah, the power goes out, and you thaw, and then it's game over. It's a lot of things that don't go right with that whole being frozen thing. Basically, you crystallize when they freeze you, and then you're broken when they thaw you. Problem. So, whatever. I prefer to win the game without having to be frozen. Oh, good. We got some good chat questions up here. All right, chat. Let's look how many viewers we got. Let's check Bitcoin price. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it to the next level. Bitcoin price, GDAX, 3709. I like it. China, up $70. They're in the 3050s, 3070s now. Thank you, China. Keep on coming up, baby. Buy those limited edition Bitcoins that you might not be able to get as easily as you used to, and you know you want them. And we were going to check how many people are in chat or in like stream or whatever. You pussies are falling off. There used to be 540 of you. And now, after 6.5 hours, there's only 490 of you. Cowards. I'm just kidding. That's a lot of people. I don't think I've ever seen a 6.5 hour intellectual live stream before, so it's different. Going to chat. You always seem on edge. Are you happy? You want to know how you turn a happy person less happy? You accuse them of being unhappy all the time. Eventually, they're like, all right, if you guys really need me to be unhappy, I'll be unhappy just for you. Oh, no, man, I'm pretty happy, dude. Like, yeah, I think everything's good. Bitcoin's up. Stream's good. People watching. Aesthetics good. I'm just sweating. Stupid lights. Next time I'll probably do the candles and turn the light off. Dilbert or Homer? Are you comparing The Simpsons with Dilbert? That's so weird. They're not even the same genre, dude. I can't do it. I can't do it. I think Dilbert's more intelligent than the particular character you've chosen, but there's other characters in The Simpsons which are just awesome, like the rich dude. The rich dude's so cool. Mr. Burns. Mr. Burns is like, cheating is the gift that man gives himself. Is it fair that the race is always won by the swift? You're like, interesting. I thought it was a good quote. I'm like, I don't know. Is it fair that people with natural talent always win? It's very intriguing to me. Death is a part of life. Not really. So there's immortal jellyfish that just keep making new baby copies of themselves, and then they become themselves again. They just keep starting over. So there's immortal jellyfish. So death isn't a part of their life. So I don't think death really has to be a part of ours. It'll be more likely to be a part of yours if you pussy out early and just say, oh, nothing can be done, so I'm going to be a hippie and put my head in the sand and let the Reaper come fuck my butt. That's not my style, dude. The Reaper's going to have to fight for it. That's fine. I'll probably enjoy it more that way. Yeah, biking chair's legit, dude. Anal or vagina? I like vagina better. Anal starts tight, but then gets loose real quick. And whatever. Like, I'm for the vajayjay. Richard, you always seem all on edge. Yeah, well, I don't think so, man. Because in some of my videos, people are like, Richard, why are you so chill? And I get that more common than the shit you're saying, so I choose to accept their frame and not yours, outlier guy. That's outlier, not, it's a single word. It's not like out space liar with a. Bill Burr rant on Apple guy. I think I missed that one. I saw it, the advertised, but I didn't click it. What is my job career? Serial entrepreneur, like business guy, marketing guy. Shaven. Fuck Harry. Harry's no good. Shaved. Good. I like skinny ones. You can't drink a skinny bitch from a bottle. What, would you pour the vodka in the water bottle? Or would you pour the water in the vodka? That doesn't make any sense. You kind of need a glass to mix those. I mean, you could be ghetto about it and get a funnel and then just like split them 50-50. But then even the ratios aren't that good. I mean, do you really want a 50-50? Isn't like a 3-to-1 ratio about as nasty tasting as you want it. Vaseline's terrible. It never washes off, dude. Go get this stuff called Wet. I think it's called Wet. ID something. Best lube there is. Maybe go ID Glide. Something ID, blue bottle. Yeah, socialism sucks. Gravity's a theory. Yeah, today you discover that theory has more than one meaning. And one of those means is like science that's settled. That's one of those meanings. Someone says long 500x Bitcoin. Well, let's look up that chart. Let's go to an actual chart here. And 3,700. It's looking good. It's looking good. Yeah, so I like it. That's a nice looking chart. It's like the volatility has disappeared. And this is on a weekend where no one can make deposits. I mean, weekends are usually a little slow for price movement and, usually down because you can always sell, but you can't always put money, USD, on an exchange on the weekend. They're closed, So this is pretty good. I'm happy with the price where it is. All right, back to chat. Science took a wrong turn with Newton. Newton was really right on physics and really wrong on transmuting metals, alchemy, having sex with girls. He was wrong on. He lost like almost all of his money in the South Sea scam, I believe. So Newton was like mad wrong on a lot of stuff, but God mode on other things. And it's weird how you could have both of those states at the same time. I guess it's like I could find a lot of examples of it, I guess, if I wanted to. People that are right in one thing and wrong on another. For some reason, people find Flat Earth funny or true. It's really weird. Yeah, let them believe it. It doesn't matter. Like, they can believe the Earth's flat. They're not going to do anything with their lives anyway. They don't need to know the actual topology of the Earth. They're losers. They have no desire nor utility in knowing the genuine nature of the thing. So as far as their constrained lives are concerned, it might as well be flat. Might as well be shaped like a big giant heart. Who cares? Loser's going to lose, right? Scrolling up. Guy that owns a business and has to work, so can't chat much. I'm glad that you're working. I'm glad you have a business. It's one of the best things you can do. Well done. I don't know who these people are that keep talking about me being contrarian and negative. You're idiots. No one promotes Bitcoin more than I do. I love it. Like, I don't know. Do you need me to lie about what it's good at? It's good enough. Like, I don't need to lie about how good it is. I can just tell the truth about how good it is. Jerk-offs. How do you think misrepresenting the truth is honorable or useful for your purposes? I have no idea. Like, if you don't like the true things that I'm saying, fuck yourself. Like, I want to say other mean things to you, but I used KYS earlier today, and I don't like repeating the same thing twice. It's not good rhetoric. I am not familiar with the Henry Carey dirigisme economic theory. You got me. Doesn't the U.S. government have the supercomputing potential or money to manipulate, corrupt, limit BTC? Well, they could launch Tomahawk missiles at every node, and that would shut the network down, right? So if you're going to make up stupid stories, that one sounds way cooler and easier. So, yeah, if insanely rare, insane, stupid things happen, they happen. Dumb question. I don't know. It comes up a lot. Maybe it's not a dumb question. You'd be surprised how little the government goes out of its way to like do impressive things that are accurate. Every once in a while they invade a country and make it worse. They don't have like a great track record for getting shit done, really. This concept that North Korea is like funding itself on Bitcoin is pretty fucking stupid. Just saying. You understand that they would have to have a counterparty that would accept those coins and violate treaties and not worry about the coins being tumbled properly. That shit's all stupid. North Korea ain't funding dick with Bitcoin. Not happening. Dumb. That's not to say they might not mine some to see, how it works and whether they can like find some angle one day, but funding their country, no. How many other cryptos in quantity will make it other than Bitcoin, 2 or 3? I don't know. I don't know. You got me. This has to be record, bro. 7 hours. Thank you. Yeah, sometimes once the questions get shittier, I'll just drop off. As long as the questions are all right, I'll just survive it. Yeah, North Korea, they don't have a lot of money. They don't have a lot of skills. So they don't have that much good stuff. I heard about Bitcoin when it was $1 on Reddit. And then heard about a guy selling his house for it. And then, as is the story for everybody. So I heard about it at $1. Oopsie. Who doesn't wish they bought earlier, eh? Why is Craig Wright a fucking wacko, and why do you think he's trying to kill Bitcoin? Just wants to make money, bro. If he could make money helping Bitcoin, he would. If he make money killing Bitcoin, whatever makes them ends seems to be the motive. What do I like about Byteball? Works cross-platform, works well, works fast, easy to use, easy to understand. User interfaces all like chatbots. You want to buy some of their tokens, trade Bitcoin for them, you go to the token exchange bot. You go like, give me some tokens. And it's like, sure, here's how it works. You want to like get your free tokens from it, you tell the like token giver bot, you're like, yo, give me tokens. And it's like, okay, well, what's your address? You tell it, and they're like, okay, well, we'll sign this message. And you sign the message, and it's like, all right, you're going to get your free money. Here's how much you're going to get. That's great. What thing do you know in crypto that works easily? Or like nothing. Like nothing works easily. This works easily, right? You can program smart contracts in it. It's got oracles built in. I think it's got a sports betting oracle now. It's got a flight time oracle. You can buy insurance if your flight's late. You can build contracts around those things. The contracts use human readable declarative logic, not stupid programmer. No one can understand this bullshit logic. Just uses chatbots. Doesn't have mining. Doesn't have blocks. Scales. Is fast. That's a lot of good stuff. That's a lot of good stuff. In a world where projects were rewarded for the technical good stuff they had. No blocks, scalable, no mining, no energy wasting, smart contracts, oracles, on-chain exchange, done, working now. Should that shit be cheaper than Dogecoin? No, it shouldn't. No, it should not. So it's like number 40 or something. And it's good. So like, I don't get it. And IOTA is like number 5 and it's terrible. The worst. Client's terrible. No smart contracts. No bad security. Broken. Like just terrible. But it's 32 spots higher on the list. Oh, all right. What? Okay. I guess no one's ever actually installed the fucking wallet and taken the coins off the exchange to discover the piece of shit it is. All right. Yeah, so there's a lot of inefficiencies in crypto. A lot of bad projects get a lot of money. And what are you going to do? Who are you going to complain to? Who are you going to tell? Hey, stop giving money to something stupid. Go give it to this better thing. It's a tragedy of the commons. What is the intended utility of MyCoin? Just computational fluid dynamics. Faster and more accurate. Cheaper as well. So currently, instead of mining SHA-256, you mine the CFD binary. You get jobs. You mine the jobs. You get the token. That's it. Like, pretty simple. Then if you want to issue jobs to the network, you run like the job issuer and you send the network jobs there and you find out the results are faster and better and great. And then we take market share away from the industry leader whose stuff sucks. And it's already 150,000 lines of super duper 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 superhuman code that is way beyond my understanding. When I show you the PDF, you'll be like, yep, I don't recognize what any of this means. So you're going to have to hand it to a physicist to understand it. That's how hard it is. Or someone that works with modeling fluids and gases and plasmas and multi-phase flows, aerosols and things like that. I'm learning a lot, but I am not a physicist. So, I'm not a Navier-Stokes expert. The other stuff, the token stuff, which, I understand, you guys will understand. And you might understand the other stuff too. We'll see. So the utility is the world will have more accurate, faster, cheaper computational fluid dynamics computing done. Whereas right now they overpay for stuff that doesn't work that well and is slow. So it's really good. Like, it's all of the things that you would want. And it's the real reason that supercomputers exist, is to do these exact things. So we get to use a supercomputing network for exactly the purpose supercomputing networks were built for. Not some energy wasting bullshit that serves no purpose whatsoever. That's just proof of waste. It's great. It gives you a more reliable signal. But if your network isn't attacked that much and you can stand a less reliable signal, which is maybe, 15 or 20% at the worst case, less useful or cheaper to attack, well, then you get all this awesome good stuff out the other side. So it's probably a good trade to reduce security and have a good positive side benefit. And then if it works out that you have security attacks somehow magically, you can pivot out of them once you've discovered that they exist. When's the last time you heard about a network level attack against a cryptocurrency? There's enough going around, right? There's enough weak, shitty currencies that should be getting the crap attacked out of them, but they're not. So I think over-security is actually an issue in the space currently. And the amount of security that you need is directly relational to the value of the project. If you're over-secured before you've got users, probably not the right play. You should ramp up your security as you ramp up the value of your network. Or you'll never get to market and you'll never compete and you'll just fail as most projects do. Not my projects, but most other people's projects. Somebody asks, are you a homosexual or a bisexual? Well, if I like having sex with 2 girls, does that make me a bisexual? There's 2 of them. I like that. Whatever that is. Unconditional basic income, yeah, you need it. And we already have it, actually. because worst case scenario, you fuck everything up, we'll put you in jail, feed you and clothe you and house you. So if you fuck up so bad that we have to feed you and clothe you and house you as a prisoner, some people are already on 100% unconditional income. Their income just sucks, right? Because they're in jail. All right, guys, give me a break. I'll be right back. I'm going to go pee. All right. I'm tired of sweating, so it's Dracula time. We're going to see what 1 million ISO of camera can do. Apparently it can do whatever you guys are looking at. It's not that bad. You know what? Let me do something here. Hold on, guys. Fine. All right. All right, chat. See what smart stuff you guys have to say. Freshly bladder emptied here. I'm 140 years old. Expect to live forever. I'm very fit for a 140-year-old. I don't know when China will be back. Like, whatever. Price will just go up as long as they do whatever dumb stuff they do. You know, it's fine. They'll figure out that they need to get back on it. Do you use a bra? Nah, I just use shirts that are too tight. Use the candles. Yeah, I would. I don't feel like getting a lighter. Scrolling up a bit here. God, you guys love my boobs so much. You should send them money. I should make a left and right account. You guys can fund my boobs. And I wonder why girls hate the internet. Like, I don't understand it. Like it's filled with creepy scumbags or something. Machine Ink. This looks like quality. Rich is a two-face scammer. One face. I don't get it. Talks shit about ICOs, but wants to do a scammy ICO too. He even said he's not bothered if it goes bankrupt after he has the ICO money. So, Machina Inc., fuck you and fuck your mother, you lying ass bitch. I ain't said no shit like that, and if you think every ICO is the same, you're a dumb bitch. Clear? Clear. There are good ICOs. Not really. They're all bad. But there can be, right? Like, just because they all suck now doesn't mean they have to all suck, right? And there might be good ones now I'm just not aware of. So, sure, most of them are horrible, but they don't have to be, and mine won't be. So, easy. And I really appreciate you taking the opportunity to check into my chat and message me on Twitter and all of the other various formats that I'm in to make sure that my token is the best token it can be by offering me good advice on what a good token looks like, instead of dumbass ad hominem bullshit that isn't actionable at all by anyone to improve their life at all, which is what you've provided here. All right? So you don't know shit about my ICO. If you did, you'd know it wasn't a scam, right? A real computer science breakthrough that already actually works, that already actually exists, that already has $60 million companies based on its output. That ain't a scam, fuckface. You're a scam. He even said he's not bothered if it goes bankrupt after he has the ICO money. Bitch, how does a token go bankrupt, you dumbass? How does that work? I ain't never really seen a crypto token go bankrupt. You're an idiot. Hate to break it to you, buddy. So, fuck you. I've done more to stop scams in the space than you ever will. Next. I guess I'll scroll down. I only am mean and curse and stuff because apparently people like when I do that. So, whatever. Give them what they want. Wow, I actually can see myself. That's funny. No more light. Only Dracula for you guys. Do I think S&P 500 is not wise? No, it's wise. Like, it's fine. Do it. S&P is good. You have to understand, like, even if it's not good, where else are you going to put it? So the least bad is still better than nothing. On down the list. How are you teaching stats courses? Oh, that's a question for someone. It's not me. I have a question for the chair. I'm willing to entertain that. If you give me a question for the chair, I will ask the chair. I like that genre. Nah, my mouth's not dry. Yeah, the light makes it hot. The sweating sucks. Makes my hair flat too. You got big hair. If you want it to be beautiful, it's got to have body. So this sweating kills the body, really ruins the aesthetic. Now that you can't even see it because of the Dracula lighting, this aesthetic is not good. But I'm tired of sweating and I'm 7 hours in, so you guys are going to have to deal. Not to mention I always wanted to use this Million ISO thing. White paper release date, 7 to 14 days. You can read like part of the intro now in the chat. It's, a start. What does Richard's fat ass smell like, chair? Someone else stole the genre from the guy that presented it. I'm going to say your mother's face, because she eats my ass so much. What else? Where do I buy my shirts? All over the world. These shirts are from all over the place. Am I wearing shorts? I wish. I'm wearing jeans, and it's a huge mistake. I was wearing shorts yesterday, or whenever the last interview was. It was much smarter. How much for a coin? I have no idea. I don't have everything figured out yet, man. The books on the side table are Seneca and Schopenhauer. Letters to a Stoic and aphorisms and parables? The fuck? I knew it earlier today. Essays and aphorisms. These guys are all wrong about most of the stuff they talk about, so I don't get the appeal to philosophy so much. Read my book. It's better than their stuff. You can actually use it and make your life better. Do I smoke crack? No. I hear it's really fun though. You should try it. That's a good question. It's up top here. How many BTC did the candle tree cost you? Never heard it called a candle tree before. That's pretty funny. Well, I mean, I have to calculate when I bought it, right? Unless you're just going to use today's price. Seems unfair. Richard, I want to make a small income monthly from my Bitcoin. Do you think selling 10 to 20% a month is okay? I'm 67. Well, you're going to run out pretty quick if there's any drawdown. Like, you might want to cash out based on appreciation instead of time. I don't know. I'm actually not qualified to give you good advice in this particular instance. You should consult a professional investment advisor, preferably more than one, and preferably ones that do not work on commission. You might find free services in the jurisdiction in which you live that are able to provide you this advice. Check with your local library, and they almost always will know who to refer you to, either in the government or in the private sector, to get you the answer you're looking for there. It's also not, your situation and living expenses are going to be wildly different than everyone else's, and how you spend your free time as well. So the answer to that question is much longer than I'm going to be able to help you with. So go to professionals that help with that. Sorry, I can't give you a better answer. If I invest half my Bitcoins in your future ICO, you consider it can bring me the same or bigger rewards? I don't know. That sounds like you're asking for investment advice. It's probably unwise to offer investment advice if you're creating a token. Seems like a conflict of interest. So I would probably never advise people on a token purchase that I was associated with regarding price. It seems dangerous. So let's check with legal, see what their position is on that. How can you read my book? It's called Sci-Vive. It's a giant 250,000 word outline containing most of the good ideas I've ever had. And it's in the Discord channel, which I'll post here. When you've got 7 hours of chat, you might as well post the link every 30 minutes. I think I've posted it 4 times. I should have posted it 14. On down the list. Will the atomic swap affect BTC price? Yeah, it's going to make it go up, not down. You can atomic swap anything with anything, kind of, with effort. Yeah, we need drive chains. Yeah, the token's probably going to touch Ethereum somewhere. I mean, we're definitely going to accept Ethereum. And yeah, it's still not decided. I'm thinking 60% yes, 40% no is my current estimate on ECR20 standard utilization. Yeah, Swarovski's good, but I own everything I could ever want, so there's really nothing left to buy currently. Make more giant things and buy them. Z Classic is a failure of a fork of Zcash that attempted to remove the founder's reward of 20% for the first 5 years. And I don't know about this other shit this dude's talking about. So use Monero and stop doing illegal shit and just use Bitcoin. There you go. Like, I never use Monero, and I don't know how it works. I don't know shit about it. I just know that no one says anything too terrible about it, so it's probably not terrible. And their head dev is funny. Fluffy Pony's funny. So I give you points for funny developer. How much NLP or reframing do you use when picking up girls? Very little. Like, nothing. What's your favorite reframe NLP technique? They're all fail. Like, NLP's, like, I've got a master practitioner certificate in NLP, and it's mostly useless. Like, I can go through submodalities and swish patterns and, compulsion blowouts and a bunch of different NLP strategies with you. But when they fail hard. Like, and I've had them fail, and it ain't pretty. So I prefer not to use any of that stuff. Now, I use a lot of frame control, but I wouldn't call that the purview of NLP whatsoever. That's just what politicians have been doing forever. You ask a dumb question and they choose to answer a question that wasn't even asked. So, like, half of these stupid questions that I see, I just let them roll off like water because there's no profit to chat or to me in answering them. They're low reward questions for the greater good, and maybe even low reward questions for the person that originated it. Not every person's capable of generating a high value question. I'll give you a tip, which isn't in the book yet, but I should add it if I remember it. When you go to a seminar, the person that introduces the people introduces himself. Shut the fuck up. No one cares who you are. We don't care who you are, weird guy. We're here to see the person we know, talk to the other person we know. We don't give a shit who you are, guy we'll never see again. Shut up. We don't care who you are, right? Then at the end of the talk, when people stand up and ask their stupid, terrible questions, they introduce themselves too. We don't care who you are. You are wasting our precious time. Shut up and just ask your question. Period. And I don't even really want to see you. It'd be quicker if we didn't have to move the camera. Let's just hear the voice. So those are ways to improve the public speaking. Hearing stupid crap from people that you don't care about save a lot of time. Hi, I'm XYZ from XYZ, and I want to ask. Oh, you just burnt 15 seconds of preamble for your terrible question. All right. Can you run away with the money for you ICO? I don't know what that means. The product already exists. How hard is it to release a thing which already exists? Stop being stupid. And if you're curious whether people do that in other ICOs, well, why don't you tell me? Does it happen a lot? I know it happens a little. I don't know. It seems like some portion of shit talking all caps typers want to call me a scumbag for some reason. I guess when the token's on market, short it. I don't know. Good luck. I would be surprised if this token isn't the best one in the space for an app token that has an application. There's a lot of other tokens that you can't compare because they're in a different genre. I think this will be the best app token by far for a lot of reasons. a lot of reasons. Swarovski is Chinky Knickknack. Slovak and Czech crystals are the most beautiful crystal beverage glasses. No, you're wrong. Okay? So, I've been in the Czech Republic. I've been to the Mosler factory. Not the factory, but all the little reseller bullshits and the 75 glass shops they have everywhere. The edges are not sharp, and therefore it does not refract the color properly, and therefore you get very little brilliance and very little sharpness out of Czech crystal and out of that Egyptian crystal, which I can't remember the name off the top of my head. So I don't think Waterford's that good. I don't think Mosler's that good. I don't think that Egyptian stuff's that good. I think Swarovski's real good. And when I look at it with my eyes and I see the geometries and I see the brilliance and I see the craftsmanship, I prefer the shit out of it. Now, if you don't like the fact that you can buy it in stores all over the world and you're a player hater and you hate the fact that other people can actually have the stuff that's just not you, well, then I can understand you hating Swarovski. But if you like the most brilliant, sharpest, best formed, sharpest cut, like clearest, technically excellent crystal, there ain't nothing better. Now, you could go next level to like super duper duper, 50, 100 grand a piece works of glass art. I'd rather have Bitcoin. But there are some beautiful pieces out there. I can't remember the guy's name off the top of my head, but there's this one glass artist that is just fantastic. I wish I could remember his name. He made this super amazing giant sunflower. If you Google like glass sunflower giant, it'll probably pop up. So legit. But I think it's like 80 grand or something. There might only be one of them, so it might be like 150 now. Like, it's expensive. Dude needs a nap. Yeah, dude, for sure. And an extra voice. Chair, you want to take over? Go ahead, Chair. Chair says caps lock typers are bitches. Just letting you know. I don't like cilantro. I think it tastes nasty. Can you make, please, a chat or a blog, or spelled like the stuff you dig out of the ground? That's just funny. Or a blog where you can receive people ideas for a useful digital asset in Ucoin. Yeah, go into my Discord and type it and hit enter. Easy. Go type your idea in there. They'll make fun of your language and then also listen to your idea. Smart, nice people in there. No bans. I haven't had to ban anybody. It's crazy. It's been like 600 people. Usually 100 concurrent. Why did it take 6 hours to send a payment from my blockchain wallet to my Coinbase wallet? I don't know. No idea. Why don't you use a block explorer and tell me? Maybe you paid a super low fee or got unlucky, or one of those two entities didn't do your transaction when they should have. You can come up with a lot of reasons why that could have happened, but I don't think my speculation has too much utility. I gotta go. Just want to thank you for sharing your knowledge with the crypto community. Hope to meet you one day. Seem like an interesting guy. Thanks, bro. Mr. Saljanin? Thank you. Let's check the price, y'all. See where we're at. It's like we're frozen in time. I guess when you're used to retarded, insane volatility, normality seems weird. GDAX 3670. So it's like what? $50 under where I saw it last? Am I highlighting the wrong thing? Nah, it's 3670. Bitfinex is 3650. So it just seems like GDAX pulled down and Finex pulled up. They like met in the middle. But once again, I'm not looking at like the graph. I'm just looking at a flat picture. Whatever. Believe it or not, like staring at these charts, if you're not going to do anything different anyway and you're just going to hold anyway, does staring at the chart really matter? Like I can accelerate the amount of twittering I do to spread the good word. That's about it, right? My keyboard is a Tex Yoda with an IBM track point in the center and a custom leopard print PBT spacebar. Lubricated cherry clears that have had the springs swapped out for brown springs, 45 gram actuations. And then solid aluminum, heavy as hell. It's got a USB hub on it. It's pretty legit. I love the whole never move my fingers from the home row navigation. So good. So I support track points and I support roller mice that you can use with your thumb. They're so good. Love them. And these keys are actually Antique Cherry OG off of an Antique Cherry Original Molds key set. I paid $300 or $400 for these keys. Just this alone. So smooth. So for me, what makes a great key great is that it's not too slick. It's not too rough. It feels just like your skin. So whatever your skin feels like, that's what your key should feel like. It's perfect. Tool fetish. It's like working, but produces nothing. So I got out of the keyboard crap. Like once you're maxed out, once you've reached end game, like I own everything there is to own. There's just nothing left. So I get every kind of switch, every kind of board, every kind of geometry. This isn't my main board either. Like this is like not even, it's like my fifth favorite or something. Yeah, this is expensive. I mean, for you to build this, it'd be like $500, $600, I guess. And that's not the hard part. The hard part is that you can't even buy them, so you gotta wait months. If you want to fall down, you know what? I could let you fall down the keyboard rabbit hole, but I'm not going to, because you're not going to type any faster. You're not getting any more work done. All right. So just swap out some nice PBT keys onto whatever piece of shit you got now and live your life. Dream the dream. Buy some Leopold PBT keys. They're excellent. And you can get them for like $60, $70. They're fabulous. So they're like 90% as good as these Cherry OGs, but 10 times less money. All right. One day I'll show you guys my keyboard collection. My background is my room. It's just my office. It's where I chill. Sometimes party. Yeah, I've got every small keyboard, dude. I've got 40% boards. I've got every folding board. What is my main source of wealth from Bitcoin or my businesses? Nah. Dodge it. Question dodged. Kind of retired, man. Like, I sit around. Take up a paramotoring bad. Is that like paragliding where you use a fan on your back on a parachute? I'll give you guys a tour of the palace one day. I can't do it now. I don't have a long enough HDMI cable. I don't feel like turning the light on. Blah, blah, blah. I don't even mind like a K110 Logitech board for like 15 or 20 bucks. I actually set like my typing speed record on this. Like I think I got like a 126 on a K110, which is as fast as I've ever gone. I mean, I'm usually in like the 110s, about 550 to 600 characters per minute. Nah, I was wealthy before BTC. I started traveling the world in 2006. BTC wasn't invented until 2009, so I didn't get until 2011. I'd already retired, traveled the world, and stopped like caring about traveling a long time before Bitcoin existed. Darmo, have you ever thought about what it's like to be the person no one likes? Because you're that guy. You type in all caps. Everything you say is terrible. Your name's dumb as shit. Like, you're basically like an archetype of what it is to be human garbage. Does it bother you? I mean, are you self-aware of how garbage you are? It's the worst. Nothing that you say or do improves the lives of anyone that sees what your consciousness generates. You are net loss to mankind. Press the caps lock button. Stop typing in all caps. Stop trying to be cool. If you spam chat less, you can take time to generate something that we might find interesting instead of saying terribly stupid, retarded shit at faster rates. So, maybe you missed it when you're grown up, but there's this thing called, it's better to remain silent and appear stupid, but leave some doubt, than to flap your fucking lips and remove all doubt. Stop flapping your lips. It's the worst. I don't know how Mod was able to survive. Like, if he didn't ban you, he must not have banned anyone, because you're fucking worst. Actually, I banned one guy that was worse than you. That Max guy is worse, and then there's an Ed that's worse. You guys all have dumb, idiot, small, short names for some reason. Congratulations on infamy. I guess if you can't do anything of value, do so little, create, destroy, vandalize our consciousnesses, and then you'll be remembered as the person that was terrible. Like, if you got hit by a bus, I would like to watch the live stream. Just saying. All right. No, I'm not bored, dude. But you kind of see me when I'm tired after a 7-hour stream. Yeah, I'm just going to ban you. You're a twat. Sorry, bro. You had like fucking 7 hours to get it right. And bye. Oh, I didn't ban him. I just deleted his message. All right, because I clicked the wrong button, you get to survive. But if you fucking say one more stupid thing, I'll click the correct removal button. Go shit troll some other live streamer. Go shit troll a gamer, not a philosopher. For fuck's sake. Yes, I am one fat fuck. Congrats. Well done. Original comments around this place. Great ground floor investment. S&P 500. Biotech Index. Berkshire Hathaway. Your own personal business. Your own education and a skill that you can derive profit from. Any of those things will work just fine. Do them. Watch my How to Get Rich video. Come here. Come here, puppy. Come on. All right, don't then. I think that the comments have finally run out. We've finally run out of good questions. I think, like, I can justify switching to Twitter trolling now because I think we ran out of good questions. I used to own gold. I sold it. I used to be a gold bug. It was dumb. I got lucky and the price went up, but so what? It's luck. What type of build something business can make a lot of money and have advantages over others? Read the money section in the book, which is pinned in the Discord, and watch the How to Get Rich video on the channel, and just buy something and advertise it for more than what you paid, or cheat a little bit and advertise something that you don't have yet, and then let them know, hey, I put out the ad to see if it worked. Sorry, I'll get it and I'll give it to you at a huge discount because I wasted your time. You can do that too. Proof of work, better than proof of stake. Proof of stake doesn't work. Can I state my philosophy in one sentence? Sure. Live the most enjoyable and longest life you can through science. Sci-vive. That's all. Easy. Easy kill. Highest and best use, baby. No, I never had a problem. Well, being a boss isn't hard until people do stupid shit and you have to fire them or put them in jail or both. Depends on what level of scumbags you have for employees. Average level scumbags are all right. Advanced level scumbags are more crappy to deal with. If you have enough employees, you're going to get both. Talk about God. Pretty interesting little system you built here, buddy. Congrats on your project, Big G. I don't know. I don't care about DPoS coins. Whatever. Have I owned a firearm? Yeah, dude. I had an Arsenal 36, 9mm, 40 cal, a AK-47, 12 gauge pistol grip pump, 380. A lot of shit. I should have a 37 millimeter grenade launcher. I never got around to using it. 37 millimeters legal. 40 is not legal. So I had all the things, bro. Yeah. I used to do scenario shooting. You know, timed. All that jazz. Popping out behind barriers and shooting through doorways and such. I'm going to say Versace because I don't know what a Balenciaga is. Never heard of it. I do a lot of shopping, so maybe you didn't misspell it. What's my background? It's a big black chair. Watch the Chris DeRose interview with me. It's the first video of me on YouTube. It's on Chris's channel, C DeRose 36 on YouTube, and you can hear about my past if you care about that stuff. Are there aliens? Doesn't matter. They're too far away. You never meet them. So there very likely are aliens that are too far away. Their entire civilization will exist and go extinct before you can transition to them. BBC, big black chair. That's legit, dude. Mr. Lion Man Online, the Lion Man Online. Quality meme there, sir. I like it. The rest of chat probably doesn't get it. That's fine. Please finish the book. I will. I'll get to it. I mean, at some point, with enough capital, I'll just waste it on having 5 authors try, and then whoever one reworks it the best, I'll just publish. Or I'll just publish all 5. Like, if you have retarded funds, you can be experimental like that. For some reason, I don't feel comfortable doing that now. I could probably justify it if I wanted to, but I'll wait till the token's done, maybe then. Oh, Bitsby tripping. Hey there, miner bro. Was happy to stop by. Just having a medium length stream tonight. I don't do drugs. I mean, coffee and alcohol, Tylenol. Do you think there can be useful, good general AI? Sure, totally. I think it's inevitable, actually. That will happen, or we'll be extinct and not notice. So the only outcome that is guaranteed is a good general AI. Because if it turns out to be bad, we won't be alive to notice that it went wrong. Maybe we'll all be batteries like Matrix. I don't care about interviews really, because this doesn't build a product that makes the world better. This is me talking to 500 or 600 people, making their lives better, and maybe the residual evergreen content. But I am capable of much more than this. And so I hope that this enriches people's lives, but, you know, it's not as good as if I had put 7 hours into the book and gotten closer to a viral movement that could sustain past my death if I were to die an untimely death, you know. This is very good, and most people will be very happy to get to this level. And I'm not. I got to take it to the next level. I've read these philosophy books. These people are jerk-offs, and they're wrong about most stuff, and I'm not. So why aren't my books on the shelves? I've got better, more profitable behaviors for you to adopt. I'm wasting my time here because it's better than wasting on Twitter. Tweets have much less value than this, you know. A young person growing up could tune into this video and get a real good head start on life just by listening to much of the content that was here. And that's something you can't get out of most books. You know, if you read Peter Thiel's 0 to 1, it's a great book. He's a great guy, but there's nothing actionable in it. The advice you're going to get is, if you interview people, ask them what they feel strongly about that most people disagree with them on. If you have a fund, one of your bets has to return all of the other bets failing, because there's a power law of return in your fund. And you should focus on like definite things. Like there's only like, who can use those things? Nobody can use those things. People aren't running their own funds. People aren't doing interviews for the most part. And that question's too hard to generate useful output out of most people you're going to interview anyway. So, this guy says he's been here for an hour and he's not sure what actionable advice he's been given. Yeah, it is possible that we had an hour of stupid questions from chat and you missed the actionable advice. I'm sorry, but there was some. And if you want straight to the point advice, go to the Discord, click the link, the little pin button, and you're going to have all the advice you could ever want. More, you're going to have a lifetime of advice. Literally. So, yeah, I've got a video on how to kick addiction for video games. You should click it. It works for a lot of stuff. Basically, you have to account for your own weakness and put yourself farther from it, and then build the habit of not doing it, and then keep not doing it until that's the new habit. So you're basically buying yourself a window to enforce a new habit. Otherwise, you'll do the old habit. Like, I'm not Twittering right now because I'm talking to you guys. But my habit of time wasting currently, and I guess because I have notoriety in the space, my opinions have some weight of importance, that, you know, I would be Twittering if I wasn't doing this. And I think this is better as long as the price is fine, which I think it is. I can afford to do this. The price is dumping. I'd probably be on Twitter. And then if I was not doing what I should do, which is be working on a PDF and token design and my book and the longevity fund and all this other stuff, you know, just making stupid memes and cracking jokes on the internet, that space is full. They don't need more people on it. You know, you got to do the thing only you can do. Any of you guys can crack jokes. You know, how many of you guys have a philosophy book that's 250K words long? None of you, right? So I should be doing the thing that I can do and let everyone else do the things that they can do. See that? There's a guy right there that found something actionable. His state of self has improved vastly since paying close attention to what I've said. He cut out the bullshit and get shit done. Congratulations, sir. I hope to live up to that standard myself. I'm getting there. Real close. Getting more and more done every day. If you're heroin addict, you need to just use some methadone and chemically help wean yourself off of it. If you've got an addiction problem that's one of the hardest addictions in the world to kick, I would suggest you get professional help. And the sooner the better. I mean, I could give you good advice, but you need more than good advice. You need a good support group. You need people you can rely on, you know, an empowering environment. I can't give you those things. So my best advice to you is go to people that have experience helping other people like you out of their problem. Call the number, man. If you call Alcoholics Anonymous, they'll know the number you're supposed to call for the next thing. And I think Alcoholics Anonymous might work with other types of drug addiction. I am not sure, but I'm sure they'll tell you. So call your local Alcoholics Anonymous and ask them who they might know that can help with that problem. It's the best you can do. If a book about failures doesn't sell, is it a success? That's funny. So meta. No, it's not a success. It's just another example of a failure. Third monitor, respect. I like it. Prefer a giant single monitor with Windows Manager, but whatever. Third monitor is okay. Yeah. JP Morgan, they buy, they don't buy. It don't matter. Everyone else is buying. Who cares? I don't care. I don't care at all. What do you care if a multi-zillion, billion, trillion, zillion, billion-dollar company buys a little bit of a thing? Like, why are you excited by that? I have no idea. Could have been a single trader. Could have been in a weird country. Could have been on behalf of somebody else. Could have been a mistake. Who cares? Like, I don't see the relevance. You know, my cousin down the street bought Bitcoin. Like, wow. Okay. Congrats. Have you ever seen real magic? What? What's real magic? I am depleted and I am dying and my eyes are dry and my voice is screwed. So I am probably going to switch to Twitter trolling. How far did we go here? I'm going to scroll down. Here's your last chance to ask me like a super question. Let me see if I see anything. Do I believe in hypnosis? Yeah, I've been hypnotized. It works. But you have to play along. You have to follow directions. It doesn't work all the time. It's just an altered state of consciousness. It's no real. It's just cool to experience, but it's not like. If that shit was a silver bullet, every company would just hypnotize everyone when they got to the office every day. And then the world would be super workers. Yeah, I might have to look into that. Daniel Wellard, just watch my video on how to get rich. It's in the channel. Watch it. It's the best advice I have for you. Either buy crypto and hold, don't panic sell, or do the business thing that starts at home with small retail. Short video. It's in my channel. And you can read the book. It's in the book. I wrote a goddamn 250,000 word book with much smarter stuff than what I'm talking about now. Read it. Skip around. You don't have to read it in a line. It's not like a story. It's not linear. You can just jump wherever you want. Well, go on Alibaba and look at the best sellers. The shit's selling. And if you ain't seen it locally, now you can be the guy that has it locally. Go on Alibaba.com, click bestsellers, find something you like, buy it. It's going to show up, sell it. You got money. Easy. College is stupid. Watch my video on more motivation and less education. Or read the section in the book called Mind. It's going to tell you all about that. All right. I'm out. Ruth, thanks for the heads up. I would have probably stayed on here to my own detriment for longer. I appreciate it. You guys have a good night. I hope you got something out of this. And I think that this was more productive than shit posting on Twitter. So it's progress of a kind. Have a great night, guys.